thoughtfully by the window, in a room full of darkness, and only from a single window the sun shone brightly, as if trying to brighten this gloomy environment. Nora sat on a wooden carved chair, her arms crossed nervously, her outfit marred by the bright red color of her eyes, conveying all the hatred and anger to her offenders. She recalled how one of her relatives held her by the throat, shoved a huge, disgusting rat into her face, and dreamed of kicking the monsters until they died in terrible agony. Lock them in a dark, cold dungeon and make them suffer like their obedient, kind little sister suffered. The girl imagined that her revenge was a game of chess, and these vile faces were her pawns, which she would manipulate for her own selfish purposes and just as easily destroy with her fragile hand. The young man continued to listen attentively to Nora and understood that revenge would now be the meaning of her life. From anger, everything around became covered in bloody colors, skeletons and blood of those who offended her, and her eyes continued to fill with blood, wanting them to pay for everything they did. Only a gray, cold room, with concrete walls all around, and an uncomfortable wooden bench surrounded the poor, barefoot recluse. The girl's left leg was very swollen and red, but she tried not to despair and thought only about a quick rescue. Then the door suddenly opened and a decently dressed girl and a guy entered, who showed with their whole appearance that they were clearly happy about the girl's deplorable situation. It was Nona, one of the relatives of her adoptive family. Nora was surprised to see her wearing her favorite yellow dress, which she wore to formal receptions. Nona put on this outfit specifically to gloat over the poor girl. She spun around in front of her, telling her how all the clothes were now in her hands. She wore a pin with a brooch in her hair, which was the distinguishing mark of the wife of the crown prince. Nora's face changed. She realized that the person she had thought was her own before had come not to save her, but to destroy her. They had come to destroy her. The recluse's eyes filled with tears. She could not believe that she had not only been betrayed, but that they were also going to mercilessly take her life. The relative continued to humiliate and insult the defenseless woman, talking about her low origins, about the pleasure with which they used the poor thing. Nora couldn't believe that from the very beginning, her entire family, even if not by blood, was involved in this cruel deception. Nona showed with her whole appearance that these empty conversations had tired her out, and with an absolutely indifferent look, she abruptly stopped the dialogue, ordering her servant to grab the girl. With his rough, masculine hands, Joseph grabbed Nora and twisted her arms behind her back so that she could not resist and interfere with their insidious plan. The unfortunate girl screamed in fear and despair, asking the servant to let her go because she was his master's sister, but he did not listen and only continued to squeeze her fragile hands even tighter. Despite her hopelessness, she continued to try to escape from the villain's hands, but all attempts were already pointless. The poor thing fell to the floor and was even more vulnerable. In tears of despair, Nora hopes that her beloved and respected adoptive father and brother have nothing to do with this. But from the contemptuous, mocking look, it was clear that this was planned by more than just one member of the family. Before killing her, the ruthless Nona decided to tell her the secret of who was guilty of all the victims' troubles. While telling the whole truth, she stepped with all her might right on the girl's sore leg. While Nora was shedding tears and sweat from pain and hopelessness, squeezing the wound with her shoe even harder, the offender continued to finish her off with her harsh, cruel stories. The man who adopted Nora, whom she loved, whom she unconditionally trusted and idolized, turned out to be her mother's killer, and it was he who planned all the atrocities from the very beginning. The bright image of the ideal father was replaced by darkness, mixed with the bloody shades of her broken heart. Shedding tears, she simply could not believe it, because she considered him to be the closest person after her mother's death. The villainess did not calm down and continued to tell the details of their impeccable plan, revealing that she was used to gain independence from the Empire. She took out a vessel containing a purple liquid, which emitted a very pungent, unpleasant smell. It was poison, the girl screamed in despair. But Nona grabbed the poor man by the chin and prepared to mercilessly but painlessly end the life of her adopted sister, who had done so much for her new family. They surrounded the defenseless girl. Drop by drop they penetrated inside. She felt like her organs were burning from the inside, but it was no longer possible to resist. All that was left was to accept her approaching death. Suddenly stopping, the offender continued her moral abuse, telling how even Princess Kylie, who was a close friend of the girl, was in cahoots and wanted her to die soon. With a smile on her face, Kylie discussed all the atrocities and wished that the murder would look like a natural death so that the girl's body would not be harmed. Nora burst into tears. She was surprised and broken because these were her family and loved ones. They used her like a figure, twisting her as they pleased. The attackers continued to forcibly pour this deadly liquid. Nora understood that this was the end, but she could not do anything about it. The poison penetrated further and further. Everything around became in purple tones, but the girl no longer cared. She tried to understand why they dealt with her so harshly, because she always tried to do everything possible for the sake of her new family, for the sake of the Empire. Nora fell to the floor, blood pouring from her mouth. It was the end of her short life, but the pain of betrayal did not allow her to leave peacefully. The only thing she wanted was revenge. The lifeless body no longer showed any signs of life, but the eyes full of bitterness and despair remained open. They mercilessly killed her. Suddenly, a huge hourglass appeared. Instead of the sand in them seemed to be replaced by blood and water. The hours gave way to a bright, blinding light, with glimpses of shadow from the leaves of the trees, which could not help but surprise. Suddenly, Nora heard a painfully familiar voice calling the baby. Just like in reality, she could not hold back her tears, opened her eyes, and saw the closest and most beloved person. In front of her stood a stately, fair-haired young woman dressed in a beautiful green dress. It was her own mother. The mother, not understanding why tears were pouring from her daughter's eyes, carefully and tenderly removed them from the eyes of the very little baby Nora. Nora was surprised by the appearance of her mother, because she was supposed to go to another world, but maybe this is it. On a grassy clearing stood a well-kept olive-colored house with a high 2-level roof, and next to it stood a team of horses with a small cart for transportation. Mom opened the door to Nora's old room. She was checking if the girl was ready for the next trip. A very small girl stood in front of her. A light wind was blowing from the window, and her hair was beautifully fluttering in the wind. And this beautiful profile of the little girl could not help but please the eye. But when Nora turned around, her mother noticed a change. It was not in her appearance, but in the look of her unusually beautiful pink eyes. The mother's eyes showed a question about what was happening to her kind and responsive little one. Her face suddenly changed to one of affection because she thought that she was upset about the upcoming trip and would miss her dearest person. Imagine the surprise when the girl interrupted the conversation with a strong hug, but Nora could no longer hold back her emotions. She had long dreamed of hugging her mother. The daughter's behavior seemed strange, but she tried to calm her loved one down, explaining her sudden outbursts of tenderness by her upcoming admission to the academy, for which she had already packed a small, modest suitcase. Light hair just below the shoulders, expressive eyes, the kindest smile in the world, always beautiful clothes. This is how Nora remembered her mother. She had flashbacks from her childhood when she was still a little girl, always having fun and playing together. After hugging for the last time, Nora asked not to worry about her future adult life. The atmosphere of the bright, warm room began to change into an ominous, bloody darkness, as if all evil had gathered in this place. Nora had a chance to relive this period of her life and change everything in her favor, punish and destroy the villains. With the support of a key figure at the time, Princess Catherine, construction of the academy began. The noble, wealthy people of the empire themselves asked for the opportunity to gain knowledge here. The Caton was the place where they all gathered, and in the center of this Caton is the Nobel Academy. For lower aristocrats like Nora, education here depended on financial status. But it was a compulsory educational institution where children of the highest aristocracy, including the royal family, had to receive an education from the ages of 12 to 19. Near the academy, a statue was erected in the image of a strictly dressed girl with symbols of knowledge in her hands. It was believed that this was the center of the katana. Nora was already there, as when she looked at the statue for the first time, she remembered the time spent in this house of knowledge, which reminded her more of a prison. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, addressing her as if she were a dog. In front of her stood a dark-haired girl dressed in a dark blue dress. She persistently tried to find out the way. But Nora was outraged by such rude treatment. Only a servant who had not been trained in manners could speak to her so disgustingly, the girl thought angrily. She insistently asked to show respect. Since she was the daughter of a knight, the servants hastened to leave, asking for forgiveness for their boorish behavior. Their dialogue was interrupted by loud laughter coming from a huge, expensive carriage decorated with gold. A beautiful, dark-haired girl with expressive green eyes stood in front of Nora. Her outfit seemed to be well matched to her insanely beautiful eyes. The stranger was helped down by a man who was probably assigned to serve, which spoke of the high income of their family. Having descended, she asked Nora about her hometown, but the girl mistrustfully gave sharp answers in her direction. Elandia, one of the 3 warriors who defeated the evil dragon long ago and founded the empire, had a distinctive pink eye color as his symbol. The same eye color was in the little Nora. The descendants of warriors are born with different qualities, but this trait is especially pronounced. The first emperor, the brave Victor, had eyes of a precious stone, a dark blue hue. Honest Elandia had purple eyes, and the last beautiful Ferris had gray eyes. However, their direct heirs disappeared over time. The current Eland family claimed to be the warriors' legitimate descendants. Later, at about 18 years old, when the dragon's power manifested itself, Nora was even able to take the place of the crown prince's wife, she reasoned, scrolling through her memories from her past life in her head. The stranger continued to compliment, admiring the unusual color of Nora's eyes, trying to find a common language with her, possibly classmate. But Nora was angered by the obsessive behavior of her new acquaintance. She did not want to be somehow connected with the Eland family. Before she was happy to belong to their family, but now she feels wildly disgusted at the mere mention of these people. Suddenly she softened a little and was the first to extend her hand to the girl, finally deciding to start getting to know her. With a smile on her face, the girl said her name, and it really was her future classmate. The stranger's name was Days Makyu, the daughter of the count of one of the largest merchants in the empire. Their dialogue was interrupted by a servant. He tried to hurry Days so that she would not get leg strain, which surprised Nora very much. It spoke of the girl's capricious, spoiled nature. Days offered to give Nora a ride to the academy doors, but she tried to politely avoid the ride. But she still had to agree. She had a large number of things that were difficult for one person to carry, and they set off on their journey. They drove up to the academy. It was a very beautiful, huge 2-story building with carved oval-shaped windows. The whole building was decorated with carved patterns of expensive yellow stone. The white and blue tones pleasantly decorated the atmosphere. Inside the academy, all the same stylistic norms were observed. The building from the front and from the inside looked like a work of art, as if they had entered a museum. Once she reached her classroom, Days thanked Nora for helping her find her way to the academy. Day's parents were overly concerned about their daughter's stay at the academy. They believed that it would be difficult for her to live and study, so the servants closely monitored her health and moral state, which led to the idea that the girl had health problems, in this case with her legs. Suddenly, Nora understood why she couldn't remember this little girl. She was too tender and fragile to live in this place. It would be very difficult for her to survive here. Regardless of how young all the arriving children were, in order to survive, they were ready to do anything to figure out other people's weaknesses and press on all the sore spots. Even now, these children were closely watching their classmates. Nora began to remember the events of her past life that took place in this ominous place. While they were communicating in groups, the children were rating each other and creating ratings, looking for prey for bullying to dispel boredom. Nora was suddenly overcome with intense anger mixed with rage. So as not to show it, she clenched her hands into fists and pressed them with incredible force against her legs. Scary but true pictures kept coming to my mind. Poorly, why, girl? It was one of the dark days of her studies. It had been raining heavily for a whole day. The innocent little girl sat right on the street in a heavy downpour, with her hands tied to the table. She was in great pain and upset, but she could do nothing about it. Her fragile hands could not resist. There was a crowd of her classmates standing around, their lack of humanity making them look more like a crowd of jackals who were thirsty for repentance, wanting to completely possess and control her. Nora was experiencing pain, fear, and a feeling of complete insecurity at the time, but her offenders were not going to calm down. They dragged the poor girl, who was soaking wet, onto the floor and continued to abuse her. It was at that time that Elandia put forward Nora's candidacy as the Crown Prince's wife, and this was what gnawed at the 3 envious women. With a smile on their face and complete indifference to their victim, they tried to achieve something, but the girl did not understand what. One of the ill-wishers saw a bucket of slop from the canteen that was left for takeaway, and she came up with a cunning plan. She poured the contents directly onto Nora's head, and she felt a sharp, disgusting smell. The innocent little girl sat on her knees, her head down, all her clothes soaked with this liquid mixed with raindrops. Nora did not know about the choice for the position of crown princess, but they did not believe her. They thought that she was deliberately deceiving and continued to humiliate her. From the shadows emerged the most important figure among these jackals, a fair-haired woman with a sly smile on her face and a disgusting but powerful character. It was she who gathered the pack and controlled them for her own purposes. They followed her unconditionally. Her eyes burned with the pleasure she received from the suffering of her victims, and she especially hated Nora, envying her position, and even wished for a quick and painful death. Bloody stains began to appear on the white walls of that room. Nora felt the hatred of envious people. The memories of the past were interrupted by a voice coming from the back of the auditorium, and the inauguration ceremony began. The event took place in a huge auditorium with very high ceilings. To the right of the stage, there were wooden stands for students. In one of them sat those very same ill-wishers of Nora, who did not give her any peace. She watched them with anger. A pleasant light emanated from the face of that very main figure of evil, which could inspire confidence. Besides, the girl also had an angelic appearance. In the middle of the stage stood a lectern, behind which the director of the academy was holding forth, making false promises. He was a tall, fair-haired, pleasant-looking man, dressed in a gray, formal suit with a distinctive bow on his neck. At this point, the entrance ceremony came to an end, and the hostel managers were waiting for them in the main hall to give them instructions. Smiling Days suddenly called out to her new acquaintance and wanted to stay close to her everywhere. Not having received any reaction, the girl tried to reach Nora, even touch her head, but she continued to fly in her memories, completely out of reality. It was only worth focusing on those memories once, and they all began to emerge one after another. The girl seemed to be reliving those unpleasant moments, feeling angry that she had not punished her offenders and had not been able to fight back. Days had already begun to worry about Nora's condition. She suddenly began to look unwell, but she tried to assure that it was just nerves due to the upcoming acquaintances and moving into the hostel. After finishing their conversation, they heard whispers from the front desks. It was two of their classmates who were discussing the arrival of new students. Near the staircase, a tall, handsome guy and a very charming, short girl were having a pleasant conversation. They were Prince Bayless and the daughter of the Marquis of Riron. Lady Marera Rieren radiated warmth and calmness, which greatly adorned her beautiful image. She smiled shyly at the prince. It was clear that she liked him very much. Nora decided to leave her companion and walk around the academy grounds, calm down a bit, and dispel bad thoughts. She leaned against the stone fence that separated the path from a small park and enjoyed the silence and fresh air, but suddenly she heard someone's voice. An image of a young guy with bright pink hair in a dirty white, carelessly unbuttoned shirt appeared before her, holding a leaf of a plant unknown to her in his mouth. The stranger thought that the freshman was lost and wanted to help her find her way to the academy. He suddenly moved closer to Nora and whispered to her to buy a plant that has a narcotic effect on a person. The student was surprised by such a proposal, especially near the walls of the academy where minors are taught. She warned the guy that the narcotic plant could kill him, but he just waved his hand at her, uttering some strange phrases. Having compared all the memories of her past life, Nora realized what family this stranger was from, after which she began to talk about his father, which surprised the guy greatly because she spoke of such details that few people knew at that time. He was taken aback, and from fear and surprise, sweat appeared on his face and even the leaf fell out of his mouth. In his past life, Narenfine died alone from drug addiction. The current pope, Optimus III, considered Rina Fine, the younger brother of the former pope, a thorn in his side. Rin was in a fragile psychological state after losing his entire family, so gaining his trust wasn't particularly difficult. Through the man assigned to him, he slowly poisoned him with a powerful poison. Most likely because of this, he died very slowly and painfully. Nora decided to try to reason with the guy and warn him of imminent death, asking him not to be too trusting. The young man took it as a joke, but the girl continued to insist on her own. The guy could no longer withstand the pressure and began to get angry, continuing to lick the ill-fated piece of paper. It would be good if this boy had the same opportunity to go back and change his past, to punish his offenders. As she left, Nora warned him one last time that if he didn't give up drugs, he would die at a young age. Rin stood rooted to the spot, staring at the piece of paper, thinking about what the stranger had said, and what if she was right? The girl walked away from the young man, continuing her thoughts. She was again overcome with anger. She clenched her hand into a fist and hit the stone fence with all her might. Returning to the path leading to the main building of the academy, a strong rage washed over her. Now a big and long story will begin. Nora will be able to change everything and turn it in her favor. Her stony gaze reflected strength and authority. There was no longer that defenseless little girl on whom everyone wiped their feet. This is where the turning point of misfortune happened, the starting point of anger. Now they will pay in full for everything. The building was divided into 2 buildings, the first for the male sex, where they studied fencing, magic, politics, and theology. The second building is for women studying general knowledge and theology. So the academy conducts classes by dividing everyone into 2 parts. All first-year students take an exam on the very first day of admission, which meant that the child had to have a good background before entering the academy. The class is formed depending on the desired subject and test results. This means that if the grade is good, then the right to jump up to a higher class appears. The students ran to the information board where the distribution lists were posted, and the very first one was Nora, which meant that she had the highest score of all those admitted. Everyone looked at their classmate in surprise, but she was more confident than ever and not at all surprised by the result. Days was upset when it became clear that the girls were being placed in different classes, but Nora reassured her new friend by promising to meet her at the basic classes, which are common to all new students. The green-eyed little girl was sincerely happy to see her friend at least occasionally and continue communicating with her. She turned in her direction, smiling broadly, and devoured with angelic eyes, almost confessing her love. Days considered her companion to be the smartest and most unusual person, and folding her hands like a small child, she continued to shower her with pleasant words. Nora was stingy with emotions, looked away with an indifferent gaze, but deep down she was even more worried about her friend's continued stay in these harsh conditions. But the girl would not shut up, not understanding why she was not happy about her success. During the conversation, she called her Nori several times, which couldn't help but anger her, because it sounded like a dog's nickname. I had to tell her about the nickname, which the girl deeply regretted. The kind girl began to use this word in every sentence. The image of her former classmate, who had humiliated her throughout her studies at the academy, appeared before her again. Unlike her ex-father, this scoundrel had ruined only a small part of her life, so she didn't want to hear anything that reminded her of these people. The thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of the brunette already standing nearby, but they were clearly not happy to see her here. The girl tried to touch his shoulder with her hand, probably to remind him of their close communication, but Nora pretended not to recognize her at all. In front of them stood a blue-eyed pretty girl in green, unremarkable dress. She laughed loudly and tried to remind him that they had known each other as children and had even spent time together. The enraged Nora could barely contain her emotions. She was irritated by the persistence of her old acquaintance. Continuing to tell the girl that they didn't know each other, she tried not to even raise her head so as not to meet her gaze. But this did not stop the restless one, and as she continued talking about their walks together in the forest, she did not even notice the negative attitude. Of course, Nora recognized her classmate, but she stubbornly kept silent about it. Negative thoughts about the past arose in her head again. This is Ida Angard, who in her past life was her only friend, and it was she who told her to get closer to that very Megarin, who took advantage of this and mocked her. Ida first gained the trust of the kind and naive student, and when she tied her close enough, she set her up and even was present during the bullying. With anger that was already quite noticeable, Nora rudely replied that she would definitely check with her mother whether she had such a friend in childhood. Ida looked at her friend in surprise and did not understand how she could have deserved such negativity. But despite all this, she tried to continue the dialogue, asking which teacher the taciturn interlocutor had studied with. Ida openly admired the girl's academic achievements and would like to see the same results from herself. Nora called it just luck, not wanting to talk at all. She rudely tried to interrupt the conversation, citing the fact that the information given to her friend should be sufficient for her identity. Finally, Ida, supposedly upset, decided to leave her alone. Before one friend had time to move away, another disgruntled classmate appeared out of nowhere, outraged that Nora did not want to share the name of her teacher. But Nora's gaze remained cold-blooded, and she was not going to fall for provocations. The already enraged classmate, crossing her arms, began to raise her voice, thinking that the girl considered herself the smartest, and therefore allowed herself to respond rudely to a friendly attitude. At the back of the class, other students were whispering, trying to figure out what the girls were fighting about. Of course, there was no teacher in reality. Her father died when Nora was very little, and her mother had to carry everything on her own. There was barely enough money even for basic needs. In addition, their wealthy relatives will pay for their education at the academy. A classmate was angered by Nora's harsh answers. Pointing her finger at her, she began to scream, not believing that the flawless performance of the test was just luck. In fact, she was taught the Holy Scriptures by the village priest, who was kind to her and devoted a lot of time to her education. The menacing and impudent girl continued to pick on Nora. Now she was irritated by her classmates' manners, that she had no knowledge of etiquette. This scandalous, wayward girl certainly appeared in a past life. Her name was Leonora Birdie. Then Leonora mercilessly trampled the defenseless one, being confident that everyone would take her side. Before the academy, she studied at Graft, an elite school in the city, which Nora did not forget to mention during the conflict. Arguing loudly, she questioned her diligent study and attendance at etiquette classes. Leonora was very angry at this. Her face seemed to be distorted with rage. Here, unable to withstand the attacks, little Ida stood up for herself. She decided to intervene and protect her friend from the attacks. Caustic comments suddenly flew from strangers who had been standing and watching the conflict for a long time. They shamed Leonora, calling her inadequate with a sense of inferiority, for raising a scandal out of nowhere over a situation that did not concern her in any way. She blushed all over. She suddenly felt ashamed. Her rival in this situation made a laughingstock of herself. Their conversation was interrupted by Megarin, who had already managed to win Leonora over. Megara blamed her friend for the conflict, saying that she was simply jealous of her good test result. Her friend looked even more ridiculous with every word she said. It was obvious that she was very surprised and upset, but her loved one continued to admire Nora's knowledge. With a suspicious smile on her face, Megarin decided to introduce herself and try to make friends with her new obstinate classmate. But her cunning eyes betrayed the villain. She clearly had some kind of insidious plan. Previously, Nora would have fallen for the sweet talk and pleasant smile of the evildoer, but not now. The girls' conversation was observed by other classmates. For them, it was just an excuse to gossip after classes in their quarters. From the lips of the fair-haired, charming girl, pleasant words flew. Congratulations on the first achievements. She even admitted that it was not for nothing that Elandia was sponsoring the special child. It was naturally clear that all this sweet flattery was not said just like that. There was a hidden meaning to it. It was surprising that Megarin looked just like a kind, sweet princess. Her clothes were a soft pink color. On her chest was a voluminous beige bow, and her fragile hands were neatly folded one on top of the other, which inspired confidence in those around her. The dialogue was interrupted by a teacher who entered the classroom. He sat everyone down and called on them to prepare for the lesson. A broad-shouldered, well-groomed, middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache stood in front of the students. Nora suddenly called out loudly to Megarin, who was returning to her place, so that she would turn in her direction. In a rude voice, she warned that next time the interlocutor should say hello before starting a conversation. With a smirk on her face, she continued that they would definitely get along, trying to hook her hater. At the very beginning of their education, students are divided into successful and weak. Every child wanted to get into the front ranks, especially children whose parents had a high status. The teacher distributed graded papers to the students and tactfully announced which group they were placed in. Some students were not satisfied with the selection results, and they vehemently tried to demand a revision of the criteria or a retake of the test. While Nora was thinking about her difficult fate, it was the turn of the always brilliant and impeccable Megarin. The teacher praised her. She took second place, and in some subjects, along with other gifted students, she skipped to another course. The girl was incredibly happy and did not hide her emotions. It was clear how much she loved herself. The other students admired her, feeling superior, which would only be to their advantage in the future. Finally, it was Nora's turn. The teacher asked her to come up to him to announce the results. As Nora triumphantly walked past the villainess, She felt a mixture of envy and slight malice, as if a spirit of competition hung in the air. But the girl could not keep silent, and spoke sharply towards her classmate, laughing at Megaran's pretense of trying to appear kind. She seems perfect in every way, but despite her false smile, she cannot hide the disgusting expression on her face. When handing over the work, the teacher praised Nora for having the best result among all those admitted. As she walked to her place, unpleasant memories washed over her again. Looking at her offenders, she wondered why they had such hatred. The father who adopted the girl played family with her, using her to satisfy his personal ambitions. The younger sister Nona hated her sister, who came out of nowhere and later became the crown princess. For the prince, she was a bride who came out of nowhere, nothing more than an eyesore. But the kids at the academy had no reason to bully her, especially Megaran. Even knowing the reason will not change the events of those days, but it could change reality. Suddenly, Nora heard unpleasant phrases maliciously thrown straight in the back. A conceited person who doesn't know her place. That's what her ill-wisher called her. It was Leonora. She was not at all at peace with the latest situation connected with her. Now the girl will look for any opportunity to sting. And it dawned on Nora that the daughter of the younger knight received higher grades than the children of wealthy and high-ranking parents, and she also had unusual eyes. It was all about the envy and inferiority complex of her offenders. They were simply offended that she, being the child of ordinary parents, had superiority over them. Although the reason seems superficial, these very unpleasant emotions can drive anyone crazy. Classmates continued to talk about each other behind their backs. But you'll have to get used to it, because this awaits absolutely every student who stands out in any way until the end of their studies. After leaving the office, Days questioned Nora about their new classmates, but she still claimed that she did not know them. The green-eyed sweet friend unconditionally believed her new acquaintance. It was clear that she was ready to follow Nora to the ends of the earth. It's time for the girls for a short time. Say goodbye, Days. It's time to go to class in another room. Nora was going to go for a walk around the academy grounds. Her new friend was very upset that she couldn't join her. The stern girl's gaze changed to mercy. Days was so pleasant and selfless that it was no longer possible to remain cool. She looked like a small child, not yet spoiled by harsh reality, which is probably why her parents introduced her to a bunch of servants. The nanny assigned to her tried to take her away by the hand, but her beautiful smile and wide-open eyes were directed towards her friend, who had captivated her at first sight. Turning to Days, Nora thanked her for trying to stand up for her without fear or doubt, which was very valuable. The sweetheart's sincere eyes really inspired confidence, as if you didn't expect any dirty tricks from her. The kindly, funny little girl was already very late for class, but still spent time on farewell gestures. It was simply impossible not to reciprocate, but Nora was still stingy with emotions. After saying goodbye, I thought over my plan for the trip. The territory was large, and it would have been quite difficult to visit all the places at once. Having decided to visit the secret place in the Zacharia library, she hurried on her way. In the distant past, Mrs. Zacharia made a huge contribution to the medicine of the empire. For this, the empire built the Zacharia library at the academy in her honor, but the library was always quiet. The aristocrats avoided unnecessary research. There was a special place where Nora could rest, the only refuge in the hellish academy. In a surprisingly good mood, she decided to go there and calmly think about what to do next. Behind the concrete fence one could see a tall tower, more reminiscent of the highest part of a castle, carved windows, a beautiful golden-colored roof. Everything was in keeping with the style of the academy. Having reached the library, the girl saw tall shelves with neatly arranged books. Just as she was about to sit down in a secluded place to be alone with herself, a male image suddenly appeared. Poking a sword into her face, the stranger asked how she knew about this secret place and asked her to introduce herself. Nora ran through the options in her head about who this young man could be, in order to understand whether he could threaten her life. Because of the cold weapon in the guy's hands, she was scared, but she tried not to show it. She did not understand why they did not meet here in their past life. He began to raise his voice in order to reach Nora, who was dumbfounded with shock and did not answer his questions. The mysterious stranger's name was Kevin Milani. He was the only member and heir of the Archduke of the Empire. After graduating from the academy, he eliminated all those who opposed his inheritance of the family title. After all, he was the one who controlled the northern part of the empire, and the aristocrats ridiculed him as a vicious and cruel monster. Nora did not expect to meet this man here. She had no contact with him in the past. Finally, she answered the guy rudely. She was outraged by the interrogation that the stranger had conducted, even poking a sword in her face. But he continued to insist on his own. It was obvious that in the future, he would be a powerful and stubborn man who would always achieve what he wanted. The girl tried to deceive him by saying that she just came here to relax. He immediately recognized the deception, since first-year students clearly could not know about this place. The dark-haired young man suddenly narrowed his eyes and began to examine the stranger with surprise. He was attracted by the unusual color of her eyes. Nora did not lag behind the guy and answered questions without fear or embarrassment, despite the cold weapon in her hands. He tried to find out the stranger's affiliation with the Elandia family, assuming that she was an illegitimate child. Answering his questions, the fragile little girl touched the very tip of his ball with her thin finger. The guy looked at her in surprise, while she assured him that she wanted nothing to do with this family, after which she asked him to remove the weapon from her face. Kevin smiled and even felt a little touched by this brave child who was not afraid to touch the tip of a sword with his bare hands. Having softened, he put away his weapon and continued to interrogate to find out why the girl did not want to know her family, but she was not going to reveal all her cards and asked to close this topic. With a sly smile, the guy finally decided to move on to getting acquainted. He said his name, and without waiting for an answer, he was already asking if the freshman knew him. It was obvious that he really loved his person. Kevin came a little closer and leaned his hand on the metal chair, expecting to hear the name of the brave freshman. But Nora was adamant and was not going to give her name, saying that he should find out who she was himself if he was so interested. He stood leaning against a chair and was silent. From the expression on his face, it was clear that the girl had really interested him with her spontaneity. The girl abruptly ended the conversation and was already in a hurry to leave this place, when suddenly the young man began to say something after her. Smiling sincerely, Kevin promised that the next time they met, he would definitely call her by name, which noticeably excited the guy. Nora went on to walk around the academy's territory, while she walked along the corridors of the tower leading from the library to the exit. Along the way, she met students who were keen on reading and searching for books. Ordinary students rarely visited this place, so it was usually deserted. On the way, she grabbed an interesting book and went on further, thinking over the details of the sudden meeting. Every time Kevin was seen by people he knew from the past, they said he was too cold-blooded. But for a cold-blooded person, his gaze was too lively. Nora lost her composure for a second without realizing it. He even seemed like a good person to her. While the girl was wondering why the real image of the guy and the stories about him were so different, someone suddenly started fighting with her. It turned out to be Rin Fine, whom she had met earlier while walking around the academy grounds. He was surprised to see a curious woman on the senior floor. But she was there for a reason, because due to her special position, she would listen to lectures together with him and his classmates, which made the young man very happy, and he decided to find out her name. Rin offered to take the first-year student, but was refused and continued to be surprised by her interest in these lectures, because this is a subject that is not often chosen by students of the theological faculty. Rin's uncle lives in Verlaine, about which the guy knows a lot, but not enough, so he applied to study the Empire in full and possibly go there. Nora realized that they were talking about the uncle who would later have a hand in his death and wanted to warn the high school student. She couldn't say it outright, and it was difficult to explain everything. It had to be done more carefully. All that was left was to look for the right moment. Finally, they reached the auditorium, where there were already several students waiting for the lecture to begin. Among them was Megarin, who supposedly was sincerely happy to see Nora there. She began to pretend that she hadn't expected to see her classmate here, otherwise she would have definitely left a seat for her next to her. But Megarin understood perfectly well that she would definitely go to this advanced subject. There were several reasons for this, and Nora was sure that as soon as the girl found out, the first thing she did was do everything possible to get there. A lying classmate, with a surprisingly kind face, asked to sit next to a girl next time. Nora politely reciprocated. Back at her place, Megarin was bombarded with questions by her high school friend, trying to find out who her new acquaintance was and how she ended up here. But the rumors reached the guy too, because due to her best result, she began to be discussed on almost every corner. Rin, hearing this, tensed up a little. It seemed to him that they were trying to hurt Nora and tried to protect her. But the girl took the blow steadfastly, and with a smile on her face, showed joy that she was not the only first-year student at this advanced lecture, and smiling right into the villain's face, she told him how happy she was to see her here, and she had no choice but to play along with her classmate. Everyone went to their places. Megaran clenched her hand into a fist and began to nervously pound the table, not taking her eyes off her friend. The pink-haired boy looked warmly at Nora, admiring her ability to fight back. Noticing this, she looked at him questioningly, but this did not stop him. He continued to examine and admire her without embarrassment. Their new teacher appeared at the lectern. It was Andrew Volt, a fairly young man, in the past an excellent diplomat. He had given the students a test earlier and asked them to translate it according to the context and situation, which was not an easy task. There was silence in the classroom. It was hard to imagine that anyone could immediately cope with such a difficult task, but the teacher saw a reaching hand. It was Megaran. She wanted to start analyzing the test, which surprised everyone present. While the first-year student masterfully coped with the translation, there were discussions about her person around her. The students could not hide their admiring glances. The teacher remained stern and emotionless, listening attentively to Megaran's answer. After a short pause, he decided to ask Nora for an answer, whether she agreed with the previous student. The girl's response was that the ambassador to Gaul had tried to improve the windmill, but had failed due to a lack of budget and had been killed by the locals, which Nora did not agree with. She announced that she considered her classmate's answer to be both correct and incorrect at the same time. The other students were outraged by the younger girl's behavior and were eagerly awaiting an explanation of her judgments. Megaran got angry and tried to add fuel to the fire and turn everyone against her classmate, saying that she was too arrogant, having taken first place in the admissions process. If Nora thought the answer was not entirely correct, the teacher asked her to give her own answer. Linguisto, the ambassador to Gaul, sought to improve relations with the locals, but support from his country was limited, and he was killed for exhausting his allocated budget. Megaran's friend reacted furiously to her answer, jumping up from his seat shouting that Nora's answer was wrong, although it was unlikely that he knew the correct answer. The diplomat was visibly intrigued by the student's completely different answer and asked her to explain why she interpreted the test in this way. Nora was ready to give an answer. Despite the angry glances in her direction, they were like vultures waiting for her to make a mistake. Megaran waited nervously for her answer and did not understand why the girl answered so confidently, because she could not make a mistake. Finally, Nora began to answer. She explained that her classmate had mistranslated the ambassador's designation, mistaking it for a name. Megaran tried to remain calm and keep her angelic expression on her face, but it was clear that she was in shock and could not believe the seriousness of this situation. She was confident in herself and her answer. The teacher listened attentively to Nora's explanations. She continued to clearly and accurately explain the translation of each word. All the other students watched the answer in surprise. The first-year student managed to involve the entire group in the work. Suddenly, Sir Volt broke the silence, calling the translation free, not literal, which meant that too many of his own thoughts had been added to it. But Nora was adamant that this was exactly what the teacher wanted, as stated when the tests were given. Rin, like many of those present, watched the girl with great interest, and at some point it even seemed that he was starting to like her. This Verlaine course is about diplomacy, and Sir Volt is also a former diplomat, so Nora decided it all made some sense. The broad-shouldered teacher, with his hands on his hips, suddenly stood up in front of the students and began to speak loudly, saying that studying this language, in this case, was definitely not for communication or entertainment. He asked to explain why, in their understanding, it is necessary to study the language of a foreign country. Politics, to gain an advantage in a diplomatic situation, the girl answered absolutely correctly. Learning foreign languages is important to improve diplomatic skills. Volt asked his students to analyze and reflect, to get to the bottom of things, and not to get hung up on superficial information. His words seemed to throw Megaran off her stride, her face turning reddish. Nora had mastered the main rule of this course perfectly, so she could stay and study the language. From the front desks, one could hear admiring conversations about the girl's excellent mental abilities and resourcefulness, which reached the already angry Megaran. Unexpectedly, Volt turned to Megaran and asked her to stay for a while after class so that she could take a language test, since the student received this position on the recommendation of one of the academy's teachers. But not everyone could calmly experience the superiority of the first-year student and tried to instruct her on testing. But Volt made it clear that the girl had literally just proven her excellent knowledge of the language, and there was no need for further verification. Meanwhile, Megarin began to worry a lot that she wouldn't be able to cope with the task, nervously clenching her hands into fists, banging on the table. A stingy tear flowed from her eye. There was simply no face on her. If she failed the test, she could take a course that matched her level of knowledge. It was not difficult to guess that the answers to the test were suggested by her friend Mavri, who was a senior student and had a larger knowledge base. Such behavior is unacceptable, especially in advanced lectures where gifted children gather. Megarin's face seemed to be distorted with anger and fear. It might turn out that the girl actually doesn't speak the language, as she was trying to demonstrate. Nora turned to look at the frightened faces of her attackers. They were both under attack. After the unsurprising failure, Megarin was consoled by her classmates, calming her down. They blamed Nora and the teacher for everything, that this was nitpicking over a trifle. It was like a circle of haters. They were throwing angry looks and remarks in Nora's direction, but she tried not to show that she cared. In order to move from the winner to the victim and appear good, Megarin continued to demonstratively lament and blame herself for everything, allegedly due to the lack of training at the Hertz estate. But Nora also did not receive training at the estate. It was a lie. Days, who arrived, stood up for her friend and began to tell the whole truth about what happened. It was clear that this was all happening out of envy. They were simply envious of her superiority over them. Previously, Nora was sure that people didn't like her because she was different, strange. She sincerely felt guilty. Perhaps that's why she allowed herself to be bullied like that. But now she clearly understood that all this was because, unlike the girl with the purest reputation, the beauty Megarin, the daughter of a modest aristocrat, a distant relative of the Elandia family with rare eyes, appeared, who immediately surpassed her in grades. She could not bear the very fact of the existence of a competitor. No matter how you look at it, the beginning and end of the gifted girl's misfortune were connected precisely with these eyes. Days looked at her friend pitifully. She regretted that she had entered into a squabble with the offenders, after which many insults poured from their lips, thinking that this could have seriously hurt her loved one. She considered her new acquaintance to be elegant, neat, and more mature than other ladies, and was worried that she would be put off by such uncivilized behavior. But the little girl just wanted to protect her from attacks, tried to get closer to Nora, even though she understood that there was almost no chance. Suddenly, Days was fired up with an idea. She needed to think about how to get this chance to become a close person for the impeccable classmate. She came up with the idea of throwing a party, to which she invited her only friend, Nora, first. She even agreed to be alone, but she also wasn't against inviting her friends and other classmates. Nora was surprised by such a warm attitude, because on the contrary, she tried to stay away from everyone and did not show kindness or interest in the baby. Just as she decided to accept her invitation, Days happily grabbed her friend's hands. Such a kind and sincere girl, just like a little girl, jumped with happiness, holding Nora's hands tightly. She imagined this day filled with smiles and happy moments in bright, beautiful outfits, preferably a party for just two. Days was serious about making friends at all costs, became. The next sunny morning, in the lounge, His Majesty Abellis was waiting for his assistant with news about the newly admitted students. A girl appeared in the doorway, bright red hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, a well-chosen formal outfit, the color of her hair. All this adorned the already unusually beautiful Natalie, the lady of the house of the Duke of Grunholz. She brought the answer sheets of the first-year students' examination papers to the man who was resting in his chambers, waiting for her arrival. The fair-haired man thanked the lady and began to look at the students' work. Of all the tests, he specifically looked for Nora's work. Apparently, he had already heard about the students' achievements. He was interrupted by a man present in the chambers, who was also interested in the results of the first-year students. A familiar male figure, blue eyes, long white hair pulled back into a ponytail. This is the key figure of Nora's past life. The young man's name was Abelis, Nora's former husband, the crown prince of the imperial family of Visto. He handed the stack of papers to the man so that he could look at the work of a relative whose education their family had paid for. One of the teachers expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that this test is not an indicator of the abilities of first-year students and how a person from the lower nobility could get the highest score. Either the answers were leaked in advance, or she copied. The man looked at her work with surprise. He could not believe that such an impeccable job could be done by a first-year student. The content was clear, the sentences were well written, and he was delighted with everything. Abeles came close to his interlocutor and with a grin suggested that someone could have whispered the answer to her, clearly hinting at it. The man was offended by this accusation, but he tried to hide his emotions. Would he really do something like that for the sake of some relative whom he had never even seen in person? The prince believed him, because before this conversation, he had already checked everything and was sure of his innocence, but he was interested in the details of the student's education before entering. He even believed that the girl was the illegitimate daughter of someone from the temple, but the man denied this information. Abeles was very interested in this girl. He even called her a genius. It was clear that he planned to find out everything about her. A relative confirmed his conclusions, calling her a pretty girl who was lucky to be born with pretty eyes. Since she is so smart, it means she can be useful. It was clear from his cunning eyes that a cunning plan was brewing in his head. From the window of the very tower in which the library was located, someone's conversation could be heard. In his chambers, in front of the window, on a carved chair, sat a dark-haired young man, dressed in a green shirt with a slightly unbuttoned collar and brown trousers. The guy was clearly worried about something and was in deep thought. It was Kevin, whom Nora had recently encountered in a secret place. It was precisely her search that puzzled the young man. A man in a black cloak appeared behind him, clearly hiding his identity. Kevin sent his servant to find out all the information he could about the girl he had met. The guy was surprised when he heard that there was almost nothing significant about the freshman, only a couple of facts about her family. It was unlikely that such a small, fragile girl was somehow connected to the emperor or was a spy. It turns out that she really came to this place by chance and has no selfish motives. Kevin found this very strange, since this was the place where he exchanged secret codes with his subordinates. When his father, the previous archduke, died, the emperor, who wanted to take over the city, quietly waited for the right moment. So he began to suspect that due to his failures, he might have recruited this child as a spy. But if you think about it, her reaction back then was quite strange. Her expression seemed to ask how he knew about this place. A 12-year-old girl with a weak body who had never even held a sword in her hands, but her eyes were like those of an adult, as if she had experienced all the hardships of this world. Kevin was glad that something interesting had finally appeared in the boring academy. The party at the academy is divided into two categories. The first one is officially organized by the student council. This is a party that anyone can freely attend, and the second one can only be attended by those who received an invitation. They are organized by the students themselves. Typically, at individually organized parties, children from families with similar status and income would exchange invitations. After the party, the kids were making harsh comments about whose was classy and which was so-so. In this sense, Day's party was like an informal slumber party, but the linens and refreshments were top-notch, and the maids were well-trained. The children were happy to take part in such fun. Many came up and personally thanked the organizer. She was very kind and responsive to the guests, smiling sweetly, asking them to feel at home. Nora, like everyone else, considered this party to be a great success. She felt extremely comfortable and pleased to be present at this event. The scale of the celebration did not surprise the girl. The Day's family was very wealthy, so they did not skimp on the wishes of their only daughter. Of course, the new friend could not be left without attention. The girl treated her especially carefully. A lot of food was prepared especially for her, which would not be served in the canteen. The girl thanked her friend, but at the same time she experienced a very strange, incomprehensible feeling. It was hard for her to let anyone get close to her. It was because of Day's very good attitude, as if to a close friend, that Nora was confused and did not understand what she had done to deserve this, because she had not done anything good towards her. The conversation was interrupted by Ida's former friend who came up to her. She also expressed gratitude to the girls for the party, complimenting their hairstyles and clothes. Days was angry with the guest. Perhaps jealousy flared up in her. The girl clearly wanted to communicate with Nora. Ida was just about to turn to Nora when she suddenly heard indignant voices and felt a strong push in the back. Quite by accident, the guy standing next to her spilled a whole glass on the guest's head. He was pushed by the boys standing nearby. The contents of the glass spilled all over her hair and pajamas. The girl was unpleasantly surprised, and a crowd of children came running to her scream. Instead of apologizing, the guy started laughing and pointing his finger at the girl, attracting the attention of those around him. Tears began to flow from Ida's eyes from the insult, but the boy did not calm down and even began to insult her, calling her a wet mouse. Following him, the rest of the party guests joined in with insults, mercilessly throwing unpleasant phrases in her direction. The shameless behavior of the cruel children once again brought Nora back to the memories of her difficult past. In the same way, this angry crowd of evil children humiliated her by pointing their fingers at her. The most terrible fragment surfaced in her head, as if she had plunged into that day again, so she understood how Ida was feeling now. Unable to bear this sight, unexpectedly for those around her, Days began to stop these scoundrels. This fragile girl began to fiercely defend her guest. She scolded the guy like a little boy, and in front of everyone, forcing him to apologize to Ida, he simply had no other choice. Days gave instructions to the servants to choose a new outfit for the offended woman and help her tidy up her hair. To disperse the crowd, Days declared the conflict over, sending all the guests to continue having fun and wait for the promised chocolate cake. Nora still couldn't recover from the shock of the whole situation. She took it too close to heart and transferred it onto herself. It was as if she was in the grip of a panic attack. The friend was concerned about her condition and wanted to help, ordering her to bring warm milk and trying not to leave her side. She held Nora's hands the way one holds the closest and dearest people to one's heart, to support and help in a difficult situation. But my classmate couldn't believe that in this place full of anger, there were kind and sympathetic people. Selfless kindness, that's why you should be wary of her after all. She may be one of those who mocked her. The little girl continued to try to distract her, offering her sweets to eat and then to play cards. At the same time, she continued to hold her hands, waiting for the girl to calm down and finally relax. Nora wanted to hope that at least one child could be on her side. Wouldn't it be normal to think that she had a friend, even though she had always been lonely? The girls decided to move on to the game that Day's father had bought. It was for two, so for the rest of the party they spent time only together. The next day, almost at dawn, the students each went to their own lessons. The friends would spend this day in another building of the academy. The students sat down at the lecterns and prepared for class. The girls sat next to each other. This was a general lecture, so the entire first year was going to it. Nora reached into her briefcase for her supplies, but suddenly pulled her hand out, as if she was afraid of something. Her sweet face turned to anger, and her behavior made it clear that she had stumbled upon something that clearly shouldn't have been there. Days noticed her friend's reaction and began to pester her with questions. She was very worried about her and read every emotion. Nora tried to pretend that nothing had happened, but she wouldn't stop. Ida heard the girls' conversation and immediately ran up to ask what was in the backpack that had frightened her old friend. But no one was in a hurry to answer her. It was unclear what kind of ardent interest in the situation was behind it. Days was very angry at the manifestations of the obsessive person. While Ida was making excuses, the girls noticed a familiar figure in the background who was clearly involved in this story. It was Megara. Her sly look made it clear that this was her doing. Her eyes seemed to show that she was going to take revenge on her classmate. But Nora tried to contain her emotions and not show how something had hurt or frightened her, explaining that there was nothing in the briefcase except for accessories. The persistent Ida kept trying to get into the bag, noting the strange sounds coming from it, as if she was aware of it, but was pursuing the goal of publicity. With her hand, she brazenly tried to grab Nora's bag so much that she had to hold it back by force. Unable to stand the rude behavior of her classmate, Days intervened and took the bag for herself, once again proving herself to be a true friend. She was shocked by the whole situation and was ready to pounce on the enemy, protecting her friend's property. Their cries had already attracted the attention of other students. It was impossible to avoid publicity. Everyone wanted to know the details and put forward their own assumptions. Ida once again received a sea of criticism from her classmates for her tactless behavior, which clearly angered her. The conflict was interrupted by the teacher. He called everyone to the lesson in the dance hall, and the students followed him. Days returned the bag and called for them to leave this audience. Ida left with a dissatisfied face, probably because she had not managed to achieve her selfish goal and also received a lot of condemnation. As they moved, Nora again remembered a very similar story from a past life, involving all the same people. It was also she who, having put her hand into her bag, discovered several nasty large cockroaches in it, and of course her reaction was completely different, exactly as the attackers wanted, to scare her and make a laughing stock of her. Of course, everything was invented and organized by Megaran, and from that moment on, she had influence on Ida, who at that time was a close friend of Nora. But this time they won't succeed, because in front of them is not that weak and defenseless girl. This is a strong soul in a child's guise who has already gone through hell and torment. The ex-girlfriend would do well to make a different choice so that revenge would touch her less, while she has a chance to soften her fall. When they reached the dance hall, the students saw it as if it was a ballroom. Everything was decorated in this aristocratic style, and the dances were appropriate. Everyone was divided into pairs, a partner and a partner. The teacher himself put them in pairs, but during the dance, on command, they had to exchange partners, which gave the opportunity to get to know other students of the opposite sex and find a suitable one for further interaction in this lesson. Nora came across a fair-haired, medium-height young man who immediately began to actively talk to her. His keen interest was noticeable. In passing, he offered to be his partner at the freshman ball the student council was throwing the following weekend. The girl looked at the pestering young man with disdain. The very slippery and unpleasant boy only evoked negative emotions in her. This disgusting young man tried to gain her trust, but fortunately Nora knew him and could assess his behavior. It was Try, Megaran's friend. In the past, he was also among the offenders. Taking her by surprise before the lecture, the guy put a glass of sour milk on the poor girl's head. She couldn't move from her spot. She had to sit in that position until he had played enough and removed the glass. The surrounding students just watched and laughed. The classmate, hiding her contempt, politely refused her partner's invitation, promised to drop by the ball for a short while and then go back to her quarters to do her homework. True expressed his admiration for his classmate's diligence in her studies and tried to show his good intentions. Without losing hope, he continued to invite her, but she was just gathering the whole class for the upcoming party of his beloved friend Megaran. While the guy was chatting, Nora noticed a couple dancing in front of her. A beige silk ribbon was falling from the student's braid. Leaving True without an answer, she apologized and hurried away. Looking after the guy, he tried to understand where his partner had rushed off to so quickly. Nora ran up, picked up the ribbon, and was about to give it to its owner when an opportunity arose to escape from the conversation with the intrusive young man. She called out to her classmate. The red-haired girl, Alexa, looked at her questioningly. Her straight-cut bangs and large round glasses made her stand out from the other students. Alexa was glad that Nora picked up and gave her the ribbon. It was bought for a lot of money and almost got lost. Since everyone is wearing similar ribbons lately, it's easy to confuse them with someone else's, so it will be difficult to find yours if it suddenly gets lost. Her classmate's ribbon had her initials embroidered on it, so if she lost it, it would be easy to find, so she didn't worry about it. While dancing, Nora accidentally stepped on the ribbon, for which she politely apologized. The cream satin ribbon was popular among the girls at the academy, so almost everyone wore it. Therefore, the students often exchanged them with each other. They were distinguished only by the fabric, either cheap or slightly more expensive, but many girls did not go into these details, while others could specifically replace them. The day of Ida's party arrived. She dressed up and greeted all the guests at the door and invited them to her feast. Nora and Days also attended her event and thanked her for the invitation. To their delight, Megaran will not be there, since she is from the highest aristocracy and cannot attend this kind of party. This is an old building of the theological faculty, which is now used as a banquet hall. It was not very well maintained. If you go around all the corners, you can see spiders. Days offered to bring a drink for Nora. Her friend agreed and went on to explore the hall. For convenience, an old red carpet was laid there to avoid injuries while dancing and to prevent children's shoes from slipping. As the girl walked, people could hear conversations about her behind her back, but she tried to pretend that she didn't notice anything and didn't stop. Suddenly, the girl heard screams. Turning around, she saw two arguing students who had already been separated by the maids because they were clinging to each other. The conflict, as expected, was over everyone's favorite cream ribbon. Ida, all disheveled and tearful, asked to give her back her ribbon. But angry Alexa, holding this tape in her hands, seemed ready to tear this girl apart. It was her ribbon, and the marking was visible on it, which meant that either the girl stole it or mixed it up. While the girls were arguing, Nora was touched by this situation and moved on while everyone was engrossed in watching this circus. The situation happened at just this time, which helped her to start her plan, the plan for revenge. She decided to get even with her for the situation with the bag and the small spiders. She dropped the spiders right into the glasses standing on the table. She wanted to watch how the offender would wriggle out of these situations and suffer from hopelessness. Memories of those terrible days when her supposed friend set her up and betrayed her came back to Nora's mind. One of the students lost gold coins, and it was Ida who publicly accused Nora of stealing, saying that she even saw it happen. Nora literally begged her friend on her knees to refute her words and prove that she did not take these coins. But instead, the villainess took her bag away to find what everyone was looking for. She turned her entire bag over, and suddenly the very same lost coin fell out of it. She also continued to insist that she had seen with her own eyes how the girl was stealing coins from her classmates. Then she publicly scolded her for her wrongdoings and denied their closeness, that such thieves could not be her equal, called her a dirty beggar, a thief. Only Nora knew the truth, that it was Ida who staged the whole thing and quietly put that ill-fated coin in her bag. But then she was so upset that she was unfairly accused and did not think that her loved one could be involved. Now, thinking about it, the only person who could secretly put the gold coins, the real gold coin thief, was her best friend Ida. And now the offender stands in the middle of the hall of her own party, disgraced and crushed, but it is absolutely deserved. 3 days before Ida's party, Nora went to the three-way laundry. Ida was just leaving her clothes at the pay laundry. She, with pitiful eyes and a thin voice, asked the laundress about that ribbon, lying that it was the most valuable thing. The laundress, among all the others, found the ribbon Nora needed and hurried to give it to its owner. To begin with, Nora stole a ribbon from Ida, and 2 days later went to the dorm laundry room. Unlike Ida, who has few maids, Alex has a maid who does the laundry, so she uses the communal laundry room. While the maid was distracted, Nora had the opportunity to steal the ribbon. Naturally, the maid immediately discovered the loss and was very upset. While the maid was thinking about how to get out of this situation, the girl threw the same ribbon, but without initials, which the woman, in her upset feelings, did not notice. When the maid brought her the ribbon, she immediately noticed the substitution and began to think about who could have stolen it. The first person Alexa suspected was, of course, her longtime enemy Ida, which was to her advantage. On the morning of the party, with very little time left before the event, the entire laundry room was in an uproar, looking for their mistress's ribbon. The same laundress from whom Nora had asked for the ribbon was terribly frightened and ran to search every possible place. The laundry worker found the ribbon and was taking it to hand it in. The maid Alex was busy preparing the party alone, so she didn't pay any attention to the embroidery. There were no flaws in this plan. Alex lost her ribbon, and Ida put on Alex's ribbon. The culmination of their meeting was a party. Passions continued to rage at the party. Ida, almost foaming at the mouth, insisted that she had not stolen anything and that the ribbon was hers. And Alex, in turn, continued to blame and prove that her ribbon had initials embroidered on it, which were made by the maid, and even suggested ordering Ida's servant to sew the same initials on it so that they could compare. Enraged, Alex grabbed her enemy by the dress near the chest and began to shake her so hard that she was lifted off the floor by several centimeters. She lifted Ida up, brought her close to her face, and with a very menacing look, began to threaten her and her family. Days, who had gone to get drinks earlier, made her way through the crowd, but there was no time for them now. She asked her friend about the squabble between the girls, but Nora shrugged. A classmate standing nearby told me that Ida had stolen the ribbon from Alex, and she went into great detail. The plan had worked perfectly. Nora did a great job with her role. It's hard to pretend you don't know when you're the main culprit. She also added that you need to be more careful with your things and pay close attention before you put them on, especially before an important event. Ida continued to make excuses. The ribbon was brought from the laundry, so she thought it was her thing. But the enraged woman could no longer prove anything. She was sure that the tape could not possibly have ended up in the laundry, because unlike the poor aristocrat, she had a maid who did the laundry. Alex grabbed the girl's hair and tousled it, urging her to confess to what she had done, that she had stolen the ribbon because she had ruined her own. The other students were watching what was happening and were clearly on Alex's side. The situation was very well thought out. There were already guesses among the crowd that when Ida tried to get into Nora's bag, she might also have tried to steal something. Ida, tearful and disheveled, lay on the floor under the condemnation of her classmates. She was crushed. All the party guests hurried to leave the room because of the mess Ida had made, which only further trampled the girl into the dirt. From the departing crowd, discussions could be heard about the surprise that had been prepared in the guests' glasses. Spiders also played their part. In the middle of the hall, of all the guests, only Nora remained, thinking about the children's behavior. There are no initially strange children in the world. At first, everyone is more cheerful and joyful. Over time, when children begin to isolate themselves, you lose social skills and contact with peers is reduced to zero. That's when you really become a strange, uninteresting child. Memories from the past came flooding back, just like Nora felt when she received another round of humiliation. She looked about the same at that moment and did not understand how she could deserve such cruelty. This time Ida became an abnormal child and felt it fully on her own skin. It must be admitted that this was indeed a perfect plan. The game has been launched and it is not over yet. A stunningly beautiful room, reserved in pink tones, a well-set table filled with various sweet delicacies. But what catches the eye most are the specially grown small pink roses around the table, which create an incredible atmosphere. Two girls were sitting at the table talking enthusiastically about something and drinking tea from cute pink and purple dishes. Nora and one of her classmates were discussing the situation at that very party. The girl spoke very badly of Ida and condemned her bad behavior, but on the contrary, she gave Nora very pleasant compliments. While her classmates showered her with compliments, calling her the smartest and most elegant, Nora listened warily to every word. She emphasized all the advantages, admired her unusual eyes, intelligence, spontaneity. Of course, it was nice to hear this addressed to her, but it was not always so. Nora thanked her interlocutor and modestly joked the girl invited her to the upcoming party. This time everything is different, from the praise to treating her as if she is from high society. In their past life, none of them invited Nora to the party, and a picture from the past appeared before their eyes again. The poor girl received an invitation to a party at the senior hall, but when she got to the building, there was no one there. Nora thought that she had arrived too late or had mistaken the place, but she heard laughter from the bushes. They were deliberately playing a prank on her, and after that, they ridiculed and mocked her for a long time, calling her stupid. Ida deliberately gave Nora a fake invitation. This was originally the plan of their gang. Of course, they rejoiced and were happy. It was from this conversation that Nora heard that they didn't want to see her at any party. The scoundrels had rewarded her with the role of an outcast. Ida condemned the girl, portrayed her as stupid and slovenly, and also a thief. And of course her classmates had no desire to have contact with her. Since everyone knew that the girls knew each other and Ida knew her mother, no one had any doubts about her bad opinion of Nora's mother. During the conversation, the classmates continued to discuss Ida's behavior. The interlocutor used exactly the same words as Ida had once spoken about Nora. Everything came back like a boomerang. Even though Ida tormented Nora greatly, there is only one thing that happened the same as in the previous life. Ida hated insects since childhood, so she herself would not have gone to the surprise arranged for her classmate. Not to mention how cleverly everything was conceived and planned. But is the price this child is paying for his past misdeeds justified? Everything is in the past, but this does not mean that none of this happened. The wound received has still not healed. But at the same time, what was in the past and has not even happened yet, the enemies of the past are now innocent, but they continue to appear before the girl one after another. However, is there any reason to take revenge even before something happens, based on their past mistakes? And as expected, perhaps Nora becomes the same monster as her abusers. It was a sunny morning, and the girl went to her secret place in the tower where the library was located. The abundance of various books could not help but attract attention and, most importantly, the absence of people around. When she reached her place, she suddenly heard a familiar male voice. In the young man, she recognized the same guy whom she had met here under strange circumstances during her last visit, and was interested in why he continued to come here, since this place was no longer a secret. It was Kevin, standing on the other side, leaning against the shelf that separated him from the freshman, as if waiting for her arrival. The guy laughed at the persistence of the girl, who defended her place, but knew perfectly well that she could find him here and still came. Suddenly, Kevin said her name. She was of course surprised that he was looking for her, but she pretended not to hear him and continued to defend her secluded spot. The high school student was already rolling his eyes at the girl's stubbornness, but it was clear that he was becoming even more interested in her obstinacy. Behind the bookshelf stood the same wooden carved chair that Nora had noticed last time. It was Kevin's chair. He had dragged it there on purpose. He explained that he needed this chair so that he could sit in a secluded place and think over his plans. At the word plan, Kevin suddenly mentioned how the freshman had switched the girl's ribbons. Nora was simply shocked, but didn't show it. The young man conducted a great investigation, learned not only the name, but also other details. Apparently he was following her, which did not look like the behavior of a knight. But he reminded her that Nora's behavior was not chivalrous either, as if he was blackmailing her a little. Nora wanted to know as soon as possible what the high school student wanted from her. He was calling her to come out to him and talk face to face. The girl looked warily in his direction, folding her arms near her chest. She clearly did not want to go out. But a minute later, steps were heard in his direction. Nora decided to talk. She had no other choice. She walked close to the bookcase and moved one of the books on the shelf, creating a small window so she could see her interlocutor. Kevin suddenly filled the empty space with his handsome yet masculine face and whispered tenderly that he needed Nora. Nora did not understand what goal the young man was pursuing and insisted that she had no relation to the Alandia family. Kevin reached between the books and gently touched the girl's fragile hand, continuing to speak. She was discouraged and not prepared for such a close manifestation of the guy. Nora reminded that she was only 12 years old now, and asking her to spy on someone was very strange. Kevin pointed his finger right at the freshman's face and remembered how fearless and brave she was. The little girl is not afraid of a sword pointed at her face, nor of difficulties in learning, and she controls public opinion perfectly. From a small gap between the books, Nora looked thoughtfully at the guy and realized that she was trapped. A ruler always needs people, and a person like Nora is worth her weight in gold. You either have to agree to his terms or think about how to get out of this situation. He knew too much. As Kevin left their secret place, he promised Nora that he would fulfill any wish if she would suddenly turn to him and appreciate her skills in other things that she could do for him. At the high oval door stood Ida, literally crushed, as if she had come to confession. The girl was shaking all over and repenting that she had made a mistake, that nothing had worked out for her, that the situation had not turned in her favor. Nervously fiddling with her fingers, she simply couldn't find a place for herself. One could feel her fear of her interlocutor. Megaran sat before her, as if on a throne, and it seemed that Ida was under her power. The queen leader, with an angelic face and an open smile, asked to fulfill some request. The girl hesitated and answered incoherently that she could hardly have put the spider into Nora's bag. With tears in her eyes, she assured that she would not be able to do another dirty trick. This time she could be caught and punished. But Megaran assured that after this, Ida would take an advantageous position. If he wants to change the negative perception of others about himself, he will fulfill the request of a friend, and everyone will forget about what happened. The cunning Megaran, putting her hands on her shoulders, ingratiating herself even more, said that she believed in her innocence. With her eyes clouded by her charm and flattering remarks, she insisted on fulfilling her request. The stupid girl doesn't even understand that she is a puppet in the hands of a cunning girl. Of course, Ida agrees, naively believing that this will change her current situation for the better. The only thing Megaran dreamed about at that moment was how to bring Nora to the very bottom. The next morning, the children went to a lecture. Each child had their own specially equipped table with all the necessary supplies. Traditionally, magic has been an important part of culture. In the age of the three warriors, it was as natural as air, but in our age, it has become a very valuable resource. Here, they gathered students to help them discover their magical talents and acquire the fundamental theoretical knowledge they needed. Nora couldn't focus on the lecture because she was thinking about her last meeting with Kevin. The power Kevin had couldn't be challenged, so she didn't know what to do. When Alandia gains independence from the kingdom, despite the chaos between the faction battles, Kevin remained neutral until the very end. If he joins him, he might be able to live a full life away from the Elandian Empire. The only question was whether this guy could be trusted, whether there was a catch. If Elandia's jewel can be removed from it, is there any guarantee that he will not then sell it to Elandia? It is worth remembering that, as a child, he killed all the vassals who opposed him. The girl needed to think carefully and weigh the pros and cons before giving an answer. Nora interrupted her thoughts and turned her attention to Ida, who was sitting next to her, staring at one point and making strange movements. She looked around as if she was very afraid of something. The girl's behavior was very different from usual. Her body was shaking. She nervously hit her leg with her hand, trying to stop internally, but nothing worked. Nora watched her classmate and could not understand what was happening to her. She was behaving very suspiciously. For the next lecture, the children went to the auditorium with common chairs. Everyone chatted about their own things and prepared for the lesson. Megaran's friend Leah was about to sit down next to her when she opened her bag. Her face suddenly changed. A precious bracelet disappeared from the girl's bag. It was an emerald bracelet that her aunt had given her. It was very dear to Leah, and she almost never parted with it. The student was sure that she had taken it out before the lesson and put it in her bag. Leah and her friend searched everywhere, looked in all the compartments in the bag, but the bracelet was nowhere to be found. Megaran asked the class for help to find the missing item. Hearing this, Alex turned her attention to Ida lying on the desk, which looked suspicious. The teacher heard the noise and asked the reason for the scream. The students told her about the bracelet. She tried to calm down the crying Leah, thinking that the girl simply did not take her jewelry to class. Megaran convinced her that she personally saw her classmate put the bracelet in her bag before the start of the lesson. The teacher grabbed her head. She was worried about the incident and asked the children to look around and check everything. Alex assured that they had checked all the places long ago, but still hadn't found anything. The girl glanced in Ida's direction and made a sharp suggestion that the jewelry had been stolen. Ida, hearing this, suddenly perked up, and when she raised her head, her frightened eyes with greatly dilated pupils became visible. Everyone present immediately looked down at the girl, and tears began to roll down her face from fear and resentment. Alex suddenly ran up to her and, grabbing her by the sleeve, began to scream and force Ida to turn out her pockets. The teacher called out to Alex and reprimanded her, forcing her to sit down in her seat. Days stood behind Nora and watched what was happening. Nora thought about the value of this jewelry. An emerald of this size is very expensive. The teacher slammed her hands on the table to attract everyone present in the audience. Leah approached her and offered to check the pockets of all the suspects. The teacher had mixed feelings. On the one hand, a decent person should not doubt others, but on the other hand, there was a need to find the missing person. Suddenly, one of the students raised her hand, wanting to express her opinion. Of course, it was the wise Megaran who reminded them that all of their classmates had moved together during practice, suggesting that the criminal might be among those who were absent at that moment. Then suspicion fell on Ida, who had just left earlier than everyone else, citing a stomachache. But this is not the first time the girl has left classes under this pretext. Ida could not bear these evil looks and accusations and was already shedding bitter tears. But Megaran made it clear that it might not only be Ida because there were others who were absent. Nora was not with the students at that moment. Megaran asked for forgiveness for daring to doubt the purity of her classmates' reputation, hoping for her understanding. The children's disapproving glances suddenly turned to Nora, waiting for her answer. Nora smiled and assured that there was nothing wrong with that and that she was ready for any tests. Then the teacher decided to start checking the girls' bags. And the first thing she asked was to show the contents of Nora's bag. The girl, looking absolutely calm, brought her briefcase and was going to demonstrate that there was no stolen property in it. She was absolutely sure of that. Megaran was eagerly awaiting the outcome of this story. It was even a strange interest. She directed her sly glance towards Nora, but the girl did not give up her position and responded in kind. The teacher opened her bag and began to take out all the supplies one by one, and suddenly saw a gleam from something shining. This light came from the lock of Nora's diary. The stolen bracelet was not in the bag. The surprised classmates could barely contain their emotions, and Nora was cleared of all suspicion. Megaran was lost in her thoughts. She was sure that the decoration should be in the girl's bag. At this time, Ida was nervously fiddling with her fingers, realizing that she was under threat. The children, expecting the truth, turned their gaze to Ida. The teacher asked her to show the outside of her bag. Ida felt something was wrong and could no longer restrain herself. She cried bitterly and screamed about her innocence. The teacher believed that the girl was telling the truth and asked her not to be afraid of this mistake. Realizing that she couldn't avoid being checked, the girl went to get her bag with great fear. It looked like an ordinary backpack, but it was decorated with cute pink teddy bears and bows. The teacher opened her bag and began to take out all the supplies from it. The student sat opposite her and watched nervously. Suddenly, the teacher's gaze changed dramatically, and silence fell in the classroom. Not believing her eyes, she slowly took out that very precious bracelet. Only one question flashed through Ida's mind. How did he get there? She literally screamed hysterically, insisting that she was not a thief, that she had simply been set up by ill-wishers. Her excuses only angered her classmates and proved her innocence. From the furious way Leah tore her face away, it was clear that Ida had made an enemy. The teacher had no choice but to return the bracelet to its owner and leave the culprit after class to clarify the circumstances. The girl was simply in despair and no longer knew how to get out of this situation. Nora watched everything from the crowd and was angry at her classmates' false tears. She shouldn't have gone against Nora. She herself forced her to take such cruel measures. While Nora was engrossed in her thoughts, she noticed Ida's strange behavior and began to watch her closely. Ida, having made sure that no one could see her, picked up some object and followed into the classroom. She walked slowly and quietly, as if afraid of being noticed, down the corridor, Nora following her unnoticed. The girl approached one of the tables where Nora's bag lay and had already begun to unpack it. But suddenly the decoration became magnetized to the bag's plaques, which created noise. And she began to doubt and think, maybe now it's time to stop. Suddenly this is a sign. She had wonderful memories of their childhood, where they were happy and friendly. How their selfless friendship brought only smiles. They were truly good together. But good memories were replaced by pictures from their meeting at the academy when Nora refused to recognize her friend. She remembered the images from that ill-fated party, and anger filled her mind more and more. The daughter of some younger knight behaved arrogantly and pushed her away. Does it make sense that poor Nora, who lives on the outskirts of town, became the first in the academy? It would be fine if it was Megaran, a high aristocrat. She should have known her place. It was a fair price for everything she had done, and she certainly deserved to be treated so cruelly. The insults got the better of her, and the girl still put the bracelet in Nora's bag. But she didn't know that Nora had been watching her for a long time and could turn the story in her favor. Nora hid in the next room to make sure she remained unnoticed and waited for Ida to leave. She was overcome with such anger she realized that all her worries were in vain. This girl definitely did not deserve pity. The girl realized that her ill-wishers had not changed one bit from the past. Ida made the same stupid choice as before, the same pathetic thing. Thanks to this, Nora will no longer hesitate and can cast aside all humanity. She waited until the classroom was empty and went to the place where Ida was sitting, and she planted a bracelet on her. Now the enemy will pay a fair price for what she did. Nora felt satisfaction watching her classmate being humiliated. The girl was going to send the culprit to hell, into which they were going to push her. The next morning began with a wonderful atmosphere. Megaran looked in surprise at the bouquet given to her. The young man held out a bouquet of extraordinary beauty. These were ordinary violet wildflowers, but they had a certain charm. A group of classmates sat at the table and watched Alberto and Megaran flirt. Because of her beauty and excessive attention, many girls envied Megaran. Adalia was no exception and was haunted by her rival's success. Because Megaran had more noble blood than any of the girls, she was afraid that she would end up with Nelson, whom Adalia was in love with. Usually, great aristocrats marry into a family that matches their level. Nada, the Duke's daughter, is in a relationship with the Crown Prince, and of the remaining families of great aristocrats, Megaran is the only girl who can marry Nelson. Megaran noticed that her friend was not thinking about them and turned her around. This lecture took place outdoors, in a very beautiful place. The children were divided into groups and practiced their knowledge of the rules of etiquette. Because of such a wonderful atmosphere, all the children were in a great mood, but not Leah. She was unhappy that all her friends were assigned to other groups. She was even more dissatisfied with her current company. At first, she was upset by the presence of the thief Ida, who sat as if beaten down, pressed against a chair, and kept silent. Also unpleasant was the presence of Nora and her friend Days, a country bumpkin and a noisy aristocrat. While the girl was not satisfied with the group, the girls chatted pleasantly and exchanged pleasant words. Leah considered them scum since she came from a noble family. Her father was the second son of a count. Nora observed how well the children in other groups interacted. But with such company, it will probably be even more fun. In addition to the beautiful flowering plants around, the gazebo had a direct view of a beautiful blue lake. The teacher gave the task to the groups to practice in turns, and everyone began to prepare. Leah asked Nora with disdain if she had been taught manners before. I asked her to demonstrate. The girl was clearly in a negative mood. Then a classmate suggested that she be the first guest and start from the beginning. Leah didn't like Nora at all, and the girl had no intention of hiding her disdain. She acts proud, pretends to be an aristocrat from high society. Grades and foreign languages do not matter in our time. She just has an excessive amount of self-importance, but nevertheless she is just the daughter of some poor knight. The girls began their practice. Nora politely greeted the guest Leah. She invited them to the table and asked them to sit down, pointing to the chair on her left. After thinking for a bit, Leah seemed to have come up with a plan to put the arrogant one in his place, and she began to argue with her. The first guest to be served should sit at the head of the table, Leah tried to correct. In a closed room, the guest should be seated in the place farthest from the door. Nora agreed, but only partially, believing that this only applied to closed spaces. The best place to have tea on the lakeshore is from here, where you can enjoy a beautiful view of the lake. Leah got angry and shouted that Nora shouldn't pretend to be a know-it-all. She couldn't know something that the Count's daughter didn't know. At this point, Days intervened and explained that her mother, during a garden party, would seat the most valuable guests where they could see the flowers best. An enraged Leah tried to put Days in his place, saying that her family had only recently risen into society. To avoid further conflict, Nora suggested contacting the teacher. Leah was not happy with this idea, but no one was listening to her anymore. The girls were calling for help. The girl's expression changed. She suddenly felt ashamed and afraid that she would turn out to be wrong. The teacher was surprised that Nora had approached him and was ready to help, but the student convinced him that the question actually came from Leah. But the girl politely avoided the conversation, assuring that she had no questions and that they simply did not understand each other. When he left, Leah expressed her dissatisfaction, thinking that the girls wanted to humiliate her. Even though she radiated coldness, deep down she liked Nora. Days was seriously angry and came to her friend's defense. But this only provoked her classmate. She decided not to continue the dialogue, simply laughed in the girls' faces and turned away. Now it's clear why Megaran hates them so much. The first one seemed polite and quiet, the second one was rude, and she also limped. Leah sat down at the table and reluctantly watched the practice of her group members. It came to Ida since she was also in the group. Nora politely addressed her as well. After all the situations, she didn't know how to react and behave. Her stiffness was visible. Nora continued to conduct the conversation within the framework of the practice and invited the guest to the table. But it was as if she had no face, and the mood for adequate interaction was definitely not expected. She sat down and nervously clenched her fists, and suddenly began to try to sort things out with Nora. Nora pretended not to understand what her classmate wanted to ask. But Ida was not going to calm down. She wanted to know if she was involved in the situation with the bracelet. The girl didn't want to answer her. She preferred to remain silent. In this situation, she should be ashamed to ask such a thing. Leah also heard this dialogue and looked at the thief of her jewelry with bewilderment. She couldn't believe her ears and listened to every word that came out of Ida's mouth. Ida continued to lament and said that her father bought her clothes and accessories, but Nora was poor. They always wear the same clothes and they don't have maids, so the only one who could have stolen the bracelet was Nora. Based on all this, she tried to shift the blame onto her and whitewash her reputation in front of the owner of the bracelet. But it didn't work out that way. Leah only got even more angry and began to harshly beat up her enemy. Leah could not understand what the girl was trying to achieve by saying all this in front of her. The bracelet was in her bag, and where would it have come from? Ida sat with her mouth open and didn't even have time to say anything. A huge stream of negativity fell upon her. The enraged woman fell face to face with the thief and, pointing her finger at her, threatened and insistently advised her to shut up. Even her shamelessness had to have a limit. Nora silently watched everything that was happening and thought about the last phrase that Leah said. No matter how you looked at it, one or the other, both were just as disgusting. She remembered very well how disgustingly her classmate had behaved in her past life. The little girl stood in front of her school cupboard, which was completely covered in a disgusting, slimy liquid from the inside, and almost all of her notebooks were torn. From all the chaos, a completely untouched, neatly lying red book caught my eye, under which a message in the form of a letter had been left. The girl opened the letter. It said that someone wanted to be friends with her, but the name was not indicated in the letter. She turned around to make sure no one was following her. Trying to figure out who it could be, Nora went through all the possible options. Most likely, it was a high school student who had not yet heard the rumors. In this academy where everyone hated her, he was the first person who said he wanted to be friends with her. Nora replied in a letter that she would be glad to become friends and continue communicating, and she happily exchanged letters with her. She didn't know the stranger by sight, but Nona was her first precious friend. The more they corresponded, the more she told Nona like an idiot. The girl later regretted it very much, but she trusted her as if she were herself. I shouldn't have done that. It was another knife in the back, which carried even more serious consequences. In the backyard in the corner of the school, there was another secret place for the outcast girl. A precious place where she planted flowers and went to water them. And she dreamed that one day she would meet her only friend, Nona, to whom she had become so attached. Nora wanted so much to show her beautiful flowers to her friend, but it was as if they were deliberately trampled, and these were definitely people, not animals. The girl cried bitterly. This was her only outlet, her secluded place for solitude with the beautiful. The most important thing is that she really didn't deserve such treatment. This harmless little girl couldn't even hurt a fly. In the next letter, addressed to her friend, Nora asked whether she had accidentally been in the secret place or had not told anyone about it, since no one else could know except Nona. But Nona did not answer again. The girl thought that she had insulted her friend with her last letter and continued to write letters with apologies and requests for an answer. Further actions took place already at one of the lectures, where the task was given to prepare an essay as a representative. Leah, who was sitting next to her, threw her piece of paper right in Nora's face and ordered her to do the work for her immediately. Her classmates continued to bully her for her well-planned theft, insulted her in every possible way, and hid their belongings from her. But Nora was already far from up to this. She was very worried that her friend was no longer answering her. It seemed to her that the reason for the neglect of her communication was the rumors that had reached her. The girl reluctantly began to correct her classmate's essay. She took up a pen and began to correct mistakes and remove unnecessary things, accompanying all this with loud comments. And suddenly it dawned on her. She looked at Leah's work more closely. The handwriting seemed very familiar to her. Leah angrily snatched the paper from Nora's hands because of her loud comments about her mistakes. She crumpled the piece of paper and began to scream wildly at her classmate throughout the entire classroom, which attracted the attention of the other children. It seemed to her that the girl considered herself better and smarter than other peers. Having gathered all her anger, the enraged girl pushed Nora in the shoulder with all her might. The girl definitely did not expect that it could come to physical violence. Waving her arms, she claimed that no one wanted to study in the same class with such a conceited person and called her a loser. Nora leaned her elbows on the chair, or rather, as the liquid spread over its back, gave in to her emotions and cried loudly. While Leah was angrily running towards the exit, the girl noticed a leaf falling out of her book. She waited until she quickly left the office to quietly pick up the sheet. Having picked it up, because of my kind and honest nature, I wanted to return it, but I could not resist and began to read. What she saw shocked her. It was probably a message from one of Leah's friends. It described the area where the secret place was located with great detail and mockery. It is written how Nona was tired of listening to nonsense in letters, but the purpose of these letters was to make it clear that one cannot go against Megaren. Nora caught up with Leah, calling her by her new friend's name, and furious, grabbed her arm roughly. She asked questions related to this situation, but the girl not only did not answer, she pretended that she had nothing to do with it. Laughing in his face, Leah asked for proof of her involvement in these letters. A classmate assured me that she had collected all the letters, but they wouldn't help. No one would believe it anyway. The poor thing did not know how to call this person to account and was very upset. Leah told the whole crowd that there was no guarantee that these were not stolen letters and reminded them of the situation with the coin. Everyone around laughed, especially Ida, who had set her up, and no one even thought that the accused could have been set up. To put the little girl in her place, Leah pushed her with all her might. The rest of the students simply watched and gloated, as if this was not a society of people, but a herd of sheep. First theft, now lies. This is going too far, but certainly not from an innocent, kind girl. After leaving the poor girl, her classmate continued to shout about her low origins and made various insults. And Nora was left standing alone, without support, and she also lost her only friend, or rather she found out that she never existed. In the evening, while the girl was grieving in her secret place, she was overtaken by enemies, and the meeting began with a strong push to the chest. There were 3 of them. They came to sort things out because the girl accused Leah of lying in front of everyone. They wanted to teach the little girl a lesson. One of them grabbed her by the hair and started pulling with all her might. Megaren's friend also did not stand aside and shouted, claiming that other low-ranking aristocrats were being insulted because of her. And the guy began to hit the girl's fragile body and face with all his might. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a dark male silhouette appeared with a textbook and a pointer. Nora was already lying on the ground, and her classmates grabbed her by the hair and slammed her face right into the ground. He was shocked by what he saw and ordered to stop immediately. That day, she was beaten up by her classmates. She was lucky that one of the teachers was passing by and took the victim to a doctor. The nurse assured that the girl was not seriously injured and could return to the academy in a week. Of course, she didn't want to go back there because everything could happen again. This time she was just lucky, but another time it could end tragically. The most offensive thing is that even with such an outcome, no one will care. The poor thing lay on her bed alone and didn't know how to live on. It was scary. When Nora returned to school, surprisingly none of the children touched her. Everyone only became colder towards her than before. The children who attacked her were not held accountable for their actions. The school closed the case by reaching an agreement with the children, without even taking into account the opinion of the injured party. The fact that they covered up the violence at school showed that Megaren stood on the children's side and actively protected them. Megaren must have seen some benefit in them, so she did it. So in this life, Nora had to make sure that none of them would go unpunished. There was a burning candle on the table. The girl was writing letters, fully describing the whole situation in vivid colors. She had to break them and punish them properly as they deserved, with all the cruelty. In one of the academy's auditoriums, the image of a red-haired, stately beauty appeared. It was Nada's secretary from the student council. Her appearance surprised everyone. In Nada's hands was a letter, which was the reason for her visit. The woman, with a serious attitude to sort out the situation, called on that same Nona to get up from her seat. Frightened, Leah turned pale but remained in place and was in no hurry to give herself away. The children looked at each other and tried to understand who they were talking about. They didn't have a student with that name. The secretary was not going to wait long for an answer and, stamping her high heel, insisted on coming out to answer. The search among the senior students yielded no results, so it was definitely a person from their class. Suddenly, one of the students timidly raised his hand, and the entire audience turned their gaze to him. Very unexpectedly for everyone present, Leah stood up from her seat and admitted that she was that very Nona. All the children watched what was happening in surprise, and the girl fearfully went down the stairs to talk to the secretary. Nada looked mockingly at the student and asked how she could be nervous after sending such a letter. An even greater shudder ran through the girl's body. She was obviously thinking about the letters addressed to Nora. The secretary handed her a piece of paper, and the student began to read with trembling hands. However, she did not give the piece of paper to the girl, and continued to clarify whether Leah was the sender of this letter. Seeing what was written, the girl began to deny it, saying that she had never written it. But 5 minutes before that, Leah claimed that she had called herself Nona, which surprised the woman. The frightened student continued to deny her involvement in this scribbling. Unable to bear this useless conversation any longer, Nada began to read the contents of the letter to the entire audience. The letter was addressed to Nelson, in which she praised him, called him cool and friendly, and asked him to be his friend. Megaren and the other students were confused, and at the moment they felt disgusted to listen to this. The girl wrote that she could not forget the first day of classes, and that she secretly watched the teacher wherever he was. The children were divided into 2 camps. Some found what they heard funny, while others felt disgusted and ashamed. Ida, foaming at the mouth, proved that this was not her letter, and that he was hearing about it for the first time. But at the end of the letter there was a girl's signature, and she couldn't get out of it. To avoid false accusations, Nada offered to identify the handwriting. She turned to her classmates for help. Adalia, embittered because of Nelson, volunteered to check the handwriting, claiming that she knows Leah well and knows perfectly well what her handwriting looks like. Then Natasha handed over the girl's letter for evaluation. Adalia peered intently, her face in intense focus. Meanwhile, Leah nervously awaited an answer and hoped that, due to their friendly relationship, her friend would defend her in any case. Having carefully studied the letter, Adalia confirmed that it was her friend's handwriting. The culprit became seriously angry and, naturally, vehemently denied her involvement. She accused her friend of lying, shouted and threatened the girl, probably thinking that she would change her testimony under pressure. Adalia did not tolerate rudeness and threats and threw a piece of paper at the enraged woman so that she would be convinced of her rightness. Not only the handwriting matched, but also the writing style and even the spelling errors. Nada intervened in the debate between her friends and stood between them to calm them down. Citing her busy schedule, the secretary hastened to close the topic and called Leah for a separate conversation. As they walked, Natasha brightened up how the student gained access to the personal box in which she put the letter. Thanks to Nona's writing, Nelson was very upset and expected an explanation. Her classmates discussed Leah's actions, putting together all the memories of how she had spoken disparagingly of the lower aristocrats. The arrogant woman decided that if she was the daughter of a count, then she could also be the heir of a duke. Leah wanted to associate with the higher aristocrats, so she drew the line and looked down on the lower aristocrats. Ignored everyone just because they were from small towns, so I deserve this outcome. But still, persecution is somehow too low and disgusting, even for a child of the most influential parents. Rin, who was sitting next to him, asked his classmate if she was okay. Her reaction to everything that was happening was a little ambiguous. Nora was watching the situation, but her face showed concern, which made the guy wary. The girl looked questioningly at the guy. He was asking her about her condition because of the rumors he had heard. I heard about Nona and her love letter to Nelson, which she put right in the drawer with his personal belongings. But her classmate didn't understand what this story had to do with her. Rin explained his curiosity by the fact that Nora was often seen in trouble or dubious stories. Nora convinced the guy that she was not going to interfere in this situation and asked him not to worry. All the fuss was raised not so much because of the contents of the letter, but rather because of Nelson's personal mailbox. It wasn't just a box, it was a place where N hides something from Abelis's eyes, namely Elandia's secret materials. It is this fact that played a big role in this situation, and it is desirable if it is revealed. And given what happened, Nelson is clearly in trouble now that the box is open. So, not only Leah, but Nelson himself will be in shock. The teacher asked the students if they had finished their work, and Nora, as always, gave a positive answer. Rin was surprised because he tried to have a conversation with her, and it seemed to him that the girl took part in it. That same nasty friend of Megarin was watching them and was furious about his classmate's academic success, shouting that she was showing off. It was as if he pierced the back of my head with his impudent gaze. Even without seeing his face, you could feel the negativity coming from him. Nora turned around to see who was giving off this coldness and contempt, and was not surprised. Did he have any good reason to hurt Nora? Most likely he just wanted to start a fight over nothing. Deciding not to waste her nerves on him, she wanted not to react to his attack. But a classmate sitting nearby decided to stand up for his friend and strongly recommended that the guy not provoke her. He found out why he was showing such disrespect to his classmate and demanded that he stop staring arrogantly. The guy was not going to give up his position and asked what would happen if he did not stop behaving this way, which made Rin even more angry. With a sneer, the villain advised Rin not to open his mouth if he was unable to do anything. They began making sarcastic jokes about how an adult high school student is attracted to little children in the form of first-year girls. Nora hit the table with all her might, turning the attention to herself. In this way, she wanted to calm the guys down and end the conflict. She reminded Mahrad, who in turn was trying to hit on Megarin, that she was 5 years older than him. Laughter was heard from the back rows at what was said, and the guy turned red with shame. Lowering his body slightly, he asked her not to be rude and called the younger schoolgirl an upstart and a brat. The girl made it clear that it was time to end the conflict and asked the high school student to maintain common sense. I wonder if Megarin were here, how would she react to the words about the age difference, or maybe she likes children too. But the conflict could not be resolved, and Mahrad also called Nora a loser, which was very low on his male side, if there is one. The girl did not deny or prove the opposite, on the contrary, she agreed, referring to her bad character, and also asked the guy not to be so timid, to immediately say everything he wanted and not mumble under his breath. A student from a younger class, with her impudence, caused a stormy reaction from the entire audience. Everyone was dying laughing. Maharaj gritted his teeth and could barely stand such rudeness. It was good that the auditorium was packed with people. Their clarifications were interrupted by the teacher, who banged a thick book on the wooden table to calm and attract all the students. He did not allow noise in the classroom and warned Nora to be prepared for a disciplined speech after the lecture in his office. Rin claimed that this decision was unfair since Maharaj started the dispute first and clearly had a need for the conflict from the very beginning. But that didn't mean Nora's response was correct and appropriate in this situation. The initiator in a conflict is important, but the process of reaction is no less useless. Your opponent's violation of the rules does not justify your reaction. You must prevail by finding legality within the rules. After dinner, Nora went to the teacher for a disciplinary hearing. Nora was about to knock on the door when she heard someone talking, the stranger thanking the teacher for his help. The teacher assured him that this was not a violation of the rules, so there was no need to thank him, to which he replied that his help made it possible to take care of his relatives. The teacher asked them to avoid statements that could lead to misunderstandings and reminded them that the decision to punish Nora was made at a student council meeting, which was headed by a stranger. The girl, of course, recognized this man. It was Nelson Alandia. Nora was very surprised to hear it from him. This figure in her past life was far from the last. She finally knocked and opened the tall wooden door slightly. A young white-haired man with light blue eyes appeared in front of her. The student's big, beautiful eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. Nelson's face changed when he saw the small, fragile baby in front of him. Bending his knees, he lowered himself a little lower and greeted the girl sweetly, as if she were his little sister. Nora had images from the past before her eyes, a moment when she was already the wife of the crown prince. She came to Nelson in incredibly beautiful clothes, all tearful and upset, and when he saw her, the man broke into a smile. Having made sure that there was no one nearby, he asked to drop all formalities. The little girl was embarrassed for a few minutes and was in no hurry to come closer, but soon she threw herself into the arms of a man, and there was an unusually romantic atmosphere around her. He calmed her down by stroking her hair. The girl cried and complained about her husband. Nelson, understanding how hard it was for Nora, calmed her down, and she promised that she would do absolutely everything for the sake of her family and for the sake of her lover. They were in a love affair at the time. Nora was ready to do everything for her beloved. This is what he used to his advantage, her selfless and pure love. She was nothing more than a slave to him, who followed his orders without question. Nelson tried to contact Nora several times, but she seemed to be in a stupor and did not answer for a long time. The man was concerned about the girl's condition and asked if the student was in any pain. Nora insisted that she was just nervous. Nelson asked her not to worry. He promised to assign not very difficult work as a disciplinary sanction. He also promised to take her to the dormitory after completing the work. As an assignment, he assigned the student to tidy up the attendance register. There were no student council members on this day, so they were alone and could discuss all the issues of interest. Nelson apologized for the teacher because he was rude to the nice lady. Nora's reaction and ability to keep up a conversation pleasantly surprised Nelson. He was surprised that the student was not at all afraid of her teacher and seemed to have known him for a long time. At the same time, her manners, like those of an adult lady from high society, are much better than those of many aristocrats. The report about this girl said nothing of the sort, only facts about her simple origin. Handing her a stack of sheets sewn together, he outlined the front of her work. The paper from the attendance register was an expensive item given to him by the imperial family, so he asked that it be treated with care. Otherwise, it will be considered a sign of disrespect to the imperial family. Nora was genuinely delighted at the opportunity to touch this expensive paper. Nelson saw the reaction of the sweet lady, which made him think hard. He was touched by the sweet child's innocent smile and selfless eyes filled with kindness. Naive, just like all the lower nobility, he waited for the moment when he could finally use her. For Nora, his thoughts were too obvious. He no longer seemed like that wonderful savior. It was as if she could read his mind and knew that he was just thinking about when and how he would use her. First, he shows you such an expensive thing, trusts you in your hands and behaves kindly, as if he is generosity itself. Naturally, the other person will be touched by his kindness and will open his heart. It is a skill that is used in the duchy to use people as they please. This time, Nora dreamed of destroying the entire Elandian race and leaving nothing of them. The girl carefully laid out on a large, beautiful table and began to carry out the punishment. As a hint, the man brought last month's magazine to make her work easier, and he politely asked not to be shy and to contact him if any questions arose. The sweet lady thanked him for his help and support. At that moment, he already had a plan. It would be good if she became his younger sister. Unlike Valencia, who is not as smart and arrogant, the schoolgirl has an innocent charm and at the same time a sharp mind. Now it was in Nora's interests that he considered her a naive and stupid simpleton. Suddenly, Nelson made a sudden and rather strange request to her. He asked to be called Appa, to remove some formality between them. Nora was a little unsettled by this, but she did not forget what this man really was, no matter how he tried to cover it up. He explained his request by saying that they were related and could be closer. He had said the same words in the past, sitting by the fireplace and hugging the girl a little, gaining more and more trust from her. Then she came crying and upset and complained about her new family. Everything around her, even the brooch on Nelson's shirt, plunged her into memories of the past. On this day, he calmed down and simply apologized for not preventing the family from abusing her. The girl, while in his arms, gave in to emotions and told him all her secrets. She trusted him very much. But even in a difficult situation, the girl blamed herself for not being able to stand it all and complaining. His kindness and responsiveness were nothing more than a game to be used. He also never resolved the issue of bullying from the Duchess and Valencia, who thought she did not deserve to be adopted. He deliberately stayed away so that she would suffer and rely on him, because the broken one was easier to use. That's what he wanted, to have complete power over the baby. Returning from her thoughts, Nora smiled and agreed to call the man Appa. Nelson clarified how he could now address his relative. They agreed on just a name, as was the case before, but it wasn't without some jokes about the groom. Apparently, he already had a plan to create a marriage with a favorable party, as in his past life, he could say he sold her to Abelis. The dialogue was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Abelis, who entered without knocking, as befits a spoiled descendant. He looked at the girl in surprise. He didn't expect to see them here. Nora greeted him as one should greet the younger son of the empire, bowing. Abelis sat the girl down to do the work and began talking to Nelson, picked on him for using the student council room as a secret meeting place. But Nelson explained to him why the student was there, and he suddenly began to compliment her, calling her the most beautiful among the first-year students. Nora didn't understand why he was saying this, because she remembered a different opinion from her past life. After the wedding ceremony, Abelis spoke rudely to his new wife, calling her ugly. All the girl's expectations were shattered by the reality in which she became an unwanted wife. Calling the marriage a deal between their families, he did not let go of the girl's sworn enemy. Megarin, although she didn't achieve her goal to the end, had great attention and desire from Abelis. Elandia became independent from the kingdom. The descendants of the warriors betrayed Visto. It is not clear what will happen to the empire in the future. Having learned this, Abelis blamed his wife for everything and wanted to get rid of her. She denied her involvement, but he never took her word into account. While his servant held the girl, he struck her in the face with his large male hand. After that, he ordered that this damn spy be locked up on the top floor of the tower and forced to tell everything about Elandia. Nora returned to reality and watched the men's conversation. Nelson offered to sit down and join him, but Abelis was about to go to a card game. As he was leaving, he joked, telling him to take good care of the freshman. It was clear from his behavior that he didn't know about the situation with the box, which reassured Nelson. They were left alone again, and the man continued his conversation. Having apologized for his younger friend's inappropriate jokes, he asked them to continue where they had left off. Suddenly, he noticed that Nora's hands were shaking violently from worry. The man couldn't understand what had excited or frightened the freshman so much. Without thinking twice, he placed his hand on the girl's fragile hands. With this gesture, he wanted to calm the baby down, a good moment to get closer to the victim. Nora pulled herself together and returned to a cool state so as not to reveal her state of anxiety any longer. The freshman got out of it by explaining that she had not expected to meet the crown prince and was overly nervous. Naturally, the man believed this, because this is a normal reaction for a person from the lower nobility. While kindly joking about the prince's generosity, in his head he was replaying the joyful discoveries about the little girl's high degree of naivety. Abelis and Nelson must be killed one day. Nora just has to act within the rules. It's not difficult, but it's useless when you're dealing with someone stronger than you, especially if your opponent breaks all possible rules. Well, if that's the case, then there are two ways. Either cancel the rules or get as much power as your opponent. Meanwhile, Rin, upset by the injustice, tried to get the opportunity to work off the girl's punishment. He argued with the teacher and proved that the girl entered into the conflict because of him. The stubborn senior student did not calm down, but the teacher was adamant and was already asking if he was the first-year student's lover. They explained to him that the student council had already taken responsibility for punishing the student. Her relative from the Alandian clan would take care of her, so he assured her that Rin didn't need to go and interfere. The guy realized that Nora was alone with Nelson and became even more upset. Most of the students admire Nelson, but Rin knew his true nature, a bastard who pretends to be kind and nice. He always pays attention only to useful students in order to use them for his own purposes, as was the case with Rin. Rin was afraid that Nelson would take advantage of his cute and sweet friend. His opponent reminded him that he was powerless against the authorities because the guy had nothing. Rin became angry and his face turned red. Adam continued to explain to the guy that he needed to know when to stop in order to take care of his girlfriend. I also compared him to a cute rabbit that hides and chews grass. He shouted after the departing high school student that he could take up his interesting hobby and not waste time on a girl. Rin kept going over Adam's words in his head and his anger grew stronger and stronger. While he was flying as if scalded, he came across a huge vase on his way, which he kicked in anger. This fall stopped him a little and made him think about the strangeness of the last conversation. The guy understood that Adam would sooner or later report his hobby to his superiors, but thanks to Nora, he began to chew leaves less, although he had not yet managed to quit completely. Only Dogol and Priest Bree turned a blind eye to this. Almost reaching his chambers, Rin met his servant Dogol, who was concerned about the condition of his master and thought that he had taken up his old ways again. But he insisted that it was just a bad mood, nothing more, but Dogol offered to give him some grass to change his mood. An image of a small projection of Adam appeared before the boy's eyes, mocking him, calling him a rabbit chewing grass. Rin ordered that everything be thrown away immediately and promised not to touch this nasty thing again. It was as if Dogol was specifically persuading him not to throw them away, but to use them all, since they cost a lot of money. The guy couldn't stand the servant's persistence and began to scold him for forcing him to do something that could harm his health. Rin's mind was filled with Nora's words, warning him about dying from drug addiction. A way for the upper class to get people addicted to all sorts of poisons through people they trust. The observer generously pretends to turn a blind eye to what was originally strictly forbidden. The person who becomes a victim thinks that this is a small outlet and gets stuck in it more and more. It finally dawned on Rin that all this was done to destroy him, deliberately causing harm to his health through other people. He suddenly decided to send Dogola to his maternal uncle, explaining that he had found a poisonous plant that was more interesting than the leaves and was only available in the city where his uncle lived. The leaves made Rin even more irritated. He needed something stronger, and Dogol's eyes lit up from these words. Rin planned to make a list of traitors and put it in his luggage. Omnitus, suspecting Dogola of a sudden trip, would search the luggage and stumble upon the sheet of paper. This way Dogol will fall into a trap while he runs around looking for a non-existent plant, and when everything is revealed, Uncle won't be able to simply turn a blind eye to it. Now Rin had to get rid of the past and move on. At least he wouldn't be ashamed in front of Nora, who tried to help. The next morning came. The lecture was again held in the open air in a beautiful place, with a light fog added to the magnificent flowering around. Megarin and her friend Adalia were having a nice conversation on the veranda. Suddenly Adalia turned her gaze towards the students sitting in front and thought. On the farthest chair, turning away from everyone and with her head down, sat Leah. Adalia thought about the last situation and did not know what was better, the thieving daughter of the Harrow or the persecuting daughter of the Count. Ida's father at least has a title, but Leah has nothing. Lower aristocrats shouldn't be like that. Megara noticed her friend's focused gaze and asked her not to look at her classmate. The teacher asked to get ready for the lesson. Today the students will read. Recently this has become a part of the meetings in closed rooms. On the leaflets he gave out a poem written by a friend of the teacher in accordance with the latest trends, the point being to read it as gracefully as possible. Some students were happy with the task, while others were reluctant to do it due to embarrassment or fear of the audience. The teacher decided to first demonstrate how to read the poem himself. Everyone listened attentively to the reading and heeded every word. These were very beautiful and clear lines. Only Leah sat with a sour expression and waited for the lecture to finally come to an end. When the teacher finished, he turned to the students, asking who would be the first to demonstrate their version of the reading, but would first remember it. The boys sat there frightened. It seemed difficult for them to remember 14 lines in such a short time. The restless Leah suggested calling Nora to read the poem first. Nora and her friend turned and looked at their classmate with hostility. Days yelled at Leah to stop reaching out and trying to grab Nora. Leah reminded that Nora had been studying literature for more than 6 months, so this shouldn't be a problem for her. The children discussed their classmates in whispers, some siding with Nora, others supporting Leah's impulse. The teacher quieted the noise and suggested that they abandon the reading if Nora was not ready yet. But the student insisted that everything was fine and was preparing for a public performance. Here Ida, who was sitting at the very end of the gazebo, decided to intervene, distant from the rest of the class, and advised them not to disgrace themselves and refuse to read. But the girl, not paying attention to the ill-wishers, began reading. With expression, putting her whole soul into it, the girl recited the poem without a single prompt. Everyone present, including the teacher, opened their mouths at what they heard. They listened attentively without interrupting and expected the girl to forget a line or stumble at least once. But this did not happen. The poem was read perfectly, as if to spite everyone. All the children clapped their hands in admiration, but not Leah, who was overcome with anger again. Nora turned around and deliberately caught the girl's gaze in order to show her contempt with her eyes. She said mockingly that it was not at all difficult for her to cope with this task. Leah nervously placed her hands on the table. A feeling of injustice played within her. The girl considered this simply impossible. She accused her classmate of knowing the poem in advance and now pretending. The girl brought her down to earth and explained that if the poem was from another teacher, how could she have known it in advance? But Leah assumed that the teacher showed the poem to Nora first, while no one was looking. The teacher was furious. It turns out he broke school rules for the sake of a certain student. The restless man had to justify his words and apologize. Days expressed her indignation, saying that you can't first do whatever you want and then justify yourself and expect a normal reaction from people. The teacher stopped the girls and praised Nora for her flawless reading, and he showed with his whole appearance that Leah's comments were inappropriate. It is very stupid to blame others for something without reason. I advise not to create a negative atmosphere around yourself. The girl apologized to the teacher again, sat down and fell silent. Leah's reputation is at its lowest right now. It's obvious why she behaved this way. There is a person who is inciting her to rash actions. After the lecture, Nora went to her secret place in the library to take a break from the constant hustle and bustle. From behind the shelves of books came a familiar voice calling out to the first-year student. Kevin was standing near the window, leaning against the wall with cuts on his neck. The girl immediately noticed the wounds on his neck and found out what happened to him. The guy was pleased that the freshman was worried about him, even though she denied it. She understood that there was no one in the academy now who could harm him. Kevin lowered himself closer to the girl's face and waited to hear what she had come to the meeting for today. Nora, timidly, retreated a little from the guy, but he, on the contrary, pushed forward straight at the girl. At their last meeting, he himself told Nora to come when what she desperately desired appeared. Nora did not deny that what she wanted had indeed appeared, but she could achieve it herself. Kevin smirked at the freshman because it was clear that this was a lie. He understood that all her actions were dangerous, and it was just luck not to get caught, but it was unclear how long it would continue. Like how she masterfully, sneakily added spiders into a drink at a party, or how she planned out the entire scheme of stealing a laundry tape, or maybe the time she walked into an empty student council classroom and planted stolen jewelry in a classmate's bag. Kevin knew everything the girl did. He specially arranged surveillance on her. He understood that this was not a matter of ordinary orders over children. Why would such an intelligent person bother himself with such nonsense? The young man wanted to know who her real enemy was and began to list all the names associated with her situations. Nora decided to reveal the secrets. Sitting down on a chair, she began to list the names of the people whose blood she desired. Those who needed to return the pain they caused her, she was going to destroy them all. Kevin leaned against the wall and listened attentively to the revelations of the little student. The only thing that mattered to Nora was that they all paid for their actions. So that they too may be tortured and mocked for no reason, let them struggle with humiliation and pain that cannot be changed. And even their temporary refuge would be tainted by betrayal, she hoped that the day would come when they would wish to have no mouth, eyes, or ears. It sounded like revenge was the only thing the girl was interested in, and the guy didn't ask what happened to her. Whatever Nora wanted, the young man did not undertake to judge her actions and desire for revenge. Despite everything, he was ready to offer his help to make these people pay for what they did. No matter how smart the girl was, she would not be able to cope with the Duke of Elandia or the Marquis alone. Kevin moved closer and closer to the freshman and went off topic into thoughts about the girl's character. He enjoyed watching her. There was still a lot missing, but it could be easily filled. With age, she would become even more perfect. He extended his strong masculine hand and promised to pay a good price, including his help on the way to the goal. Kevin simply sold his abilities and expected a response from the talented little girl. Nora was in no hurry to give an answer to the guy. She thought hard, weighing all the pros and cons. It would be a lie to say that she never thought about Kevin's proposal. Of course, she knew all the weaknesses and characters of her enemies, but she did not have enough power to defeat them. She needed power to destroy the imperial family. Such a strong ally in Kevin would be very necessary to achieve the goal, so the girl decided to finally give an answer. Nora extended her hand to Kevin and agreed to cooperate. Since she was actively seeking revenge, with the help of her ally, it would be easier to do so. Only the girl asked not to interfere. If this happens, the deal will be automatically terminated, but in case of help, she will do anything for her friend. The guy was surprised by her words, but she continued to repeat that she would do anything but within reasonable limits. He smiled and promised to show what a good partner he could be. He promised to do everything possible to keep her until she achieved her goal. Hoping for productive cooperation, they shook hands again and parted ways. Kevin, left alone, leaning his hand on the shiny armrest of his chair, thought about the details of his meeting with Nora. There was someone else in the room besides him, but he was carefully hiding. A voice from behind the wall called him Master. The stranger described Nora as a very hot-tempered child. Although he was not asked about it, this man was the one who was watching her. And as a result of the latest observation, Nora was noticed in yet another unpleasant situation. When she saw that Alex was alone, the girl threw a stone at her. As a result, Leah, who happened to be nearby, was accused of having done it. The person who conducted the investigation found this abnormal. According to the investigation, she did not have any particular friction with Ida's family, and she first met Leah at the academy. Whatever the case, this girl had gone too far. The man was sure that something was wrong with her. Kevin didn't know what to think, because he had been watching for a long time and noticed in her something more than just an offended child. The look of the child who spoke of revenge was more like that of an adult who had suffered for a long time. The guy thought about when and where she could have been tortured or, on the contrary, seen someone being bullied. He interrupted these thoughts. With time, it would become clear what was what and why this child was resorting to such cruelty. The young man rose from his chair and was about to go home, and he thought that now all these formalities were not important. There is very little time left. He must have many people who are not connected to anyone, reliable subordinates who can be trusted. Behind the wall stood a young guy in round glasses and a black cloak who was conducting an investigation. He also promised to follow the words of his master. Meanwhile, Nora and Dace were walking around the academy and talking about food. Dace told about her house, where many different delicious dishes are prepared on holidays. The girls stood by the window. Dace asked her friend about her favorite color of bed linen so that the house would be prepared for their arrival. From the window, they saw a strange picture. In the courtyard of the academy, Alex threw a stone with all her might, right at the head of Leah, who was leaving. Leah turned around and naturally started to sort things out with her classmate, who threw up her hands and tried to prove something to her. After some time of sorting things out, Alex even pushed Leah. The girls watched what was happening from the window. The situation looked more like a kindergarten. As expected from Alexa, who mistakenly thought that the stone thrown by Nora was the work of Leah, apparently decided to teach her a lesson out of anger. She would bully Leah for a while. Alexa had always been the one who enjoyed the attention and teasing that came from others. Nora, watching this strange picture, laughed and got angry at the same time, which could not help but attract her friend's attention. Seeing Nora's hands tensely tapping on the windowsill, she asked if everything was okay with her. Nora calmed her friend down, saying that everything was fine, but she herself could barely contain herself. It was not at all easy for her to watch the whole situation from the outside. Even if it was disgusting, she had to watch it. It was a price they would all have to pay someday. Alexa actually looked very happy about the situation. It was obvious that she was enjoying making fun of others. As Nora left the place, she turned her plan over in her head and happily remembered that Alex was next in line. In the long corridor of the dormitory, Nora approached the door of her room, but was in no hurry to enter. Under her door, in the crack between the floor and the door, the girl noticed a piece of paper sticking out. It was a note. It contained congratulations on the successful implementation of her plan. The sender was Kevin. Nora wondered if this was a new way to keep in touch. The girl, without even sitting down, wrote a reply letter in which she asked to buy holograph seeds in Danville and later deduct the amount from her salary. And she reported that she would spend the winter holidays at the McKeon mansion and asked that subsequent letters be sent there. The girls drove up to the mansion, to Dais's home. She was very happy to see her native expanses. It was a stunning house. On holidays, the first floor of the main building is decorated with silk embroidered with red flowers. Everything around sparkles and glitters with garlands. Days used to be bored being alone in the room at an adult banquet, but this time she was accompanied by Nora. Nora looked at this kind, innocent girl and did not understand if she really was who she seemed, because in her past life, no one from the academy had been sincerely kind to her. Most likely she is one of those children who bullied her or simply stayed away, but Nora didn't remember anything about the very existence of Days McKeon. Nora thought that Days might have transferred from another place, or that going back in time might have changed something. This story was too confusing. Now Days is kind to Nora, but it is unknown what she did in her past life. Meanwhile, Days was already making plans for the upcoming holidays to entertain her guest. When they danced, she asked her friend to tell her that the steps that Heath Riley taught her were wrong. Riley was a client of their family's merchant guild, and Heath was Angelo Riley's daughter, who had been picking on Days in every way. Angelo Riley was one of the people who supported Elandia in her past life. A two-faced man who is willing to betray anyone for his own benefit, he is arrogant to the point of impossibility. Nora was surprised that Heath was making fun of Days, because despite the fact that their family was just as large, Riley was a commoner, and McKeon was from a family of counts. Listening to the conversation, the nanny intervened in the conversation and assured the little girl that she thought ill of Miss Heath. She convinced her that she could get along well with her guest if she got rid of her prejudices about commoners. Nora believed that Days was not a stupid girl who would ignore anyone just because he or she was a commoner. Their conversation was interrupted by the approaching clatter of horses' hooves, which were hurriedly heading in their direction. Nora reported what she had heard. Days was confused. She did not expect to meet anyone. The girl looked out the window, leaning against the frame to see who was following them. The girl's gaze changed. Her large green eyes opened even wider with joy at the upcoming meeting. A broad-shouldered, green-eyed, brown-haired, pleasant-looking young man was riding on a horse. He greeted Days warmly and asked how she was doing. It was clear that he was a close person to the girl. Nora recalled one of the rainy days of her past when she was already the crown princess. It was this young man who, on one cloudy day, standing behind a fence in a heavy downpour, literally begged to be heard. But Nelson, holding her tenderly by the shoulders, convinced her that she had nothing to worry about and that she shouldn't listen to the guy. That he was the nephew of Count Macchione and was making a fuss over Angelo's accusation. Although the girl tried to find out the details, the man did not give her full information about the situation, only saying that it was just their small family quarrel. In her past life, Nora was convinced that Jones McKeon was just a relative of the Earl, not a direct relative, but in fact he is Day's older brother, who is directly related to the Earl. Jones introduced himself politely, placing his hand on his chest. Bowing his head, he thanked Nora for helping his sister adapt and called her immature. Nora reciprocated the guy's feelings and claimed that she was indebted to Days for her warm attitude. Looking at his new acquaintance, Jones could not believe that a girl from the village had such elegant manners and assumed that she had selfish goals. Days noticed the distrust in her brother's gaze and asked him not to look so angrily at her friend. Her brother looked at Days very kindly and was interested in her progress at the academy, calling her an angel, which angered her. While Jones was telling the little girl the latest gossip during her absence, Nora was deep in thought. She had two theories. Either there had been an accident in the McKeon family before she became a princess, or something had changed. In any case, she needed to find out everything carefully and understand the current state of affairs. The carriage was approaching the house. It was an unusually beautiful and huge house. It was already interesting to look inside. Finally, they reached their destination. Day's relatives were already running to meet their beloved baby. They surrounded her and embraced her. It was a very emotional meeting. Everyone was crying and lamenting how much they missed her and were looking forward to the meeting. The girls were ushered into the house with great ceremony, and it looked like Days was a cute little kitten who had been cuddled and then released. They entered through high gates, decorated with gold-colored metal, which gave the impression of wealth and prosperity. While the friends were walking, engrossed in conversation, they heard a woman's voice coming from the stairs. Two people appeared in front of them, a young guy and a girl, attracting attention with her interesting outfit and covering her face with a red fan. Days exchanged pleasantries with the couple and was about to move on, but the girl continued asking questions. Covering the lower part of her face with her fan, she asked Days about the girl next to her, thinking that she was the new servant. Days was very angry with her relative and was about to start a scandal, but Nora interrupted her to avoid conflict. She greeted her new acquaintances politely and as befits a socialite and a lady well-trained in manners, and introduced herself as a friend of the hostess of the house. Days was very happy to hear this, because the girl, for the first time in all their communication, called her a friend. Having collected her accessory and taken it with her hand, which was covered in mesh gloves, which looked slightly vulgar, in combination with the burgundy elements of her clothing, she continued to throw caustic comments at the guest. She said that the academy wasn't that special, since the student wasn't taught not to interfere in conversations between aristocrats. But Nora put the intrusive girl in her place, saying that the etiquette she had mentioned did not apply to this situation. The girl was unpleasantly surprised by such a sharp response. If we define the level of aristocracy, the status of the Baron and his immediate family is higher and has a higher status. Sir Jones and Days are the only ones here who meet the aristocratic standards. And if we consider the nobility in the broad sense, which Nora and her opponent were, naturally they were on the same level, so the mentioned etiquette is not suitable for this situation. A girl named Marielle was simply furious at the conclusions of her new acquaintance. The young man with whom Marielle was intervened and asked her to stop showing her grumpiness and not to show her ill will towards her dear guest. They kindly introduced themselves to the little guest and expressed joy at the meeting. The guy's name was Alan. Alan asked how long Nora had visited them and wished to spend time in comfort. Nora had a bad feeling about this suspicious man and became very wary. He's not even the owner of this house and wants to have a good time, especially since there was obvious disdain for Days from these two. The girls stood for a few more minutes, recovering from the unpleasant encounter, before moving on. Is it really a tradition in this family that family relationships are more important than status? But it looks more like they are casually trying to act like the owners of this house. While Nora was thinking about her new acquaintance, she saw a figure running in the distance. From afar, it was difficult to tell whether it was a girl or a guy. A short, casual haircut, a beige, wide shirt tucked into fitted pants and high boots. The whole look was brutal with a hint of swashbuckling, but at the same time, very cute facial features were visible in it. Days called out to the guy, calling him by name and showing him which way to go. The stranger's name was Marie. Nora was surprised to meet Marie. It was the one she destroyed in her past life to achieve her goal. She didn't understand what the guy was doing in this house, and she needed to find out soon. After the rest, Days began to pick out outfits for her friend. They were all very beautiful and cute dresses. It was clear from Nora's expression that she didn't like this activity, although all the outfits really did fit the girl well. She could no longer stand these dressing up and asked her friend to stop, but Day did not calm down and insisted that she try on the last outfit. Nora felt awkward about borrowing her clothes, but she was generous and determined to please her guest, so she took out all her best clothes. They were interrupted by Marielle, who arrived with another young girl with pink hair and at first glance a pretty appearance. It was clear from Nora's expression that she knew this girl very well and was not at all happy to meet her here. The one who came was called Heath Riley, the same girl who once offended Days. But when they met, she tried to show herself from a good side. In Angela's past life, Riley was the one who tried to advance her daughter in every way possible, even making her Nora's maid when she became the Crown Prince's wife. Kiz, in collusion with Valentin, the sister of the Crown Prince, skillfully mocked Nora. Remembering the names of everyone present in this house, Nora did not think it was just a coincidence that they were all gathered in one place. Mariel wondered what kind of chaos had been caused in the girl's room, asking Days if she was going to give her clothes to her friend. Laughing loudly, she waved her eye-catching accessory joyfully as if preparing for an attack. Mariel mockingly suggested that the girl had saved money to enter the academy by borrowing clothes from other people. Days was simply furious and tried to shut the woman's mouth. She was very ashamed of such rude behavior, but Nora grabbed her hand and stopped her friend. Nora responded sarcastically, concluding that Mariel didn't attend the academy because she didn't have money for clothes, and called her Oni-chan in addition. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or not that everyone had gathered in this place, but it didn't matter now, because Nora had already come up with a plan. An angry Mariel screamed at the top of her lungs, no longer holding back her emotions, insistently asking him to watch his words. She screamed that the guest's family was nothing compared to her family and that her training at the academy could start at any moment. Nora, with a smirk on her face, asked for forgiveness for her mistake, clarifying that there must be some reason why the girl was not yet studying at the academy. Mariel was even more angered by her answer. She wanted to continue throwing barbs at each other, but Heath tried to take the woman away. Heath nudged her from behind to make her hurry up and leave the room, seeing how agitated the lady was. When the girls were left alone again, Days admired how well her guest had managed to defend herself. But despite this, she felt sorry that all these people were making the guest feel awkward and not allowing her to relax properly. And then she had a question about why Mariel was so angry. Perhaps it was really because she was not studying at the academy, some kind of envy. At first she said that it didn't bother her, but it seemed like she was actually jealous and angry. Being angry because of envy is a common sign of inferiority. Naturally, she is jealous. She just doesn't want to admit it. That's why Mariel started a fight as soon as Days returned to the house. Nora wanted to know what Mariel's father was doing. The nanny suddenly burst into the conversation and reported that Sir Sif Makion was responsible for medicinal herbs in the Makion Guild. He had been in debt for a long time, so he often came to borrow money. Everything fell into place. Naturally, the tuition fees at the academy were an unbearable burden for them. Moving away from the topic, Nora asked if she was invited to tomorrow's party and, of course, received a positive answer. This is the first festive event, so all of Day's relatives and not only will be there, the girls will be able to communicate with everyone, but they will dance and have fun separately. Tomorrow they would be in the company of their peers. There would be a good opportunity to talk to many people, which was good for Nora. The day of the party arrived. The event was held in a far corner of the house. There was a staircase leading outside to a small platform overlooking a beautiful blue lake with mountains visible in the distance. It was definitely a sight to behold. The girls dressed up in their best dresses and went to where their peers were gathering, where they had a separate place. The adults were on the other side. The young people noticed a new girl in their circle from afar and asked each other who this stranger with unusual eyes was. Discussions immediately began about her excellent manners and good upbringing, which is not typical for commoners. Mariel couldn't help but leave her comments about Nora's origins and borrowing clothes from the mistress of the house. In a loud conversation with Heath, apparently attracting attention, Mariel asked about Nora's family, because before her friendship with Days, nothing had been heard about her. Heath tried to shut the restless mouth, pointing her finger and calming her down, but she definitely had to touch the girl. In the distance, the voices of other girls her age could be heard discussing new details about Nora's family and behavior, calling her a low aristocrat who had selfish goals in her friendship with Makion. The Days brothers came up to greet the girls, Alan graciously raising his hand and greeting them. Days showed good manners. Lowering her head and placing her hand on her chest, the girl expressed gratitude for the meeting and called the guys gentlemen. Alan smiled, went down a little lower to the girls' faces and pointed out that Days, after entering the academy, became a real lady. Before, even if she greeted someone, she was very sullen. Days is a sensible child, but in reality she has a soft heart. Alan was worried about her, how she would be away from her family, but now he saw that everything was fine. Looking at Nora, he mentioned that her appearance had also influenced the girls' changes and called her a wonderful friend. Alan asked if the girls were enjoying the party and, getting down on one knee, invited his little sister Days to dance with his brothers. Nora, crossing her arms, sent her friend to show everything she had learned in dance. Days agreed, but Nora was not left without attention either. The second Jones brother invited her to dance. Due to the large difference in height, Jones kindly offered the girl to stand directly on his feet so that it would be more comfortable for her. The party featured live classical music performed by the finest violinists and other instrumentalists. Jones took care of the guest and asked if she was comfortable dancing while leaning on his legs. The girl thanked him for his concern and help. Nora suddenly decided to ask the guy where he came from when they first met on the road. He said that he was returning from a neighboring village after a business meeting. The girl put him in his place, called him a liar. While the carriages with guests continued to arrive, Jones recognized his sister's carriage from afar and immediately came running. He was surprised that she turned out to be too smart and asked her to keep it a secret from his sister. The girl noticed the similarity between the guy and her sister. For both of them, nothing matters more than when they need to do something for a loved one. The young man seemed to her too generous towards the people around him, and the girl asked him to be more careful with his surroundings. Nora had an idea of what happened to Count McKeon at the time, but there was no hard evidence, so this was the best she could do. Jones frowned and looked at her with complete incomprehension, trying to find out what Nora wanted to tell him. He insisted that if the girl was referring to the relationship between Days and Marielle, then it was just normal arguments between family members. But family ties did not guarantee that Marielle could not harm the baby. First and foremost, she needed to protect her family. His gaze changed abruptly. Jones understood Nora's message perfectly, but insistently asked not to cross the line. Suddenly, because of the screams that rang out, they interrupted their conversation and stopped to see what had happened. Days was sitting on the ground. Most likely she had accidentally fallen during the dance. Alan was standing over her, clutching his head. Jones was very worried and quickly ran to help his sister, while Alan apologized, admitting his guilt and explaining that he was unable to catch Days when he turned around. But good little Days wasn't going to blame anyone. She was referring to the fast rhythm of the melody. But that wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. Days fell right a step away from the cliff into the water. Nora was worried about the situation with her friend and asked to sit for a while until a slow melody started playing. Suddenly, Heath came up to them with sympathy and asked them to join the girls. She asked Days how things were going at the academy with an almost angelic expression on her face. With hope in her eyes, she asked if the girls would mind if she joined them. Nora carefully adjusted her hair, showing off a beautiful flower brooch on her hair, and with a surprisingly sweet smile, expressed her joy at the upcoming presence of Heath next to them. After the dance, everyone left, and the girls sat down at a round table intended for social conversation. The brothers left with the guests, and Nora went to the restroom, and Days was left alone with her old friend Heath. Heath bombarded the girl with questions about life at the academy and her new friends, and Days answered reluctantly, reminding her of the presence of her new friend in her own home. But Heath was interested in other friends besides this one. Days, grimacing, explained that she only needed one Nora. The intrusive old acquaintance was frankly surprised and decided to lecture the young mistress. She said that when the Count sent her to the academy, he wanted his daughter to have friends who would match the family's status. The girl was not going to listen to this any longer and hit the table with her fist with all her might, loudly asking the pestering woman to shut up. At that moment, two ladies, identical at first glance, were passing by and, seeing this picture, decided to inquire what had happened between the girls. A small tear rolled down Heath's face, regretting that she had dared to discuss Day's friendship. Right there, the twins began talking and discussing the situation, and eventually they came to the conclusion that these were just Heath's worries, and Lady Days should learn how to make friends properly. The lady got really angry and rudely explained to them that she would be friends with whoever she wanted. Her new friend was the smartest and most worthy, more than anyone else. The guests' discussions went too deep, but her friend defended her vehemently. When suddenly a hand appeared on Day's shoulder, Nora returned. Days hoped that she would not find this situation. The girl heard their speech from a distance, and from the expression on her friend's face, it was clear that the conversation was specifically about her. Nora, as a true lady should, greeted the women and politely introduced herself. The sisters looked at the guest carefully, and at first they did not receive her very warmly, perceiving her as a child who was trying to deceive the naive Days. But looking at Nora and her manners, they understood that for such meanness, she was too polite and elegant, and also so bright and graceful. The twins made sure that their relative's new friend did not pose any danger, apologized for wasting their time, and left the girls. Now the girls were left alone, and from their facial expressions it was clear that some kind of hostility had formed between them. Heath decided to change tactics and exchange pleasantries with Nora, pretending to support Day's opinion of her. She said she had been friends with Days since they were children, and the girls were now 16 years old. It is not surprising that the lady continues to communicate with Heath, and of course she considers her her friend, because they often see each other and are also the same age, but Heath denied being close to Days. She did not dare to be friends with the lady with her status. Nora reacted sharply to this statement, albeit with a smile on her face, joking that the girl knows her place. Heath's expression changed. She was overcome with anger and confusion. She could only ask the girl what she had just said. Passions were running high. Anger and aggression were in the air. The participants in the conversation were not even bothered by the cool weather. The snow on the tree branches was melting and falling to the ground. Nora decided to praise Heath, calling her smart. It was not for nothing that Days chose her as a friend, while with her whole appearance she tried to show that she was good-natured. Heath clearly had some kind of plan in mind. Her face did not express resentment or despair, but suddenly tears began to flow from her eyes. The girl started to shed tears and loudly apologize. Days was shocked by what she saw, but Nora seemed to be completely prepared for such a reaction. Her screams and tears had already drawn a surprised crowd of relatives and friends of the McKeon family. Her beloved daddy, Angelo Riley, ran out of the crowd and tried to calm his daughter down and find out the reason for her tears. His daughter assured him that everything was fine and tried to continue, but Nora interrupted her before she could start turning the situation in her favor. She assured her father that nothing really happened, she was just given a compliment, after which the girl burst into tears. She must have a very soft heart to be touched by one compliment. The girl was irritated that Nora had outwitted her by interrupting her, while her mother and brother Days were already running to sort out the situation. Mom thought her daughter had gotten into a fight with Heath, but Days explained how it really happened. Her friend consoled her mother, suggesting that Heath had cried and been upset because Days had fallen while dancing. The mother was upset because of her daughter's fall, but Nora emphasized that her friend held back and did not cry after the fall because she is already a grown lady. The mother praised her grown-up daughter but still called her to come into the house to check on her just in case she got hurt. Left alone, her father asked what really happened. Heath finally showed her true colors and screamed how much Nora irritated her, and she wasn't even an aristocrat. The father asked them to be patient until their plan was successful, but they were inattentive and did not notice that they had been watched for a long time. It was Marie. She had been observing the whole conversation and the situation from the very beginning, hearing everything that was said from the outside. After the party ended, the friends, sitting in the guest part of the house, discussed the recent incident over a cup of tea. Nora shared her guess that Heath wanted to make her look bad and throw her out, and suggested that they trust no one for now and protect each other. The hostess's friend immediately realized that Heath had been distorting everything her opponent said to her advantage since childhood. Days was surprised by her friend's resourcefulness. Heath was a good liar and manipulator, but there is one who no one will ever surpass in lies and evil deeds. Days was upset by the fact that she was exposed to the negative influence of a child throughout her childhood, who was often present during this period of time. By turning the words around, Heath pretended to be pathetic in front of the adults. Then they took her side. Before the girl's eyes stood a picture from her childhood memories, where adults forced her to apologize to Heath for something she didn't do. At that time, she was very nervous and worried about this because of the injustice of the adults. They only listened to Heath's version. Nora took her friend by the hand, calmed her down, and urged her to never doubt herself. She looked her straight in the eye sincerely and said that she believed her and her words, despite the opinions and sidelong glances of those around her. You have to think of it as just a childish quarrel. Her parents and brother cared about Days the most, so there was no need to worry and stress in vain. The little girl was incredibly pleased to feel support and hear pleasant words from the lips of her respected guest. Her eyes literally shone with joy. She took her friend's hand with warm feelings. She didn't want to stop this pleasant moment. With her angelic eyes, with hope in her eyes and childish love, she looked at Nora and waited for her answer that she would also take care of her. The long, cold heart could not help but melt from these honest and selfless eyes. Nora was imbued with this child. Squeezing his hand tighter, she promised to take care of the baby no matter what. Days was incredibly happy about this heart-to-heart talk and did not regret at all that she invited her friend to her house. Now they became much closer to each other. This is not the biggest problem for Days. There are fish much larger and more dangerous. The real problem is Angelo Riley, who probably wants to swallow McKeon. And also Shiv McKeon and Alan McKeon, who are in cahoots with him. They all clearly had some kind of plan that they had been following for a long time. There was a bustle in the house from early morning. All the servants were involved in preparing for the upcoming event. Nora watched everything from the second floor, leaning on the railing. Although this place had a view of the entire banquet hall, she was interested in what was happening below and what preparations were underway. Shiva diluted her loneliness. He asked her to be honest with him and offered to lift the girl up if she suddenly couldn't see well over the railing. Nora thanked him for his concern, but refused his help. She sensed a trick from him. Since he has a younger sister, he insisted that he always wants to take care of the other children, but especially Days. Even though she was a relative, he considered her first and foremost as someone close to him. Besides, she, unlike the others, is too weak and fragile, so they paid more attention to her. The guy warned the guest that if she behaved like she did at the lake party, she could get scolded, because the Riley family was a very important guest for McKeon. The girl corrected him, calling Riley a client, not a guest, and he was surprised that a child her age was interested in such details. Shiva is also in charge of the medicinal ingredients, so they were definitely in cahoots with Angelo Riley, but it's likely not just about business. Nora had a very logical question for the guy. Does Father Heath have any medicine that could cure little Days? It would have been great, but his uncle and aunt tried all kinds of medicines and called the most famous doctors in the empire, but all to no avail. Ship's father found a famous doctor abroad. It will be difficult to completely recover, but only if she is treated abroad for several years. Then it will be better than now. Nora was touched and even shed a tear, realizing that she would most likely have to part with her friend for a long period. Shipa put his hand on the girl's shoulder, calming her down and explaining that if this disease is not treated, then in the future it will pose a great risk to her sister's health. He admitted that he, too, was sad to realize that he would not see dear Days for some time, but if she was better off than she was now, then they would just have to accept this departure. Nora wanted to add something, but she lowered her head and became depressed because she understood that there could be no better way out here. She acknowledged that Days' health came first. Shiva praised her for her intelligence and patted her on the head like a little child. Since Days was not yet aware of the upcoming treatment, he asked to keep it a secret, and on this note they said goodbye. Nora waved politely back at the guy, but she was left with a bad taste in her mouth from her conversation with him. Nora had already encountered the disease, which makes it difficult to move body parts after a fever suffered in childhood, in a past life. The late emperor's sister, the benefactress of the imperial family, the archdukes of Marais, had this disease, and in the end no cure was found even for her. Moreover, the name of the medicine that Shiva said meant the word quack. He deceived Nora like a stupid girl. At first, she was seriously angry at the deceiver, but finding out what happened to Days in her past life was much more important. She had memories from a past life where one of her brothers came to her and asked for help, saying that Angelo Riley had hurt his family and brought his sister to death. Finally, everything fell into place in the girl's head. Days had never hurt her. The reason Days couldn't go to school was because Earl McKeon and his wife renounced their title and went abroad. Standing on the second floor and leaning on the railing, Nora was in a sad mood. She now understood that Days had not hurt her in the past. Her suspicions were in vain. In the gray, lightless room opposite where Nora stood, Marie Joan was doing his work. Marie heard a rustle and turned to the door. Seeing the girl, he was surprised and thought that she was lost. He hastened to inform the girl that she did not belong here. Because this room was intended for servants, Nora knew perfectly well the purpose of this room. The guest was passing by and saw the door slightly open. Looking in, she found Marie at work and decided to go in and talk to him. The girl reported that she saw Marie checking things and putting the things he had already checked in a trash bin and carrying them out the back door and even loading them into a cart, which she left on top of the fence. Marie was surprised and did not understand how she knew all the details and particulars of his work because she could not remain unnoticed for a long time. He asked if anyone else knew about her illegal and not entirely explainable actions. Now that he had committed a crime and was caught red-handed, the guy wanted to pay for everything fairly. Nora was willing to accept a certain amount for her silence, and it was not a monetary reward. The cunning girl guessed that Angelo had ordered double delivery of the goods, which he had even already paid for, but the guy should not have paid such an amount alone. Marie was taken aback by the little guest's possession of such secret and serious information. At this rate, Angelo will exploit Marie as much as his heart desires, and then abandon her and trample her. If Marie is a person who can be trusted, then perhaps his fate will change. He can be made a pawn. He hit the metal table with all his might in anger and despair. This situation was bothering him greatly. The boy, in despair, admitted that even if he took responsibility, the sin and guilt would not disappear. Nora took his hand sharply and wanted to instill in him faith in the best, assuring him that there was a way to change the situation in his favor. She inspired him with the courage and bravery to abandon this bad business and correct his mistakes. Marie was pleased to hear such words, but he considered himself a commoner who was paid money for the work he did. The young man was touched by the girl and trusted her. Squeezing her fragile hands, he promised to help, but in return she had to also extend a helping hand to him. He was going to tell her everything he knew about the people Nora was interested in detail and in general, about everything that was happening in the house. Nora was ready to listen to him attentively. This was necessary for a complete picture of the whole situation and everything that concerned her friend. Marie said that Heath and Mrs. Marielle were happy about Day's illness and were supporting her trip abroad, which would supposedly help her recover. At this time, the Count is about to hand over the title to Lord Shiva, and Angelo is about to absorb the Mackinaw Guild. The young man told her everything he knew and heard. Nora, in turn, thanked him for his assistance in this matter and asked him to stay in the shadows for now. Unfortunately, while they were talking, they didn't hear how Heath had crept up and had been listening to their conversation for a long time. The day of another event at the McKeon home arrived, and high-ranking guests discussed the upcoming investment of Dace's father in the clinic where his daughter would be treated. Away from the crowd, two brothers were talking. Jones talking about how grateful he was to Shiva's father for finding a doctor for his sister and helping him with his affairs. Once they cured Days, they could also get their hands on the diamond mine if everything went according to plan, but Ship was only interested in their upcoming departure abroad. Even when his sister was a baby, they all understood that this girl needed to be protected and taken care of no matter what. She was the youngest in the family, so she received the most love and affection, and when the girl fell ill, the whole family united and did everything they could to help the baby. Sheepa warned his brother that if he stopped attending the academy, he could lose his title, since every aristocrat must undergo training. Just like the guy, Days will have to drop out, which means that she will not receive a proper education either. Jones assured that they had already discussed all this with their parents, and that their education was the last thing they should worry about. Even if Father Jones had to give up the title, he believed in the success of Shiv and his father, hoping that after that they would stand up for all members of the McKeon family. While the guys were talking, Angelo passed by and overheard their conversation. Jones stood with his back to him and did not see his sly, mocking face. Their family planned to leave abroad as soon as possible before the girl got worse, but they had to be careful there because it was a place where there were no connections. The guests' conversations were interrupted by the hero of the occasion, who, in order to attract attention, hit a glass goblet with a spoon, and when he had waited for silence, expressed his gratitude to everyone present. While everyone was listening attentively to the owner of the house, Jones noticed that his brother was quietly trying to leave the banquet hall. Shiva explained his escape by saying that he wanted to check on the younger ones. He didn't want to take his brother with him and said that he needed to greet the guests. Jones was proud of his brother and his concern for the family, sharing his admiration with his father as Shiva climbed the stairs to the children. A sinister smile appeared on Shiva's face. He was hiding some truth that could change the relationship between the brothers. After Shiva's grandfather died, he and Marielle lost their aristocratic status. The grandson of an aristocrat is considered an aristocrat, but the nephew is not. Shiva went up to the girls' floor and walked towards Day's room, a terrible plan forming in his head. He wanted to deliberately harm Days and blame it on a lowly aristocrat from the village. The brother was as kind to the little girl as always, worried about her sleep, with an open smile that did not at all foreshadow trouble. Days was surprised to ask why he came to the children's floor. Her brother joked that he had come to check on her. He leaned closer to the girl and promised to put her to bed, and lied that Jones had sent him there. Suddenly, he suggested to first show what was going on downstairs, and then Days would go to bed. Most likely, this is why she left the room. The girl was slightly frightened by her brother's sudden arrival. She sensed a catch, but still agreed to the offer. Shiva suggested picking her up so that he could better see what was happening below. The railings were high for a child of her age. The guy held the baby to his chest and squeezed her fragile legs tightly with his hands. The girl had a good view of all the guests of the evening. Despite the beautiful view, Days was still scared to be at such a height, especially since her brother could accidentally drop her. She preferred to look from her height. Despite Day's request, he continued to hold her up by force, tightly squeezing her fragile legs with one hand and leaning on the railing with the same hand. The girl turned away, grabbed her brother tightly by the shoulders and held on, asking him to let go while complaining of hellish pain in her leg. Tears of hopelessness rolled from her eyes. The little girl understood that this situation had already gone too far, and her brother's behavior was completely inadequate. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a girl named Nora appeared on the stairs. Seeing this picture, she called out to Shiva. Shiva understood that he had been noticed under strange circumstances and was thinking about how to present it correctly in order to protect himself. Nora immediately understood what was going on and explained to him that if he didn't let go of Days, she might fall, and asked if that was what the young man wanted. The poor girl clung to her brother so much that she was even afraid to turn around, because one awkward movement and she would end up downstairs, and the guy smiled as if nothing had happened, as if he had simply decided to show her the first floor. In fact, he was going to throw Days off and blame everything on the commoner, who just happened to show up. Fortunately, she managed to escape, and even leave traces of the struggle on him. The older brother, Jones, suddenly heard the screams of his younger sister coming from the second floor. Looking up, he saw Shiva holding his injured face, so he hurried up and found out. At this time, Shiva, fully understanding that he had no other choice, made excuses and called it simply a misunderstanding. But Nora fully revealed all his misdeeds and proved that even the situation with the fall in the dance was not an accident. He was in a great hurry to send his family abroad, but when he heard that Nora had learned the whole truth, he decided to act now. If Days had been badly hurt, he would have quickly taken the title away from the Earl while he was out of his mind with worry for his daughter. Jones, meanwhile, was already approaching closer, and a strange picture opened up before him. Days was sitting behind Nora, clutching her dress, and Shiva was looking at him in fear. Nora instantly burst into tears and literally begged for help, telling them that their brother had tried to break his little sister's leg. Then he turned his gaze to his sister. She was kneeling with shoes on only one foot, and tears were pouring from her eyes. Jones immediately began to hug the baby and calm her down. She finally felt completely safe in his arms. Naturally, Shiva shifted the blame onto Nora, who allegedly decided to split their strong family with her deception. To find out the truth, Jones decided to interview the injured party, asking the girl to tell him what really happened. Jones lifted her up. The poor thing was shaking all over and could barely utter only a few words, complaining of pain in her right leg. Then Jones lifted his sister's dress and saw fresh handprints exactly in the place where the victim was pointing. He immediately understood everything. At this time, Shiv, completely confident of his impunity, continued to accuse his sister's friend of what he had done. I didn't think for long. Jones hit the culprit in the face with a spin, and he flew back a few centimeters from where he was standing. The screams were already reaching the first floor, where the closed event was taking place. Their parents saw the squabble between the brothers and hurried up. It cannot be said that Shiva tried to kill Days, although this was a fact, but it is difficult to believe without any evidence. But you can tell he tried to break Days' leg. That's enough to send Jones on his way. The younger brother, foaming at the mouth, tried to prove that he was not guilty, and with his whole theatrical appearance, showed that the lack of faith in him was greatly hurting his mental organization. The argument in the form of a bruise from the brother's hands was quite enough to understand everything. Meanwhile, the frightened parents had already run up to sort things out. The father shouted at the top of his lungs, asking about his son's face, which had already suffered several times that evening. Shiv explained that when he showed his sister the first floor, he was worried that she would fall and held the girl's leg tightly, which is where the bruise came from. Nora did not remain silent. Her proof was the condition of the baby, who still could not come to her senses. The parents watched the whole situation in amazement and could not believe their eyes. Mom turned to her older brother for an explanation, and he told her how everything really happened. They were shocked and didn't know how to behave because they certainly didn't expect this from a member of their family. The father, as the head of the family, pulled himself together and tried to accept the situation wisely and understand what to do next. He calmed his wife down and ordered her to take care of the guests first. The woman asked the guests not to worry and to continue enjoying the banquet. The male half decided that it was too late to sort things out, and the event could not be stopped abruptly, and they agreed to think about everything tomorrow. The father wanted to punish Shiva right then for what he had done, but the count forbade him to do so. The count did not want to make the quarrel publicly known, and urged that the clarifications be left until the appropriate moment. Nora took care of Days, calmed her down, and covered her with a warm shawl so that she wouldn't freeze, and her mother approached the girls to find out about their condition. She hugged the little girls tightly and apologized for the adults allowing this situation to happen and not protecting them. From now on, only adults should deal with all the issues, so the mother sent the girls to rest and recover from what had happened. The children approached Day's room. Nora saw the little girl off and advised her to get a good night's sleep and drive away bad thoughts. But Days didn't want to let her friend go and asked her to sleep in the room with her, so she would stop being afraid and could have a good rest. Nora, without thinking twice, agreed to the offer because she had once agreed to take care of and support her friend. The girl's nanny applied ointment to the bruise so that it would go away faster, while saying how she did not expect such actions from Mr. Shiva. Then the nanny offered to let Days eat her favorite chocolate, but the girl was very upset and did not want either chocolate or conversation. She asked to turn off the light and leave them. The servants were upset by the lady's condition, but now she could not influence it in any way. Nora was already closing her eyes and getting ready to fall asleep when she suddenly felt someone staring at her. She turned to her friend, who looked down and stared at one point with a very sad expression on her face. The lady was afraid to meet Brother Shiva face to face. She suddenly asked her friend how she realized that her younger brother was not a good person. In her head, Nora wondered why Days wasn't in her past life, understood what Shiva was saying in a foreign language, and also his anger. Then she remembered Jones's desperate words on the day he came to her for help. People who pretend to be kind are actually trying to use others for their own gain. Even though Days was hurt and sad, no matter what, she had to accept this situation as it was. The little girl hugged her friend and thanked her for her support and understanding. She promised to try to become just as smart and to definitely help her in the future, to help her take revenge on all those who tormented her. With these words of promise, the girl went to sleep, remaining in the arms of her savior. As long as Nora remembered her past life, she would try to prevent those unfortunate events that happened then. At that time, it was the Riley family and Shiva who destroyed the McKeon family, but the Elandria quietly buried the injustice that happened to her family. Nora did not shake off the blame for what happened. She could have also made her contribution and punished the guilty. To the sounds coming from the beautifully burning fireplace, the girl was already beginning to fall asleep. The hand lying on her limited her movement, which by the way was not so light. She did not risk moving, so she had to sleep in one position until the morning. It was a clear, sunny morning, and loud conversations could already be heard from one of the rooms. Clearly sleep-deprived Nora, with dark circles under her eyes, was called in for a serious conversation by Lord Jones. The Lord's appearance was very different from what he was used to. An open shirt, hair pulled back into a ponytail, glasses that matched his image. The guy apologized for the early visit. He needed to clarify the details of the whole story. One woman pounced on him early in the morning, begging him to talk to her. She claimed that Nora had helped her. Then she told a story, the content of which was shocking to the Lord. Without telling what the story was, he wanted to find out from the guest whether what the woman said was true. Nora, realizing what was going on, winked at the Lord with a slight mockery and smiled, saying that she didn't know what they were talking about. The girl's reaction greatly surprised Jones and Marie. They could not contain their surprise. Jones continued to ask leading questions, but Nora interrupted him and, pointing her index finger at him, explained how things really were. The fact that Jones had called her over and asked questions meant that they had decided to gauge Nora's reaction, and the girl understood this. He thought that Shiva would be honest because he was a member of the family, and Angelo would be sincere because they were representatives of their family. But Nora was a new person, and no one believed her. Nora concluded that the Lord now had no choice but to be more wary of his surroundings and vigilant. After Nora's words, the young man was even more confused. He had a feeling that he was dealing with an adult and wise person. What was even more surprising was that during the conversation, the girl did not feel constrained. On the contrary, she calmly poured herself some tea and threw a piece of refined sugar right in front of her opponent's face. Finishing her cup of tea, Nora wanted to end the conversation, but first she asked for one favor. The guest asked to protect Marie because he was the savior. It took great courage, but he slept with the McKeon family. Folding his hands, the Lord promised to fulfill the girl's request and sent her to rest in his chambers. After the festival, those who were involved in the collapse of the McKeon family and their past life were punished. Shiva and Alan were banished from the estate and had to be removed from the Count's lands, and Marielle, who knew nothing, was decided to be sent to a monastery. While the relatives were saying goodbye to the girls, cries of repentance and justification were heard from behind Shiva, who was also being led into a carriage to be sent away from home. The mother shed tears over her daughter's departure and said that the girl had lost weight because of her worries. Each member of the family said goodbye to Lady Days. Jones personally approached Nora to thank her for everything. Her brother promised to come running to her aid no matter what happened. Her father, as per tradition, showered her with gifts, and her mother tugged at her cheeks and said how much she loved the baby. Jones also promised to do everything possible for Nora if the girl suddenly needed his help. While they were saying goodbye, Angelo and his daughter Heath were being led out by the arms. The man tried to make the most of his helplessness, but no one wanted to listen to him anymore. Those people who conspired to commit murder can no longer set foot on these lands. Now Heath didn't have to hide her true attitude towards the girls. She didn't mince words or hide her emotions. In the foreground, the culprits were being forced into a carriage, while the girls standing behind were preparing to leave. Mama Days politely invited Nora to come visit next time, but during the summer holidays, she gently stroked the little guest's hair. Nora was pleased. She even winked at the woman. Nora thanked her for the warm words, but said that she would like to go visit her mother in the summer. The girls got into the carriage. Little Days was screaming and waving her hand to her relatives who were seeing her off, promising to meet on the next holidays. The friends arrived at the academy. Most of the children had already returned from winter break and were discussing who spent it and how. Alex bragged to Adalia that she had visited Huburn, the famous hot springs town these days. Adalia herself sadly said that she could not go anywhere because her family hosted guests in their home during the entire holidays. A classmate quietly mocked Adalia for spending her time in an uninteresting, even boring way. Suddenly, Alex noticed Leah passing by, who clearly did not want to be noticed. She called out to her classmate. Leah pretended not to hear Alex's screams and hurried away even faster. Adalia watched as her friend, with a sinister smile and unhealthy pleasure, ran after her classmate, who was running away from her. Alex continued to pursue Leah, forcing her to stop immediately. She was clearly crossing all boundaries. The boys who were standing in the corridor along which the students were running egged her on and forced her to hit the one who was running away. The students laughed at them, and Megarin appeared next to them, simply standing and watching what was happening. When Alex caught up with Leah, she forced her against the wall and interrogated her viciously, wanting to get an answer to her question. She had no intention of answering her questions and certainly not showing her fear, but Alex started talking nonsense just to make things more painful. She brought up Leah's grandfather, after whose death her uncle will become the head and the girl will stop being an aristocrat. The crowd's voices said that she was not an aristocrat and that she might even be kicked out of the academy. Megarin could no longer watch her close friend being bullied and called out to Alex, urging her to calm down and prepare for the upcoming lesson. At that moment, an unfamiliar man in a long black coat, worn over a classic suit and holding a cane in his hands, was walking down the corridor. He approached Alex and asked her what grade she was in. The girl answered the stranger with apprehension. The man quickly recognized the girl and, folding his hands on his cane, was about to enter into a dialogue with her. Ida was hiding behind the man's back, and he called Alex to follow him to talk about his daughter. Besides Alex, he was interested in Nora. He asked to tell the student that she should go to Mrs. Hoffman's office. In the teacher's office, they gathered everyone who had somehow touched the man's daughter. The only one missing was Nora. The girl acted as expected, went to the door and entered, asking why the mistress had called her. Nora greeted Baron Naley. He recalled how he first saw the girl when she was still very small. She confirmed what he said. Ida became extremely angry and started yelling at her classmate because she had denied knowing them at their first meeting, and now quickly remembered her father. But Nora calmly answered her that even now, she does not remember her childhood memories of her friendship with Ida. The girl turned her gaze to Madame Hoffman, asking again why she had been called in right in the middle of the lesson. Madame wanted to know if it was true that Nora was deliberately keeping Ida at a distance and belittling her because of her poor academic performance. During their conversation, Alex suddenly laughed out loud at the way Mrs. Hoffman posed the question. The teacher was outraged by the student's disrespectful behavior, but she believed that no one would listen to Nora's words. If Ida wanted to get rid of someone with the help of her father, then first she had to at least overtake Nora in grades. Ida, feeling the support of a loved one, continued to speak in raised tones and call Nora a mean fox who pretends to be nice, while she herself lied that she did not know her childhood friend. Baron Naley pressed the girl with his gaze so that she would give a truthful answer. It was because of this kind of situation that the girl did not go to her hometown on vacation. Nora understood that the same conversation would await her there. If his beloved daughter cried and whined throughout the holidays, then if the girl returned home, Baron Naley would punish Nora and her mother. The girl especially did not want to put her beloved mother at risk. Her daughter's relationships with her classmates should not affect her. Inside the school, no matter how much the Baron wanted to, he cannot punish anyone on his whim. He will have to adhere to the rules of the academy. It's lucky that Nayla doesn't have the kind of character to call and punish her mother separately, otherwise Nora would have to hide her mother as soon as the holidays began. Looking down at the floor, Nora denied that she had any intention of belittling or humiliating his daughter. Here the Baron switched to Alex because she also bullied his daughter. He was waiting for at least the slightest admission of guilt and a feeling of remorse. But the student had no intention of humiliating herself or admitting guilt. On the contrary, she showed disdain with her whole appearance. While Hoffman promised to conduct further investigation and take disciplinary action, Alex screamed that she was the Count's daughter. But when she heard about the disciplinary punishment, she turned to the missus, loudly denying her guilt. The fact that Alex tortured Ida was a fact with all the witnesses, but there was no evidence of Nora's atrocities. But one must take into account the girl's low origins. She can definitely get a more serious punishment. Apparently, there was bullying going on against the Baron's daughter, so Alex will be sent to the reflection room after school by her teacher for 2 weeks until she corrects herself. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and in the doorway stood a man whom they clearly did not expect to see there. In front of them stood Nellison, in an eye-catching white suit with a blue tie tied over his shirt. He had come as the guardian of a child in his family to apologize for her behavior. Mrs. Hoffman was touched by the concern of Nora's relative and could not prevent his presence. Hoffman invited him to sit down at the negotiating table. Nellison was interested in what bad Nora had done. When the lady said that the information about the girl's atrocities was not confirmed, Alex and Baron Niley's faces twisted with a sense of injustice. Alex was outraged that with the appearance of Nellison, she immediately changed her mind. Nora was alarmed by such concern from a man who even had a different last name. She clearly understood that he had a plan to use her for his own purposes. The Baron was seriously angry and was very indignant at what was said, because then it turns out that his daughter lied to him. The teacher calmed him down. First, it was necessary to get to the bottom of it, so that all the guilty parties would be punished in accordance with the rules of the academy and would not be able to avoid retribution. The teacher insisted that Ida could tell the Baron about what she had gone through, embellishing the situation a little, but the faces of the Baron and his daughter were filled with indignation. She, for her part, did everything she could and asked the Baron not to be angry with her harsh statements. Nelson was pleased with this outcome of the situation and literally glared at the relative sitting in front of him. Nora and Alex walked out together. The latter literally kicked the door open, steam coming out of her ears from anger. She was irritated by the injustice because she had received a punishment. Nora, catching up with her classmate, set her up, reminding her that she was the Count's daughter, and if he found out, it would be oh so unpleasant. She was so angry, of course not without Nora's help, that she decided to tell her father everything too. This was exactly the scenario that suited Nora, that Alex would remain the same sinister girl and would start a real war among the adults. If this ugly, disgusting humanity remains the same even when circumstances change, then so be it. She had also bullied Nora before, publicly and cold-bloodedly, and knowing about her father, no one could cross her. Alex craves attention both in his past life and now, and gets it in the most sophisticated ways. She was the second daughter of the Count of Isla, and grew up with a smart, pretty sister who was adored at home. At the academy, she found her new way to survive by attracting the attention of children with her strengths, such as her sharp tongue. Her survival was accompanied by violence in a society dominated by barbarism, as was the case with Leah. Thus, Alex made Nora an entertainment for her classmates, and no one could resist her. She then claimed that all people who were bullied had their own reasons for it, and Nora naively believed that if she corrected all her shortcomings, she would no longer be tormented. Alex, like a scary doll, devoid of humanity and compassion, constantly criticized her classmate. She was irritated by literally everything about her. This monster pressed on her so much that the girl no longer had the strength to endure it. The other children followed her, they supported and added fuel to the fire, finishing off the defenseless. At those moments, Nora dreamed of only one thing, that these days at the academy would finally end, and maybe then this suffering would stop. One of the long-awaited days arrived. Nora stood on the balcony of the palace with a beautiful view, in a beautiful evening dress, and admired the landscape. Her silence was broken by a voice from behind. It was the same Alex who was running towards her as if they were inveterate friends at the academy. Nora's heart almost seized up. Goosebumps ran all over her body, but she assured that she came with good intentions. Alex, putting her hand on her old friend's shoulder, showed joy that Nora was able to survive all the bullying and become happy. In fact, Alex didn't change her attitude towards Nora at all, wanting to get along with her because of her new status, and she certainly didn't consider her a friend. A criminal forgets his crimes more easily. Nora wanted to give Alex memories that he would never forget, but not now. During a conversation in the academy cafeteria, Alex complained about Ida, who denied stealing the tape and also organized the showdown with the help of her daddy. Adalia listened attentively to her as she repeated her favorite phrase about how people who are bullied are always to blame for it themselves. As always, working for the audience, she spoke so loudly that she attracted the attention of Nora and Days, who were sitting at the next table. Alex angrily stuck her fork into the fruits and berries lying on her plate and continued to be indignant. Nora barely restrained herself from her classmate's remark and the opinion that Ida should first think about what to do to correct the situation. It turned out that Leah was also present in the dining room and heard everything. She couldn't stand it, came up from behind and threw the entire contents of her tray right on the offender's head. The scoundrel felt liquid pouring down her hair and pieces of food falling. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events. When everyone present heard the crash and turned around, Leah was already standing with a completely empty tray, but Alex froze in surprise and was in no hurry to raise her head. Finally, she raised her drenched head and looked furiously at her classmate, as if she had gone completely crazy. While Alex was recovering from the shock, Leah was expressing everything she thought. She was outraged by the girl's arrogance, since she always looks down on people. Without thinking twice, Alex picked up her tray and tipped it over her head, just as she had, so to speak, leveled the playing field. Having bumped heads, face to face, like two true enemies, Alex tried to offend the girl, hinting that she was not an aristocrat to allow herself such antics. Leah was filled with anger and despair from hopelessness. Tears poured from her eyes, her whole face trembled. She couldn't stand it any longer, so she grabbed the villainess by the chest and began to shake her with all her might. Discussions had already begun in the background, and that was why the girl came to her senses and let Alex go. The voices called her ill-mannered and troublemaking, which hurt the student but made her offender very happy. Leah was followed by mockery and an offer to eat everything she had poured out. Even with the consequences of her bullying on her hair, Alex was not going to calm down. While the girl was running away from everyone, they supported the scoundrel and, together with her, cheerfully ridiculed the one running away. What she saw made Days lose her appetite, as did everyone else present, and they decided to leave the dining room. The friends went their separate ways. Days went to her room, and Nora had to go write a letter of repentance. As Nora left, she watched as Alex, surrounded by all her classmates, complained about Leah and condemned her bad behavior. Having written a letter of repentance to Mrs. Hoffman, she returned to the dormitory building late in the evening. It was already dark outside, it was a little scary to walk alone, and suddenly she heard a painfully familiar voice. In front of her stood a joyful man, whom the girl had loved so much in her past life. He was waiting for his adopted relative to take her to the hostel. The caring man was worried about her safety. Showing concern, Nelson threw his wide, pleasantly scented jacket over the girl's fragile shoulders. Nelson carefully placed Nora's hand in his own. It was important to him that she felt his gentle touch. On the way to the hostel, they had a casual conversation. Nora was interested in the fate of his family members. The man asked if she remembered his younger sister, who was also eager to go to the academy with her brother. Of course, Nora remembered this important figure from her past life, because it was she who, at the very end, made efforts to ensure her death. Nelson was worried about his sister and asked her to take care of her when she entered the academy, but in reality, he needed to worry about the people who would surround her. During the conversation, he also brought up the topic of bullying a student, Leah, who sent him a love letter. Nora found the man disgusting, a bastard who collected gossip and pretended to know nothing. Of course, she didn't show him her disdain. She simply replied that she wasn't close enough with Leah, but she emphasized that the girl was clearly not close with several guys from the class. As a senior, Nelson felt guilty that she was not getting along with her classmates because of him. He asked to take care of Leah if she suddenly found herself completely alone, without friends or moral support. If this was her brother Nelson's request, then she was happy to take care of her classmate. Nelson's behavior is clear through and through. Everything that happened in his past life will happen again. The last piece of the puzzle will finally fall into place. The next day at the academy began with a dance lesson. All the students were divided into pairs. Only Ida was left alone. No one wanted to dance with her. Behind her, she heard Alex talking with another classmate. They were heatedly discussing someone and agreed to talk about it in more detail over lunch. Ida stood and tried to listen to their conversation, thinking that they were talking about her again, which was extremely unpleasant for her. While she was standing in one place, the children began to move in a dance. The guy accidentally touched her and immediately reacted negatively. Alex intervened and, ridiculing Ida, asked her classmate not to mess with her until she complained to her father. The girl already felt like an outcast, and she was also irritated by the constant gossip about her. She clenched her fists and barely contained her anger. Ahead, she saw Nora, who was practicing dancing with her friend, the first one she considered to be the one to blame for her troubles. Ida thought Nora was making fun of her for being an outcast, without friends or respect, but in fact, the girl wasn't looking at her at all. Behind Ida, in the far corner of the office, another heroine of the drama, Leah, stood alone and upset. But Nora knew that soon the situation would turn around for her. In her past life, it happened around this time. As the lesson began, the door suddenly opened and an unknown man stepped across the threshold. The teacher did not want to violate discipline, so she did not greet the stranger very happily. Taking off his hat, the young man introduced himself as a servant of Lord Burt, Leah's father, who had recently become an earl. He came to pick up his lady on the orders of the count. Leah, like everyone else, was in a slight daze. Leah clung to the servant and asked whether her father had really become a count. He did not answer anything specific, only asked her to go with him as soon as possible. The young man hugged his lady and quickly led her to the exit, under the surprised glances of the crowd. Immediately after her departure, heated discussions began. This appointment was a shock to everyone, since her father was the second son and could not inherit the title. What Bert's servant said quickly spread throughout the academy, so that soon everyone knew about it. The old Earl Bertha and his successor capsized while riding in a boat, causing his second son, Lord Bertha, to become an earl. A week after the funeral, Leah returned to the academy in high spirits, now being the daughter of a count. The girl arrived in a luxurious four-seater carriage with the family emblem, wearing clothes made of purple fabric with silver buttons. Whether it was luck or chance, in any case, from that moment on she was considered an aristocrat. Now everyone didn't understand how to communicate with her, and whether it was worth changing their attitude so that it wouldn't come back to haunt them in the future. While the teacher was giving a lecture, Leah raised her hand and suddenly made a strange request. She complained that Alex, who was sitting behind her, was constantly looking at her angrily. Naturally, she denied her close and negative attention, and her classmates began a heated argument. The teacher, already busy with her own affairs, asked them to resolve the problem between themselves during the break and not during the lesson. Leah couldn't solve this problem on her own and was upset that the teacher didn't want to help. At the same time, Alex continued to sneer at her victim, saying that she was complaining as she usually does. To calm the children down, the teacher hit the table and continued to stand in a pose, not wanting to analyze the situation and take anyone's side. Probably Leah thought that the new status should immediately bear fruit, but not so quickly. She couldn't stand Alex's caustic chatter, stood up and yelled at her. It was good that there were still a few rows between them. Alex didn't leave her alone and loudly complained that she was starting to argue out of nowhere. After the lesson, Alex stood in the middle of the classroom, attracting attention, and asked for a snack of something sweet to calm her nerves. Her classmates, who had previously supported her in all her stupidities, looked at her with disapproval. One of them couldn't stand it and asked why she was doing these provocations, for what purpose. The scoundrel was in shock and did not understand what had changed around her and why the attitude towards her had changed so abruptly. One of the students couldn't stand it and spoke out about the antics during the lesson, about the loud shouting and impudent behavior. Of course, in her defense, she blamed Leah for everything, but the guy was adamant, insisting that it was she who did not leave anyone alone. In any case, Leah is now the daughter of a count, and if Alex was going to successfully establish a social life in high society in the future, she would have to moderate her ardor. In the face of a condemning crowd, she continued to justify her inadequate impulses to mock people, but the attitude towards her had clearly changed. Now Alex must choose whether she will establish a relationship with the Count's daughter or become an outcast herself and close off her path to a wonderful future. In her previous life, Leah's successful rise in status had not caused such an impact. Now she was close to the aristocrats of high society, and the children of lower status did not dare to say anything. But no matter how you look at it, in this life, Leah is a pathetic and arrogant stalker whom everyone liked to scare and harass. After Leah became a lady from the Count's family, the guys became reluctant to talk about her, much less make fun of her. The children, who were already tired of Alex's excessive gossip, one by one drew a line between Alex and themselves. Thus, Alex's own law of survival and leadership began to gradually collapse. After the lecture, Nora went to another conversation with her ally, Kevin. She handed him a letter and asked him to spread rumors about what was written in it and to make Alex the source. Nora was very surprised that the heir to the empire sat on the floor. With such behavior, he looked more like a soldier or a knight than an aristocrat. Kevin smirked at the girl, but her plan was as perfect as always. He couldn't help but admit that. This time, her target was a red-haired girl whom she had used to her heart's content, and now it was time to get rid of her. She didn't want to leave people who could hurt her just like that. She doesn't have much strength, so one attack would be enough to destroy them. Her ally was interested in the fact that if at the moment, at the beginning of her training, she only had one friend, then where did such personal and secret stories come from? The girl folded her hands on top of each other just like in her past, unsuccessful life, and again plunged into memories. Feeling completely out of place, Nora was forced to engage in conversations with high-status girls, and this day was one of them. Alex complimented all the girls, remembering their school years, all of whom by chance turned out to be former classmates. All the girls were sitting on a separate sofa, unlike Nora, and were discussing intrigues in their first year at the academy. Nora just listened. She had nothing to add and felt very awkward. She hoped that they would talk about donations for flood victims. After the discussions, they turned their attention to Nora and persuaded her to stop being shy and obedient, because now she was not a commoner, but a crown princess. Conversations on such topics were terribly awkward for the girl. She just waited for this evening to come to an end. Among all the strange stories, the only thing that was clear was that they were making fun of her. It was just a useless conversation, but now it helped a lot. Nora, of course, did not want to talk about the fact that she was living a second life, and it would have sounded strange. She was simply referring to a reliable source of information. Kevin, as he was about to leave, asked if she needed any other help, which he would be happy to provide. To which she asked her ally to give her some land, preferably in a secluded area. Kevin was surprised and thought that she wanted to become a lord, and reported that even in this situation, this was only possible in 2 years. But that wasn't the point. She just needed a piece of field with a small house attached to it, and for it to look like a place left unattended by some aristocrat, naturally not registered in her name. The guy thought that the girl was preparing a shelter for her mother, but Nora explained that one day she would need to evacuate somewhere, so it was not for her mother. Although Nora actively began to cooperate with Kevin, she still could not fully trust him, but there was no other way out. Kevin leaned down to the freshman's face, leaning his elbows on the chair she was sitting on, and hinted that it would take a very long time to pay for such a request. The girl promised to return the double amount as soon as possible, and then he promised to fulfill all her requests and also send the seeds that she had asked him for earlier. She politely said goodbye to him and promised to write to him if she suddenly needed something urgently. Finally, he decided to ask if she knew in advance that everything would turn out this way and that the relationship between Iceland and Bertha would deteriorate. She had no choice but to joke and deny it, saying that she was not a clairvoyant to predict the future. At this time, all the children came to the lecture, but for Alex everything changed. It seemed like nothing unusual happened, but the coldness among her peers was strongly felt. The children tried to avoid meeting her, some of them, without hesitation, expressed their disdain with a look or even a word. Of course, Alex resorted to her old behavior pattern and started shouting at the crowd and demanding that they voice their complaints rather than pretend to be upset. The guy sitting at the desk was not going to remain silent. He pointed out to his classmate that she alone was to blame for everything that was happening. He was outraged that she took it all out on the guys when she herself had done something wrong, but she could not understand what he was talking about. Her friend Benny, with whom they were inseparable, the girl trusted Alex with all her secrets and experiences. It was she who was the subject of the conversation. Alex thought she was being kind to her by listening to all the stupid love advice and whining, while giving her harsh, thoughtless advice. A classmate accused Alex of creating rumors about Benny's sympathy for him. He was worried about the future situation. If such rumors were to circulate, then the reputation of both would be at risk. Naturally, she denied her involvement, but she recalled that Leah and Ida could have overheard the conversation and spread it, but they had no one to tell. After her words of justification, she felt a sharp blow on her shoulder and tried to dodge the container of ink that flew at her and smashed on the floor. The girl who attacked her turned out to be Adalia. She accused her of spreading rumors and attracting attention in such a vile way. Adalia also reported that another friend of theirs, Alia Berthold, was unhappy with her and even wanted her to die immediately. Alex didn't understand what was happening at all. This time, criticism of Ali's appearance came from her lips, with a harsh discussion of her excess weight and even insults about it. Now, Alex didn't even try to deny it and explained that she was tired of listening to her talk about her problem and get upset, and if she was so upset, then she should have lost weight a long time ago. When Adalia didn't see even a drop of remorse in her close friend, she pushed Alex away with all her might and called her a nasty girl. Alex felt as if darkness had fallen upon her fragile shoulders, and in the midst of this darkness only the condemning eyes of the children were visible. Her expensive shoes were stained with spilled ink that could not be washed off, as was the mud Nora had dipped them in. At this time, Days and Nora were talking over a cup of tea, discussing situations concerning their classmates. Theft, stalking, and backstabbing have been happening among their peers lately, and the girls have been emphasizing this. Thus ended Nora's third revenge. It was not easy, but it was thought out and executed perfectly. After all that has happened, these three will not be able to get along as well as before. Now that all the branches have been cleared, it is worth thinking about how to cut the trees. Day's nanny, whose name was Betty, approached the girls who were talking. Nora decided to ask her for a favor. Since Betty used to live in a place famous for its medicinal herbs, she asked for help with her homework. Nanny said that among the many herbs they grew, there was a herb called wedge pockets, which only grew in northern Lethor and was really good for nerve problems. If the number of pockets suddenly decreases, it will be difficult to make a living, but there are always so many that even they cannot all be collected. They grow like weeds. In a past life, all the herbs in Lethor suddenly lost their fertility, causing a shortage and the prices of the remaining wedge pockets skyrocketing. Over time, it was discovered that growing wedge-shaped pockets with other plants helps the herbs grow well and increases their effectiveness. Nora was planning to grow these wedge-shaped pockets, which would have a huge impact on the medical community and could raise significant funds. These funds will one day serve the authorities, who will intimidate many families and have enormous influence on them. Thanks to the girl's resourcefulness, the seeds and soil were already there, so you can grow the plants without rushing. At the next lecture, the children worked with bouquets, the main element of which was not only flowers grown by gardeners. The teacher also suggested adding some uniqueness with beautiful wildflowers, which are abundant at this time of year. Having distributed the materials, he gave the girls the task of making bouquets themselves, as they felt, and they began to do so. Alex did not give up trying to hook Nora, even reproached her for helping the teacher with flowers, supposedly because of the lack of money she helps with all her labor, and reminded that the nobles live off lands and taxes. Calling her a noblewoman, who in reality is no different from a farmer working in a garden, Nora ignored the inadequate one, while she, with an evil smile, enjoyed herself. The other girls had already begun to be indignant at Alex's boorish behavior, which was habitual but already impossible. Leah was outraged that when all the guys stopped hanging out with her, she switched to Nora, for whom no one would stand up. Naturally, they got into an argument. Days and Nora watched what was happening and silently continued to do their work. The flowers Nora brought were truly beautiful. They had a wonderful scent. Lord Sheridan had picked them with the seniors. In addition to the flowers, Nora told her friend that the Lord had asked for help opening a literary salon. What she heard made Alex and Leah stop their squabbles and shut up. Sheridan holds a literary salon every year and invites favorites from the senior classes, where graduating students and prominent socialites take part. The Lord introduces them to his students, helping to establish social connections. Alex was very outraged by this news, since even her older sister had given up on this salon, because if you are not the chairman or vice chairman, then it is difficult to get in there. Days happily played along with her friend, loudly admiring her success, just to make Alex even more angry. Nora, in turn, promised to put in a good word for her only friend so that they could attend the event together. Adalia and Megarin, who also heard this conversation, were clearly not happy for their classmate. Rather, they were overcome with envy and anger. Adalia wondered why it was Nora, and not a child from a high-born family like her or Megarin, who was the best student and monopolized the teacher's attention. Even before Adalia entered the academy, she studied with a tutor and learned a lot, but it is unfair that a child who studied only with a priest in a small village and played with sheep in the fields should be treated like this. She thought that maybe her classmate had just learned tricks and gimmicks. Then it was even more wrong. Everyone pays for the same tuition and attends the same classes. The girl was very worried that Nora wanted to get the heart of Nellison, with whom she was so sincerely and childishly in love. Adalia shook herself a little and returned to reality from her sick fantasies and tried to continue collecting her bouquet. Knowing that she occupied a noble position that could not be compared to Nora, Adalia hoped that Nelson would eventually choose her. Even though the result was obvious to the girl, she was still jealous of Nelson and worried about the appearance of a competitor on her path. Since there was a midterm exam in 2 weeks, the teacher decided to give a midterm lecture now. The lecture is intended for students to ask questions about the upcoming exam, which will help them improve their grades. Adalia agreed with Megarin to call all the other classmates and make sure to attend the lecture. Nora looked at Adalia. From the outside, she seemed like an angelic but fair child, wishing only good for everyone, but memories from the past say otherwise. This girl was never among those children who bullied Nora and called her names. But she didn't talk to her or even approach her, as if she didn't exist at all. It was better than mocking her along with everyone else, but still wasn't a criterion for a good person. On the day when everyone was celebrating the long-awaited end of the academy, she suddenly noticed her existence, congratulating her on her graduation. Already at that moment, a former classmate handed her an envelope with a letter and told her to read it only when she was completely alone. Up until the moment Nora read this letter, she could consider Adalia a good person, but then the whole impression was spoiled. The girl wrote that she wanted to make friends since her first year of study, but Megarin hated Nora so much that nothing came of it. Nora read this letter and did not understand what to do with this information because of her softness. Then she still believed in kindness and good people. It turns out that it was because of Megarin that Adalia preferred not to notice her classmate, as if she were an invisible person. Then, at least, she shouldn't have done it when Megarin was away. After a while, when Nora began to integrate into high society, she began to feel Adalia's disdainful gaze. One day, Nelson secretly came to Nora and informed her that she was soon to marry Royal Highness Abellis. His Highness Abelis has been in a relationship with Princess Nada Grunels since their time at the academy, and Nora had Nelson in her heart, so this marriage was definitely not desired, and on both sides, and the girl was very worried about the consequences of such a decision. But it was her lover who pushed her to take this bold and destructive step. It was very easy to take advantage of the stupid, gullible fool. Thus, negotiations began between Elandria and the imperial family about a very advantageous marriage. It was then that Nada first noticed the existence of a small and insignificant former student in the person of the frightened girl, Nora. Just shortly before the upcoming wedding, Adalia unexpectedly came to Nora. She skillfully pretended that she was very happy to see her old friend. The lady served as a kind of transmitter from Nata. She invited Nora to a conversation in order to remove all the tension from the current situation and promised to be present at the conversation herself. At the present time, Nora would have been thinking about the dubiousness of the proposal, but at that time she was exhausted by the persecution of Valentine and the Duchess, as well as gossip about the imminent engagement. The girl went up to the 3rd floor, to the room on the left as she was told, but there was no one in the room, only an ominous silence and emptiness. While she was waiting for the girls, she was suddenly attacked by unknown people. They crept up on her from behind and hit the poor girl on the head so that she would lose consciousness and not be able to see the road. In the empty and dark room, only a neat little shoe remained from a fragile, tender foot that had been innocently stolen. When she came to, she saw only the tall, rough shoes of an unknown man, similar to military boots, and she felt very dizzy and weak. There was a dialogue between two men, one of them lifting the girl's exhausted body by the shoulder. The guy roughly grabbed her face and tried to examine the precious stones, those same sensational eyes that couldn't even compare to Nata's toes. She recognized the guy. It was Nata's younger brother. He was so concerned about his sister's fate that he was ready to commit a serious crime. He ordered his accomplice to tie up the captive. A man with a distinctive snake tattoo on his arm began to tighten the rope tightly on the lady's delicate hands. Their plan was to first poison the girl so that she would become speechless, and then sell her into slavery so that she would disappear forever from the lives of Nata and the highly respected Abelis. The fact that she managed to escape from there was pure luck. Luck with a loosely tied knot and an inattentive guard who was distracted at just the right time. The poor thing ran as fast as she could along the uneven country road, completely barefoot, in the frightening darkness and cold of the night. Immediately after her escape, she went to the Duke to tell him what had happened in the presence of Nelison. Instead of sympathizing and punishing the guilty, the Duke ordered her to pay attention to her manners in the future, considering that she was going to become the crown princess. He was obviously embarrassed by her appearance. The girl was standing in a torn dress with bare and dirty feet covered in blood. The fateful day arrived, the day of Nora's engagement to the Royal Highness Abelis. Nora stood in an incredibly beautiful wedding dress and sadly looked at her flawless image, which did not bring her any joy. Adalia suddenly burst into the room, concerned about the girl's condition due to the kidnapping. After everything that had happened, Nora certainly didn't want to see her. She grabbed Nora's hands with both of hers and tearfully apologized to her, saying that she didn't know what Natasha had planned and simply came later when there was no one else in the room. In fact, she was only concerned about her beloved Nelson. She thought that it was he who rescued the girl from the clutches of the villains. Naturally, Adalia knew about everyone that Nora liked Nelson and did not understand why Nelson reciprocated that feeling. She also couldn't help but know about Nada's intentions. Adalia and Nada's family are one of the few noble families in the Empire with a deep history. There is a clear connection between them. Therefore, she could not help but know about Nada's temperament and what she was capable of for the sake of her beloved and her great future. On Adalia, you can't use the same methods as on the first three. No matter how much you can incite and manipulate her, she is in a very strong position. But this does not mean that there is no way. Vulnerable points can be found in every person. This is exactly what Nora will have to do soon, cutting off this rather significant figure as an unnecessary part of this bouquet. Late in the evening, Nora was walking down the corridor and met Nada, who was just passing by and checking that the students were observing the time limits. Natasha wondered why the first-year student was not in her room, violating curfew. Since Lord Sheridan had a promised lecture scheduled, the girl got lost and was looking for the right audience. Nada, who met her, politely informed her that it was in the neighboring building of the academy, and the first-year student thanked her for her help. The freshman girl seemed very nice to Nada, perhaps because she was a relative of Nelson. It seemed to her that they had very similar energy. Nora, thanking for the compliment, was modest and compared herself with her classmates, Megaran and Adalia, with whom she certainly could not compare because they have good families and are popular among their classmates. From the way Nada clenched her hand into a fist, it was clear that she was thinking hard about this, and this was exactly what the first-year student wanted, to sow the seed of doubt in her head. But she chose not to show her anger and worries and said goodbye to the girl, sending her to quickly run to the lecture before she was late. Nora, in her usual manner, said goodbye to her elder sister, as always showing herself from a very good side. Then the first-year student seemed to Nada to be the best first-year student, who does not hide her true feelings like the other girls who entered this year. Students like Megaran and Adalia had very pleasant appearances, but seemed cutely shy. Biting her fingers in jealousy, Nada understood that they could lay claim to the heart of her beloved Abilis, and she certainly could not just sit and expect fidelity from the man. Therefore, she considered it necessary to cut off the shoots that dared to sprout before they fully blossomed and began to attract the attention of the male sex. As she left, Nora was glad that she had set such a strong person on two vile students. If you don't have enough strength to fight on your own, you can challenge someone with the same strength to the ring. The student went in search of the building where the lecture was taking place and reflected on the consequences of the last meeting. Suddenly, she slowed down a little and switched to a slower walk, which made a minimum of noise from her shoes. The smell of blood caught her attention, which frightened the student and made her speed up greatly. She literally followed the smell. Walking a little further, she heard someone's voices and, hiding behind a column, began to try to peek, and the first thing she saw was a bloody sword. Having recovered from the shock a little, she saw two armed men who were intensively and secretly searching for someone in this area. The girl recognized one of the men by his voice. She had already met him when she was in prison in her past life. John, who served His Highness and participated in the murder of Nora on that fateful day. He used to be Nellison's man who helped Valentin in her past life, a rather unpleasant and cold-blooded figure. The fact that Ralph, the prince's bodyguard, and John, Nelson's servant, were together meant that Nelson was helping Abilis with something. While they were thinking about where to look for the missing man, Nora stood quietly and was afraid of being noticed, but listened to their conversation with interest. Suddenly, one of the men noticed the edge of the girl's shoe and silently went to check who was hiding there or watching them. John even drew his sword, hoping that they had finally found the one they were looking for to finish what they had started. When he found Nora, there was a strange surprise on both sides, only the girl was afraid that she would become an unwanted witness, and the guys were afraid of being noticed. Nora immediately indicated that she knew John through her relative Nelson, thereby ensuring her own safety. The men understood that if a first-year student returned from an unplanned lecture, then soon everyone else would be passing through there too. After consulting, they decided to leave the place immediately before other students noticed them. Before leaving, they told her not to walk around alone so late at night and explained that they had picked up the balls because they thought there was an intruder. The first-year student waited until they were out of sight. She was in no hurry to leave and looked after them attentively. Making sure they were far away, Nora rushed into the bushes, following the strong smell of blood, which, fortunately, the men did not smell. When she parted the tall grass, she saw Kevin's bloody and exhausted body. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She certainly didn't expect to see him here, especially in such a deplorable state. At this time, in the corridor of the academy, near the auditorium where the Lord's preparatory lecture was to take place, a crowd of waiting students formed. Megaran was visibly upset that Nora was not present among the crowd. According to her plan, as soon as she entered the classroom for the lecture, she would be doused with ink, and then she would cut herself on the blade that they hid under the desk. When Adalia and Megaran were returning from the lecture, they met a smiling Marad, whom Megaran was definitely not happy to see. But in order to get the necessary information from him, she started a conversation with him and pretended to be friendly. He said that he studies with Kevin, but he left first because something happened. The guy was talking nonsense, but the most important thing was that the girls heard. At the beginning, Kevin was called to talk by Nelson, and he went out for a short while, after which he returned, collected all his things, and left the lecture for good. He also said that he met Nora in the Remnant building. Kevin asked the guy about Nora whether he noticed anything strange about the girl. Having told all the latest gossip, Maharad kindly, and as always with an open but very stupid smile, said goodbye to the first-year students. Megaren reciprocated his feelings and was already thinking about her new plan. After the senior left, she turned to her friend Adalia, asking where Nora's room was in the dorm. At this time, Kevin came to his senses. He was in one of the dorm rooms and did not remember at all how he ended up there. In front of him, he saw a high school student, Rin. He reported that he was in his room. Kevin was unexpectedly surprised. Their dialogue was interrupted by Nora entering, her clothes all stained with the blood of the guy she had kindly saved from imminent death. Rin greeted his friend kindly. He even did all the chores just so that Nora wouldn't overwork herself. Kevin felt that the guy's behavior was more like servility than friendliness, like an obedient, devoted dog in front of a girl. While Rin, at his friend's request, left the room, the guys were talking about Kevin's appearance in this dorm room. He didn't remember anything at all. She told how she picked up a guy near the Remnant building who was almost unconscious and brought him here. While she was dragging Kevin on her back, she gave him a leaf to eat, and the high school student remembered that moment and became interested in what his savior had fed him. This leaf had an arousing effect, and thanks to this, the guy had the strength to at least move his legs a little and help the fragile girl cope with this unbearable burden. Sitting behind the door, Rin heard their conversation about how Nora essentially saved Kevin's life. Thanks to her, he got to the shelter. She also said that she accidentally appeared in the right place, and having met Abelis's henchmen and Nellison, dealt with them first, and then found Kevin in the bushes. The high school student suddenly started talking and wanted to tell about those who wanted to kill him, but only said that he was betrayed by someone he trusted. Nora immediately realized who they were talking about and said the name of a person who used to be very dear and close to the guy. He was very surprised because no one could have known about this situation. Kevin did not understand at all who this small but all-knowing girl was. Before starting to cooperate with Kevin, Nora naturally found out all the details of his past and present. Among the allies in the closed North, Kevin chose those who were influential enough to reach the academy and ambitious enough to communicate with the Crown Prince. This was not information that even the smartest and most outgoing freshman could have. The girl received all the information she received from trusted sources, which is how she explained to the guy the oddities that were bothering him. When Nora became the wife of the Crown Prince, there were often all sorts of rumors behind her back, and this case was no exception. Kevin went on to say that he wanted to work with Marquis Tifion, who was Kevin's mother's father. And he believed that the Marquis wanted the same thing, but he betrayed him when he set him up so that the guy had a sword thrust into him. He wanted to get rid of his grandson with someone else's hands. Nora gently took Kevin by the face and said that he must definitely live. If the guy dies so stupidly, then she will find him in the afterlife and blame him for everything. Kevin was incredibly pleased that the girl was so worried about him and showed concern, especially in such a difficult situation. Rin had washed, dressed, and treated Kevin, so it was time for him to rest, so Nora asked the ally to go to his quarters when he felt a little better, and to be sure to pay the assistant in the future. Kevin was distracted by a ray of light, and raising his hand, raved about some kind of divine power that could heal even such a wound. Nora saw his strange behavior and asked a completely logical question. The guy joked that it was as if he was in heaven. The girl in bloody clothes with a completely casual look answered him that this definitely couldn't be heaven, because she was here. After she took him away, he thought about how much time had passed since someone had looked at him directly, without fear or contempt. At first, Kevin thought Nora was just a funny girl with a perverted personality, no different from other subordinates, but he felt an energy that was hard to resist. Kevin didn't have a fever, and the guy's jokes suggested that he was feeling much better. After this situation, Nora advised her ally to take with him a subordinate who possesses incredible strength. He admired her selfless kindness, her heart, which was hidden behind coldness and did not even recognize itself. The warmth of the one who takes such pleasant care of him, although she herself was very bitter. But why does she always talk about herself as if she is the worst and most terrible person in this world? After saying goodbye to Kevin, the student hurried back to the dorm. Due to the abundance of events in recent days, she felt very tired. To at least somewhat hide the bloody marks on her dress, Kevin lent her his outerwear. In any case, she was glad that Kevin remained alive. If it weren't for Rin, she wouldn't have managed it herself. Her thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected sounds of footsteps. She hurried to hide quickly so as not to be noticed at such a late hour. At first, Nora thought it was one of the students, but since the stairs were old and made loud noises, all the students knew about it, which meant it was someone else. An unfamiliar man was walking down the stairs, but the tattoo on his left arm took the girl back to the past. Just when she was kidnapped, he was one of these men. It was by this distinctive feature that she recognized him, but tried not to give herself away. His name was Symphony. He was a servant who helped Nada's brother and their entire family in any matters, even the most extraordinary and illegal ones. But it was unclear what he was doing in the hostel at such a late hour, whether it was really on Nada's orders. Nora ran as fast as she could to her room to check her guesses. She tried to check if everything was in place in her room. At first glance, nothing had changed, but if Symphony was on Nada's orders, he couldn't just leave. In general, it was extremely unexpected. It was unclear what had bothered Nada after the last meeting. Perhaps it was because of Abellis, who failed to kill Kevin. His servants told about their meeting with the freshman, and he asked to find out about Nora. The girl was reassured that she had burned all of Kevin's letters, but as she looked around the room, she suddenly noticed that her bed was neatly made. She rushed to check the bed, turned the whole bed over, and decided to lift the mattress. It was a place where people usually hide their secret things, and the girl was not mistaken. Her worst suspicions were confirmed. Under her mattress lay the exam forms for the upcoming first-year exam. Early in the morning, the missing forms were reported to Abellis, who had just returned to his post after a sleepless night. The forms had gone missing between yesterday evening and this morning, and Lord Sheridan was certain that they had been there when he had left for the first-year preparatory lecture yesterday. This morning, the servant who was cleaning the teacher's room discovered that the lock on the office was broken and hastened to report it. Abellis was outraged by the students who had entered this year. It was only the beginning of the year, and they were already bullying, harassing, and now stealing. Nada suggested checking the rooms of all the first-year students, but that would take too much time, and the criminal would have time to destroy all the evidence. His Highness Abellis was so angry that he promised to punish the culprit very severely with all the power of the royal family. The reflections were interrupted by Megarin and Adalia, who themselves came and asked to listen to them, interrupting the meeting. The students were having breakfast when they heard the latest news, so they were dressed for home, as they immediately rushed to communicate important information. Megarin was visibly worried and hesitant, afraid to disturb His Majesty. Everyone present was waiting to hear their story, but the girl could not cope with her excitement and put words together into sentences. It was a revelation for Abellis to see Megarin shy and reserved. It turned out that, in addition to her straightforwardness, she also had a sweet side. The first-year students insisted that they knew who was to blame for the disappearance of the exam forms. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the revelation of the name of the culprit of the crime. But in order to make her testimony credible, the girl made long pauses and maintained the intrigue. Of course, she blamed her classmate Nora for everything, and even gave quite logical arguments. After her words, Nora was immediately called to the conversation to check on the girl. She quickly went up to them. Pointing his finger at Adalia and Megarin, Abellis informed Nora that the students who had come to him were witnesses, thinking that she would get scared and immediately give herself away. But Nora was adamant. She masterfully pretended that she had absolutely no idea what she wanted to talk about and what the witnesses were standing in front of her. Nelson wanted to soften the blow and explain to his relative that she was invited to ask a couple of questions so that there would be no misunderstanding. Megarin smirked that Nelson wanted to protect his family, thinking that everything was going according to plan for her. Right now, the man sent by His Highness must find the stolen examination forms in Nora's room. Last difficult evening turned out to be not at all useless, as Nora thought. Thanks to Mahrad, she had an excellent opportunity to change everything. According to Mahrad, Nora came close to the classes, but for some reason was unable to come to the lecture. The one Megarin sent to check on the dorm noticed that she only returned late in the evening after curfew. So the classmate ordered the servant to quickly steal the exam forms and hide them in Nora's room. Moreover, she used someone else's servant. To be precise, in her past life, it was a servant of Nada's family. At first glance, the plan was flawless, but looking at Nora, Megarin was suddenly visited by doubt. The girl stood absolutely calmly, as if she was confident of impunity. But Nora had other thoughts. She didn't understand for what purposes Nada had colluded with Megarin, and even participated in the setup. Nada has no reason to harm the best girl in the course by lending her servant and taking such risks. Even if it were true that they were on the same page, Nada would have dumped everything on Megarin, and if necessary, would have cut off all the strings to herself. It is quite possible that Siphone's visit and the hiding of the examination papers were different events. In any case, Nora now had to clarify all the misunderstandings to His Majesty and Nelson, who were already expecting an explanation. If she made a slight mistake, they would find out about helping Kevin. The interrogation began straight away. Abelis asked questions about where she had been the previous night, from what time until what time she had been absent. Nada was more interested in why the first-year student missed the preparatory lecture. Nora couldn't think of anything better to say than that she started feeling unwell and returned to the dorm room. Naturally, Abelis wanted confirmation of her words, but no witnesses were presented. Megarin's face changed to malicious joy. She thought that the girl had finally been caught and would now be punished to the full extent of the law. She expected that she would now start crying and making a fuss about how unfair it all was towards her, and would put on a whole circus to save herself. His Majesty suddenly ordered everyone to leave the office except Nata, Nelson, and Nora. While Adalia was upset that Nelson still hadn't paid attention to her, a man approached her and called her to leave the room quickly. Nora couldn't believe her eyes. The guy who called Adalia turned out to be that same Safani. It turns out he was her servant, and not Nada's. It turns out that it was not the jealous Nada who organized the kidnapping and wanted to get rid of Nora in her past life. Adalia planned it all. The owner of that kidnapper and the one who hid the exam papers in Nora's room was Adalia Kendall. She always seemed the most harmless of this crowd of jackals. The sweet, kind girl turned out to be a real cunning snake. In fact, Adalia was never in the shadows. She was so actively trying to cause harm, both in her past life and now. Abelis recalled that yesterday evening, when his servant had foolishly let Kevin go, he had come across this girl. He thought about the possible collusion between Nelson and his relative, who could have ordered him to help Kevin, especially since during the assessment of the competence of the first-year students, suspicions of a connection between them also arose. When all the strangers left the room, Abelis began to put pressure on the girl, saying that he was looking for a criminal and she was the only suspect. If the student cannot confirm where she actually was yesterday, he will be forced to take extreme measures. The girl understood that most likely the servant had told Abelis about the meeting with her, so she had to quickly figure out how to get out of it. Perhaps he suspects her not only as the one who stole the exam papers, but also as the one who helped Kevin, which is why he interrogates her so fiercely. If he suspects Nelson of betrayal, then if the girl cannot get out of it, then her relative will also be in trouble. Despite the fact that yesterday all the students of the course were in class except Nora, she denied her guilt and insisted that she had not even come close to the teacher's room. Judging by the state of the student council members, it looks like they gathered in a hurry this morning, meaning they only found out about the theft this morning. Lord Sheridan was in his office until last night's lecture, so the student council assumed that the crime had been committed between last night and early this morning. Given that Nellison specifically mentioned evening time, it would seem that there are no other charges against her other than missing the evening class. Most likely, he decided to dispel Abelis's suspicions about Elandia and himself. This was his original goal, in order to fulfill his plan. Since the missing item was intended only for first-year students, it meant that first-year students stole it, and Nora was the only one who was absent from classes. Of course, she denied her involvement. Then she was asked to tell in detail where she had been and why she had been absent from the lecture. The girl once again explained that she had not been feeling well that ill-fated evening. It was as if they were repeating the same thing over and over again, but this was how Abelis wanted to confuse the girl and force her to tell the truth. But Nora confused him and began to ask him where he got the information that she was near the place where the classes were held. Neliusen turned attention to himself and suddenly decided to clarify whether the student had gone to the infirmary because she felt unwell. This question made the situation a little worse. Naturally, she did not go to the doctor, which she reported to the council. The student's answer completely angered His Majesty, and he began to threaten her with expulsion from the academy and serious punishment if she did not tell the truth. Nora quickly realized, and covering her face in embarrassment, was forced to say that her period had started yesterday. Of course, this confused the council a little, but they still wanted proof of the truth of her words. Nora covered her face with her hands in shame and offered to show them her bloody underwear, which was lying in the trash in her room, and promised to leave school of her own free will if the charges were not dropped. Nelison shouted that the girl should under no circumstances bring her underwear, and Abelis was outraged by the phrase about school. It was done perfectly. Abelis had already begun to think that Nora had accidentally ended up at the place where Kevin had disappeared. All that was left was to wait for the results of the search for her room. Just at that moment, a breathless servant ran into the office and reported that Nora's room was empty, and the only unusual thing was a bloody napkin that the girl had prepared in advance. Abelis ordered the girl to be released, but before leaving, she asked why Megarin and Adalia had come to the council. She assumed that His Majesty had called them to clarify the number of people present at yesterday's preparations. Since they came themselves and no one invited them, the guy began to understand a little bit about everything. The girl gave him good food for thought. After permission was granted, Nora declined and politely said goodbye to the council members. She walked out with a completely calm expression on her face, as if nothing had happened. Megarin was worried about her classmates' calmness. Apparently, Siphony had hidden the exam papers too deep, or the fox had already found them and gotten rid of them because someone had let it slip. Meeting the girls in the corridor, Nora made fun of their appearance and the fact that they were giving important testimony to the council at such an early hour. Megarin, as if nothing had happened, joked that she had only told about what she knew, like an exemplary and caring student. Peering out from behind her friend, Adalia excitedly asked how everything went and if everything was okay with her classmate. Nora smiled and replied that everything was fine, and thanks to Adalia, the whole situation was resolved. His Majesty Abelis opened the door in a fury and called the entire student council to enter his office. Adalia and Megarin were also unexpectedly invited to the conversation. Nora saw the girls off and gloated, throwing all sorts of barbs at them with a smile on her face. Abelis informed the students that nothing had been found in the suspect's room, and he was interested in when and where they had heard about yesterday's theft. One of Megarin's servants, who was a friend of the teacher's room cleaner, told his mistress about the crime that had been committed. That's why she decided that she had to report what had happened as soon as possible, for the sake of all her friends who were innocent of anything. Listening to this, Nada was simply furious at the insolent behavior of the first-year student. She decided to teach the arrogant daughter of the Marquis a lesson. She clarified how the girl found out that it was Lord Sheridan's examination papers that had disappeared. After all, the servant was the first to report the loss to the student council, but he did not know what exactly was missing. It was obvious that this girl was from the highest aristocracy, and news at school could be found out quickly, but Abelis wanted to let it go unpunished, since the Marquise was involved. But he didn't want to help a fool who fell into a trap he had set himself. It was convincing that everyone had fallen for the story, but still the man was disappointed with Megarin. The student's hands were already shaking from worry and fear, but she continued to justify herself, saying that during the exam period, it was difficult not to guess what had been stolen. Realizing that her friend had dragged her into a dangerous situation, Adalia regretted lending Megarin her servant. She had only asked that Nora be expelled from school. She intervened with the suggestion that Nora, who had a phenomenal memory, might have memorized all the questions and thrown away the exam papers. Nada was very outraged that the students were trying to deceive their elders with such a banal lie. If the accused was as smart as they said, then she simply had no reason to steal the sheets. His Majesty gave instructions to Nelson to find the culprits and the examination papers, to inspect the rooms and question the people. Megarin was worried that the sheets were not in place. It suddenly dawned on her that Nora could not have guessed and found them in her room on her own, only if someone told her. She suddenly remembered the recent words of a classmate who thanked Adalia, and all the pieces of the puzzle came together in her head. The girl immediately threw away her close friend's hand and made a loud statement. After Adalia was sure that Lord Sheridan had left the office, she sent her servant there. Not knowing what the guy was doing there, Megarin apologized with tears in her eyes for misinterpreting the situation. She also apologized to His Highness for her childish behavior and her senseless, unnecessary visit. Naturally, Adalia began to blame everything on her friend, who had borrowed her servant to commit the crime. But they no longer wanted to listen to her, so Abellis wanted to first talk to Miss Kendall and make a decision after carefully studying the case, and sent the first-year girls outside to wait for the results. Adalia understood what a difficult situation she found herself in, but she could no longer do anything. She was shaking all over from hopelessness. But even though Megarin tried to cry in public, it was hard not to notice her gloating smile. Closer to lunch, the children went to the cafeteria. Megarin and her classmates were already condemning Adalia's actions, although her friend was supposedly trying to shield her and avoid the conversation. Nora and Days were having lunch at the next table, and the girl was inquiring about her friend's absence from the preparatory lecture. She was also concerned about the situation in the council office, and expressed dissatisfaction with Adalia's wild desire to be in first place and meanly set up others. Of course, it was expected that Megarin would get out of the situation. Even in the past, she behaved like a princess and arrogantly interfered in state affairs, which she later blamed on Nora. Even when she was in danger, she must have remembered Nora's words and quickly blamed her friend for everything. Adalia entered the dining room. Her face was completely blank. All she could do was lower her eyes to the floor and silently accept the condemning cries directed at her. Despite the fact that she sat with her back to all the guys, this did not stop them from laughing at her and sending her unpleasant insults. Some of the students were also watching Nora, wanting to see her reaction to the girl who wanted to set her up so harshly. If Nora had not met Adalia's servant, then all the condemnation and punishment would have been directed at her, but as it is, the punishment will only serve for one person for now. As much as I would like to get rid of Adalia and Megarin at once, it would be better to remove them one by one. In the evening, Nora met with Kevin in their secret place. He was already aware of the successes of his subordinate. The girl recommended that the future successor of the Archduke read more books and not be interested in gossip. The person who inherits the title must be good at gathering information, so Kevin always took this matter seriously. But the first-year student had no time for his chatter. After the midterm exams, assignments for the summer holidays were pouring in like buckets. While she was thinking about studying hard to attend classes with seniors next year, Kevin was attracting attention with his walking. She always wondered why the guy kept coming to the library, and it turned out that it was his secret meeting place. The reason he came here, despite the fact that they had not agreed to meet today, was to reveal this secret. Because the young man tried in every way to distract Nora from her studies, she lost all concentration. This was exactly what he needed now. He sat down on the next chair and handed her the envelope, waiting for her to open it. It was a joyful and unexpected piece of news that Nora's mother had become Viscountess Perisher's maid. The girl's cheeks turned pink with joy, and the look of a serious, wise girl changed to a sweet and shy one. She was happy that she wouldn't have to go to her hometown for the summer holidays. Even though the Baron had promised not to do anything, he wouldn't be able to ignore them completely, and Ida would continue to pester her. Thanks to this news, Nora will be able to leave with her mother to another city for service, so as not to meet this family. It was clear that Kevin had helped with this, but it turned out that Mom herself had sent a letter for the position of maid. To apply for this position as a maid who handles the personal affairs of a nobleman, a letter of recommendation is required. It must be from a famous nobleman. Kevin passed on the job posting to his mother and asked one of his subordinates to send a letter of recommendation. The girl felt a strange feeling. On the one hand, she made a deal to achieve common affairs, but did not trust him completely. And on the other hand, they needed confidence from each other that they could do their job, and not human trust. It turns out that he deliberately showed Nora the secret meeting place, and even provided him and his mother with a place to stay during the summer. In fact, Kevin decided to give his subordinate a birthday present that she had completely forgotten about. Of course, it was strange to forget about your birthday, but it was understandable. For a long time, it had been a meaningless day. Sometimes it was just a day that no one knew about, and sometimes it was an excuse to get closer to the Crown Prince through gifts and attention to his wife. In fact, no one had congratulated her since her mother died, so she completely forgot about this day. So Kevin chose the gift specifically for the girl, so that she would like it and bring the most positive emotions. Nora once saved his life, and since he is the employer, he needs to pay compensation. Since she did not ask for it first, he chose the reward himself. He gave her the gift as if by chance, fearing that she would be wary, but he did not expect such a joyful and sweet expression on her face. The face is smiling and surprisingly bright, like a wild flower breaking through the rock. With gratitude and a warm feeling in her soul, she accepted this gift and was glad that she would finally have a pleasant summer vacation in the company of her beloved mother. Nora wanted to continue to keep in touch with Kevin during the summer holidays. The young man promised to send a letter when she had already left for Perisher. The freshman stayed in the library to study for her final exams, while Kevin went about his business. A few months later, after successfully passing all the exams, the children went on summer holidays. Nora was relaxing on the shore of the lake in Perisher, in complete peace and quiet, reading a very interesting book. The wonderful time spent and reconnection with nature was interrupted by one of the maids, who asked to urgently return to the mansion. A message arrived for the guest of this estate, but the servant spoke somewhat ambiguously, simply asking to follow her and see for herself. When Nora came to receive the letter, she was very surprised. There was not one, but a whole pile of letters. The girl signed for receipt and hurried to look at the sender's name. All these letters were sent by her only friend and the sweetest and kindest girl of all those Nora had ever met. She sat down at a wooden table in a room devoid of extraneous sounds and began to read all the letters sent by her friend. The friend admitted that the journey home alone seemed long to her, and she felt sad that the girls would spend this holiday separately. The McKeon family expected the girls to arrive together, and their mother prepared a bunch of pies and various tasty treats for the guest. Before she even arrived, Days asked her family to send her to spend part of the holidays with Nora's family. Mom was ready to go with her daughter, but asked her son if he and his father would be able to handle his uncle's affairs. Days realized that things were not going well and was waiting for explanations that her relatives wanted to run away from, so as not to involve the little girl in the family's problems. Uncle Shiva, who was expelled in disgrace from his native lands, escaped by stealing a horse. Under his father's name, Days gambled, but someone recognized the seal on the horse and reported it to the appropriate authorities. They said they would only release him upon presentation of identification documents. Chief McKeon said he did not know him, so he will now remain in prison. Shiva himself, according to the latest information received, seems to have been sent to an illegal mine as a simple worker. When he was working in the family shop, Shiva was very sociable and managed the work instead of his uncle, and then he borrowed a lot of money, even from some suspicious people. These loan sharks got to the head and made a fuss, saying that they were lending money in order to meet with the head of the McKeon family. The whole family had to deal with the consequences of his antics, but they had already resolved almost everything and placed talented people in the departments that Shiva managed. Their choice of manager, who will now be responsible for all departments, fell on the very intelligent and talented Marie Morier. They have been in frequent contact with Betty lately. They have many younger brothers and sisters, so they send home the money they earn, so they get along well on common topics. Betty is worried that the wedge-shaped pockets she grew in her hometown have become infected and are drying up. Everyone hopes for the best, but Betty's younger brother, who worked there, said that they stopped paying him and he lost his income. Marie believes that it will be very difficult to restore the growth of wedge-shaped pockets in large numbers. Even if there are many pockets again, the villagers will be cautious for a while, so they will work only as a family, without hiring workers. This will strengthen the economy, but will reduce jobs. Betty asked Days to talk about this with a friend who just asked to be introduced to someone who knew how to grow herbs. If he is fed and given a place to sleep, the salary at least will not have much significance. Days also wrote about an interesting story she heard about their mutual friends from the academy. Adalia and Megaran's fathers, both of whom are marquises, had a huge fight over their daughters after the story with the exam papers. Even though Nora had visited Days last weekend, the house without her friend seemed empty and boring to her, and she wanted to be there as soon as possible. Knowing her friend very well, she joked so that Nora would have fun and not sit with her nose buried in her favorite books. In front of Nora lay a whole pile of equally heart-wrenching and interesting letters that she had to reread. The love and warmth of her friend really touched Nora. She even cried from happiness at having such a person next to her. After reading, she quickly began to write her a letter back. She wrote that she was now almost free and devoted most of her time to reading books in the castle library, which the Viscountess had kindly allowed her to visit. Also, Nora enjoys walking around the area and enjoying the nature of Perisher. It is the middle of summer now, and it was very hot there. Not long ago, the Viscountess invited the girl to go for a ride on a boat. The lake was so clear that you could see every grain of sand. The Viscountess turned out to be a very nice person. She took care of the mother, who had no experience as a maid, and provided her with a nice room. Some of the guests had met at Day's house before. They were very kind and nice and even brought treats. Nora asked me to tell Betty that the offer was still open and that she would consider the salary and accommodation in more detail and let her know later. The girl was very pleased with the appointment and success of Marie's affairs, as well as Day's arrival in Perisher, and looked forward to the soon meeting. Among the pile of letters from her friend, Nora noticed one letter that was very different from the others. It was written in a very strange manner and informed about the property that the girl was looking for. While the girl was writing the letter, the maid informed her that the postman had arrived and she needed to hand over the letter quickly. The next time he would come only in a week. Fortunately, she had just finished. Regarding the letter in the blue envelope, of course, Nora understood that it was sent from her employer, Kevin, and answered him in the same manner. Kevin asked his assistant to write a polite message, but he didn't know what or how the guy was writing. In response to his question, he smiled and assured that he had fulfilled his request, as he had asked, and had conveyed the information politely and officially. To which Kevin kindly kicked the funny guy so that he would know how to behave when carrying out such tasks. In her reply, Nora thanked him for providing information about the conditions she wanted to receive. Judging by the reviews about the land, it is necessary to start working on it now so that it will be possible to plant something next year. Kevin replied that he had already prepared everything in advance for her trip to Earth and was looking forward to seeing something interesting from the girl. Suddenly, Nora heard someone's voice and immediately threw the letter into the burning fireplace to hide all the evidence. An obnoxious boy named Tom suddenly burst into the dining room, holding a toy sword in his hands and with hostile intentions evident on his face. He waved his little hands, trying to inadvertently cause harm, standing up for his friend Ida. Unfortunately, Nora's mother, who reprimanded the ill-mannered boy, almost got hurt when he knocked the tray over from her hands. Mom immediately began to clean up the broken dishes, and Nora was worried and checked to see if there were any scratches on her hands from the shards. Ida and Tom exchanged letters and toys and had a close relationship with each other, in which she complained about Nora. She was worried that her mother could get into trouble because of this impudent, restless boy, because all houses have eyes and ears that transmit everything to their owner. Since the communication channel with Kevin was secure, Nora continued her business correspondence with her employer. She enclosed a bag of money and asked him to pass it on to whoever entered the house. He chose a suitable person from among the vassals, and he handed them over, but the wages of people in the fields were small, and he was interested in whether it was necessary to pay them in advance and then deduct this amount from the girl's future salary. She replied that the salary was acceptable, and later, with an increase in income, their salary would also increase, so she would deal with this issue herself. From what she wrote, the guy concluded that her goal was not just to grow and sell hallograss, and he also didn't see anything strange in paying her workers in advance. But the workers were hired for personal purposes, not for her employer, so even if the cost of the house is deducted from the future salary, there is no need to include the employee's salary in it. While Nora was writing the letter, she noticed a boy, Tom, who was behaving completely differently than before. He looked at her with frightened eyes and immediately ran away, as if someone had harshly reprimanded him. The girl immediately realized that this was Kevin's doing. In her next letter, she told him about this evil boy, Ida's second cousin, and somehow he managed to calm him down. Ida and Tom tried to ruin Mrs. Perisher's clothes, which were kept by Nora's mother, and were severely scolded for trying to find Nora's letters with other people. They were caught bullying Nora and her mom, so Kevin had to stop texting until things calmed down. Baron Niley was so angry that he came to protest on behalf of his daughter, but since he did not abandon Nora's family, it means he weighed the pros and cons. Kevin also wrote that there are a lot of snakes in the north, so the girl's insight will be very useful to them in the future. He hoped that the girl will soon grow up, and it will not be so tiring for him to deal with the elders of the Archduchy. Of course, the girl was pleased by Kevin's praise, and it was clear that he would have done just fine without her, but he tried to show her importance with all his appearance. One sunny day, and incredibly happy days finally arrived to share the rest of her summer vacation with her friend. She replied to Kevin that she did not know who the elders of the Archduchy were, but she was confident in his success. She believed in him completely and entirely. These were the most important words in such a difficult period for him. For some reason, he was pleased to receive words of support from this little girl. After this, letters did not arrive for a long time, but one day one finally arrived. It was written by Kevin's assistant, who wrote that my lord was currently engaged in matters that were difficult to express in writing. My lord is concerned that she might also be harmed, so he asked her to refrain from sending any letters for a while. In addition to the previous letters, Noor began writing to Rin. He was worried about the freshman and wanted to know if everything was okay with her. On her advice, Rin stayed at school during the holidays and did not go to his homeland, but he spent this time very boringly and was already looking forward to the start of the school year. He also talked about his servant, who disappeared on the way to his uncle, after which Father Adam and Father Britt took care of Rena for some time, but Britt was recently fired. He felt very sorry for the good man. Rin also wrote in the letter that he had heard rumors about Kevin, that he had gotten into a very dangerous situation. Nora read his message intently, and various terrible, tragic images came into her head. A civil war has broken out in the Archduchy. Vassals who have rebelled against the young Archduke are exacerbating the conflict, and the northern region is in a dire situation. Rin warned Nora not to get involved with Kevin, otherwise she could get into serious trouble, bordering on death because of him. He understood that the girl was worried about the fate of her lord, since she had not heard any news about him for a long time. There was definitely no need to worry about a strong man like him, even when he was on the verge of death. Seeing his look, it was clear that he would not say goodbye to life so easily. To be honest, Rin would really like to stay away from this source of trouble himself, but so far he has not had such an opportunity because Nora interacted closely with him. He thought for a long time about what to write at the end of the letter and decided to wish her to have fun, eat well, and have a good rest. The young man's format of communication with Nora was ridiculously childish, although he was an 18-year-old conscious man. After reading each letter, Nora burned what she had written in order to avoid prying eyes, which were always trying to find out something interesting and secret. Although Nora insisted that she didn't care about Kevin's fate and that he was just a knight on a chessboard that she could move as she pleased, she still felt a distant sense of anxiety and worry. The action took place in the capital of the empire, in the townhouse of the Eland family, which was located in the heart of the city. A large number of wooden boxes were unloaded from the carriage. The workers were warned several times to handle the boxes with care, as the contents were worth more than 3 months' wages. Valentina Landia, Princess of Alandia, a former princess of the Vista Empire, has arrived at the royal townhouse. The capricious little lady was worried about her appearance and seemed to have moved her entire wardrobe, even wanted to invite the family's chief designer to the academy. Brother Nellison warmly welcomed his little sister, whom he had been waiting for with impatience. It was important for him to keep her under protection, and besides, she was just at the right age to study at the academy. Nellison was unhappy with such a huge number of things. Many things would not fit in the small dorm room. Valentine stood in the middle of the road and made a concert in her manner, put her hand on her chest and shouted that the Duke's daughter should look appropriate. Nellison gave instructions to the servant to keep this prank a secret. The brother gently grabbed his spoiled little sister by the shoulders and calmly but very convincingly forbade her from bringing an immeasurable amount of things into the room. She had no choice but to agree. Thelma, who was in charge of all the staff at the house, gave instructions to drag all the luggage back to the carriage. Of course, the workers were extremely unhappy, but like everyone else, they were afraid of being left without work, so they unquestioningly carried out everything that was said. Nellison and his servant were examining the territory. Among the many boxes and servants working on them, he saw a girl with short burgundy hair. The young maid's name was Isabel. He told her to get ready to leave for the academy. There was a man there she had to take care of. It was necessary to look after the daughter of the collateral branch of their family, namely the well-known girl Nora. The man allegedly worried about her safety. She had to closely monitor the student and be sure to report all the details of her life at the academy and her route to the owner. The obedient and trusting maid was glad that the master had entrusted her with such an important matter and promised to give her best. Nellison said goodbye to the girl and was left alone with his faithful servant Joseph, who was very interested in the topic concerning the famous freshman. From Joseph's reaction, Nellison realized that he had something interesting to say about the student and asked him to share his thoughts on this matter. Joseph called Nora the winner because he knew for sure that he had never met the student before, but she knew his name and warned him about the upcoming freshman. Despite the fact that the defense was well thought out at the time, it did not completely convince him. Many uncertainties remained. He was almost certain that Kevin's assistant that day was the thoughtful first-year student Nora. From what he concluded that the girl was worth taking a closer look, Nellison explained that this was precisely why he assigned Isabel to her, in case someone decided to take advantage of the little student, forcing her to come into contact with dangerous people. Joseph was concerned about Nellison's overly soft attitude towards the student, worrying that he would go limp and lose his vigilance, but after the conversation the guy remained calm. After her older brother left, Valentina continued to be indignant about her outfits. She had to take exactly half of the collected boxes. Nanny Thelma tried to calm the spoiled girl down as best she could, but she was very angry and literally yelled at the servant. The main goal for which the girl picked out the best outfits for every day was to show everyone what it was like to be the daughter of a duke, especially to receive recognition and envy from a low-ranking noblewoman who does not even know her place and dares to behave arrogantly. Megaren told Valentin about Nora's behavior with her older brother, whom she dared to call by a nickname and act above the others, as if she were the daughter of a duke. Valentina considered herself the main heir of the family branch, which meant she could easily get rid of the beggar and would now make every effort to achieve her goal. Despite the fact that Nelyusin asked to maintain a good relationship with his relative, since she could be useful in the future, Valentin wanted only one thing: to put the upstart in her place, so that she would tremble at the mere sight of her. The next day, classes at the academy were already starting. Nora managed to attract the attention of senior students. Studying only in the first year, she will attend lectures of senior classes, since last year she graduated with honors. The older boys didn't hesitate to discuss it behind her back, saying that Elandia's eldest son and McKeon's youngest daughter cherished her because she was very smart. Their rather unpleasant exclamations were interrupted by the teacher who entered and read the letter of recommendation sent by Lord Volmer, judging by which the student had demonstrated a high level of knowledge in her first year. Nora, in turn, promised to do everything possible to keep up with the high school students with whom she would now undergo further training. After the lecture, all the students dispersed along the corridor. A new figure appeared at the gates of the academy. Nora heard admiring conversations about the arriving Princess Eladia. When the girl turned her head and saw a small, pretty, but impudent for her age, fair-haired girl accompanied by servants and the admiring glances of the crowd, she had unpleasant feelings and memories. It was Thelma in her past life who warned Nora that under no circumstances should she go against the little princess. In this house, as the youngest, Valentina was allowed absolutely everything. This kind of permissiveness turned her into a scoundrel who could mock those around her with absolute pleasure. In the corridor, on the floor for senior students, Valentin met Nelson and His Majesty Abelis. The girl clung to her brother, because of whom she came to the floor. She greeted His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in a proper manner, and he responded by being touched by her rapid growth and appearance at the academy. Nora alone was disgusted by the feigned politeness of all the members of this close-knit royal family. Even after Nora leaves this world, these demons will still live in harmony and false love for each other, taking for granted, with absolute calm, the bloody tears of poor people who were sacrificed and exploited for their own happiness. This naive, kind girl changed to live differently than she did then, hoping that all the offenders remained the same, and now they will all get what they deserve. And it will be much more pleasant for her if she tramples them into the dirt as deeply as possible, so that there will never be a way out. Right off the bat, Nora told Valentine that she should address her properly, calling her big sister, which of course angered her. Neluson fully supported his relative and made a remark to the little first-year student, asking her to follow the rules as expected. Valentin emphasized that Nora was very different from the time she came to their house last year and was surprised and confused by her current behavior and situation. Is this really the unfortunate girl who came to their house to borrow money for her family and now has snuck into the school of the arrogant nobles and learned to imitate them? After thinking out loud that Valentin had always had an overwhelming desire to have an older sister, she became furious, but tried not to show it to those present. At the instigation of her older brother Neljusen, Valentin kindly called the girl's sister and invited her to come to her dorm room more often for an interesting pastime. Abelis was about to go to the next lesson, wishing them success in their studies. He bowed and left his relatives. Having met just in time, Nelson informed Nora that he had assigned her a maid to look after her and help her, thereby making her difficult training easier. The girl did not really want to see a stranger in her small room, but Nelson insisted that she take care of her from morning to evening, and at night the girl could come to her relative's bedroom and sleep there. Valentin realized that this was a great idea for spying on her and supported her brother, saying that an Alandian could not live even a single day without a servant. Of course, she had no choice but to agree, but from her sly grin, it was clear that the girl had something interesting in mind for this matter. The day came to meet Isabel, who was clearly pretending to please her new owner. She immediately looked around the room, judging by the appearance of which the girl seemed like a country bumpkin, but the appearance contradicted the general environment. Nora looked like the most elegant of all the noblemen she had met. Noticing the close attention on herself, Nora immediately rudely showed her displeasure. There was no longer any hope for a good attitude. After she moved into the Alandia mansion as an adopted daughter in her past life, Nora was diligently persecuted, neglected, bullied, and despised by the servants of the house, according to the will of the Duchess and Valentine. Among the most active of them was Isabel's personal maid, who had the greatest opportunity to set her up. When this cunning pursuit reached its climax, the Duchess's lost jewels were found in Nora's comet. The Duchess cruelly punished the girl for an offense she did not commit. In front of the whole house, she dragged her new relative by the hair. No matter how much she screamed about her innocence, no one cared. Of course, behind all this stood the beloved Valentine and her obedient dog Isabel, who planted the precious necklace in Nora's things. Neither then nor now does Isabel know how to serve her master, so there is nothing left to do but directly teach her this skill. Isabel had a number of different tasks to do. A lot of laundry needed to be washed, first the bed linen. The new owner wanted to sleep on clean sheets today. It's almost evening. Even if you wash them now, the sheets will be damp. It would be logical to iron and dry them after washing. The servant was shaking with anger, her whole face was distorted, and her thoughts were filled with only insults and disdain for her new mistress. Considering her too stupid, she decided to explain clearly that she was a servant in the Duke's house, not a brothel. Everything the lady asked for was the work of servants, and her task was to help live with dignity. In that case, Nora was forced to give up the servant. Her brother sent Isabel for convenience, but she does not intend to fulfill her duties. It is said that a high-ranking maid follows her master everywhere while maintaining his dignity. If this were the brother's goal, he would send a better maid and a maid who takes care of the child. In this room, Nora needed a maid who could do everything herself, not one who followed her around. It was strange to send a child who did not know her duties. The girl pointed her finger at her temple and said that nobles called people like Isabel useless and stupid, so she asked to leave the room quickly. Very predictably, the servants fell on their knees before the mistress and begged for forgiveness and promised to carry out all instructions. She was afraid that she would be thrown out of the mansion even without a letter of recommendation. While Isabel was doing the laundry, she suggested that Nora have dinner with Valentine, who had invited her relative to dine on the lakeshore. Isabel hoped that her mistress Valentine would break that insolent nose. She wished she would faint or worse. In the evening, Nora went to dinner. Valentine, in full dress, met his unwanted sister in the gazebo overlooking the blue lake. Valentine thanked her for the meeting and apologized for her inappropriate behavior towards her, to which Nora called her a child who behaved exactly the same as at home. She continued to compliment the invited guest on her excellent progress in her studies, and Nora, in turn, said that the princess would also cope well with everything. After such a sickeningly sweet reception, the girl began to see horrible images from her past life associated with this vile princess. Since the lake is not very visible from the hostel, Valentin rented a small house for dinner with a beautiful view. This place is famous for its view of the blue lake and the beautiful, eye-catching landscape on the other side. The Duke's hungry daughter invited her guest into the house to taste the dishes she had prepared especially for this evening. It felt like the princess was treating the beggar like a beggar. Whether now or in the past, this was a rare opportunity to taste delicious dishes, just as she presented. But as soon as Nora crossed the threshold of the house, she felt Valentin's leg near hers, and in a moment, she was already flying to the floor. After the fall, before she could recover from the shock, she saw the front door suddenly close in front of her face. The girl screamed and begged to let her go, to stop joking, while the little rascal ran away from the house with a happy face. All night she was locked in a dark warehouse and thought about why the princess tortured her, always considering her worthless, unworthy of a family, a slob. The princess was one of those people who had to completely get rid of anything that bothered them in the slightest way in order to feel better. If this time Nora did not want to be wounded again, she had to prepare carefully, especially knowing the outcome in advance. This time she got ahead of the scoundrel, grabbed her hand sharply. She was clearly not ready for such a turn of events and did not have time to fight back. Nora threw Valentina to the floor with a straight turn, gathering all her strength so that she would feel the strongest resistance to her power. And she closed the door to the screams of an enraged, spoiled girl, exactly the same way they did to her in her past life. As she left, Nora emphasized that it was Valentin who started the prank and planned everything well, even leaving Thelma at home so that no one would know where she was. When a person has bad thoughts, they eventually come back to him like a merciless boomerang. Of course, threats and manipulations of his position and his respected brother came into play, but shouting was no longer useful. Nora has the pride of being a knight's daughter, which she will now fight for to the last if problems arise. No matter how angry Valentin was, there wasn't a soul in the area, but her precious Thelma would soon raise a fuss and the princess would be quickly found. And the girl hurried to leave the territory of the house by the lake under the threatening cries of the spoiled little brat. The pride of being a knight's daughter was tarnished in her past life. The naive one died without being able to make contact after being a lackey to these parasites. This time, no one would dare to consider her a fool. For half the night, the servants searched for the princess along the entire shore of the lake. All the men in the area were involved. Neliusen nervously awaited the results of the search in his chambers and was beside himself with worry for his beloved sister. A few hours later, he saw a tearful Valentin at the door, hugged her tightly, and began asking her about her whereabouts. Thelma, who was sure that her ward was in the room, came under fire. Nelisan scolded the nanny severely. Valentina screamed for her brother to bring the girl right now, beat her and lock her in a dark, cold place, telling her that Nora had called her to the shore of the lake and suddenly locked her in a dark, empty place. But the man was in no hurry to carry out his sister's impulsive instructions. He put all the facts together and turned to her with bewilderment, not wanting to be a fool who was so stupidly deceived. It turns out that a new student, completely unfamiliar with the area, invited Nora to the lake and went there herself late at night, and then suddenly found herself locked in an empty house. Thelma tried to stand up for the girl, but Nelisan shut the maid up. The sister started shouting, accusing her of some girl being more important than his own person. Understanding the essence of the situation perfectly well, Neliusen did not want to force his sister to be friends with Nora, but asked to at least pretend to be respectful, since she would be very useful in the future. Leaving the house, Neliusen gave instructions to heat up water for Valentin's bath and prepare something to eat, preferably to distract her from what had happened. Naturally, Valentina was not going to calm down. She wanted to expose the girl and show her true face to her beloved brother. Early in the morning, Nora was ready to wake up. Isabel was busy cleaning and washing. She must have just heard that Valentine had failed because she returned from work after midnight. The girl was sure that Neliusen would understand everything and warn his sister that valuable resources could not be allowed to suffer. She was more worried that after the news from Kevin's assistant, there was no news. Judging by the fact that there are no rumors circulating at school, he is probably safe. If something happens, gossip will quickly spread. According to information received from Betty, the field in Sedona that Kevin gave is well cultivated. Unfortunately, there is no way to find out all the details. She would like to investigate the situation on her own, but the owner, known to everyone, is a northern aristocrat, so it is obvious that a young girl who came alone would arouse suspicion. So Kevin had to find a suitable companion who could play the role of host while Nora went and checked everything out. Since she was still very young, there were a lot of restrictions, but on the other hand, she had time to lay the foundation before becoming an adult. When the time comes, she will use all the resources she has now to take revenge on all her enemies. Every minute counts. She can't sit back just because Kevin doesn't get in touch. After breakfast, the girl went to the library, to her ally's secret place, and read her favorite books, hoping deep down that he would come. She was so engrossed in reading that she didn't notice how the guy had already been sitting next to her for a long time and listening to her gentle and pleasant voice. Nora looked at the guy in surprise and asked at what point he arrived. It turned out that he had already been present since the beginning of reading the second book. She was interested in whether the issue in the north, because of which the guy was absent, had been resolved. He said that those who betrayed him and leaked information to the outside world had rebelled, and to some extent they had been dealt with, but that was not the end yet. Kevin had no intention of coming back since the settlement was the original goal, but he was here now because it was obvious that the Vista people would be unhappy with the failure. While he was telling his story, Nora suddenly jumped up from her chair as if she was in a daze and hurried to run closer to the guy. On it, she saw again a bloody mark on his shirt, most likely a wound which he called a scratch. Nora got angry and yelled at him because once again he did not take care of himself. One of the healers betrayed him, and the other was unconscious, so there was no opportunity, and no time either, because he was pursuing swindlers and traitors. So busy. But he still came all the way here. Since he hadn't done anything as an employer lately, he was forced to come back and carry out his functions. As if promises are more important to him than his own losses, it is a great stupidity to care about others while forgetting about himself, although this is exactly what Nora did in her past life. Wanting to distract his younger interlocutor, he raised his beautiful eyes to her and asked if she missed him. She was a little confused at first and didn't want to answer the question directly, so she shook her head and replied that it was not within the scope of their business relationship. I tried very hard to hide my emotions and keep my distance. To dismantle emotions means to show weakness. Out of old habit, the fragile little girl grabbed the tall, stocky my lord by the arm and dragged him off to get treatment. It was important to her to preserve his health and sanity for further cooperation. He suddenly interrupted her and said that if the letters had come from someone else, then being in such difficult conditions, there would have been no answer. The last time she tried to save him, she fell into Megarin's ridiculous trap. He was aware that she was even called to a student council meeting. Kevin wanted to continue to monitor her to make sure everything was okay, but he couldn't because of the situation and the possibility of harming her. Even if Nora had admitted that she didn't miss Kevin at all, he would still have said that he was worried about the restless but very brave girl. The girl didn't say a word. Since it was impossible to trust teachers and school staff in such a situation, it was necessary to turn to the most reliable and already proven doctor. Rin is incredibly happy to see his friend again. She asked him to cure Kevin for her sake again. He of course could not refuse her anything. The guy reluctantly sat the incompetent fighter down while Nora told him how it all happened, without revealing too many details. The doctor took out a glowing ball as if it were magic. Nora did not attend the treatment and went off to drink some water. Kevin bowed his head, and Rin applied this ball to it. Streams of light surrounded his head and body. With just one movement of his hand, the guy removed all the wounds and cuts from him. After helping, Rin decided to have a serious talk and urged Kevin not to involve Nora in his dirty deeds and to stay away from her. Nelison and similar jackals who envy Nora are just waiting for a chance to plunge a dagger right into the back of a completely unprotected little baby. And he didn't want Kevin to ruin her peaceful everyday life by drawing attention to her and putting her life at risk. Apparently, the guy thought that Nora was weak and defenseless. Fortunately, he knows nothing about her, but everything has its time. But Kevin explained that they were united by what they both wanted and their agreement to work together to achieve it. He had just said that the elder, who knew nothing about anything, should not interfere in other people's affairs, when Rin began to angrily insult him. While he was torn apart by anger, Kevin remembered his recent merits and thought about the possibility of their unification, since the guy could be very useful, but his unbearable character resisted a possible reunion. At the very peak of their scandal, Nora returned, seeing that her employer was already in good health. She thanked Rin and was getting ready to leave. They went out through the back door, along a street where people rarely walked, although at other times of the day it was quite lively. While there was time, Nora warned that a maid, Isabel, had been assigned to her, and now there was a risk that the letters might be discovered, so she asked not to send anything until she got rid of her. I just asked you to find a suitable candidate for the trip to Sedona and send him to the station on Saturday at noon. Nora suddenly stopped and looked into the eyes of her interlocutor. She was interested in why he flawlessly fulfilled all her requests. Even if he is simply investing in future talent, sometimes he comes across as too caring and attentive, which is not typical for a purely business relationship. He never gave a direct answer, but asked her to think of it as the same feeling she had experienced when she dropped everything she was doing and went to save him. She didn't really understand what that feeling was. She just wanted him to take better care of himself, because it wouldn't be good for him to die or get hurt. The girl gave in to her emotions a little and understood that she needed to urgently come to her senses and turn on her cool mind again. Nora, having shaken herself a little, hurried to come to her senses. Was it really possible that after all the suffering, she would again allow others to ruin her plans? But still, she couldn't shake the feeling that everything would be fine, and that this was the person she could truly rely on. On that note, they thanked each other. Kevin looked warmly at the younger one last time and hurried off to his business. Early in the morning, a debriefing began in Alandia's house. On the carpet in front of the Duchess, they ordered all the servants of the house to be gathered. They stood in a single line, and in the middle, right on the floor, Isabel sat on her knees. The Duchess sat in front of the maid and angrily scolded her in front of the entire staff of the house. It was a shameful demonstrative flogging in order to calm down the disobedient servants. Isabel received a strong slap in the face from the Duchess, who was waiting for a confession of what she had done, but the maid blamed only Nora for all the sins. She was overcome with anger at this girl. Because Isabel was too lazy to deliver the message on time, the young lady suffered greatly. The Duchess was concerned about her condition when the princess was locked in this cold and dark place. Moreover, Mr. Nellison was furious. All this might not have happened if the stupid maid had conveyed the information in time. Holding a crystal glass with red wine inside, the high-ranking madam beckoned Isabel to her by moving her index finger. When the servant sat down closer, the Duchess poured the entire contents of the glass directly onto her cherry-colored hair, after which she kicked the girl in the leg with all her might. From that moment on, she was told not to miss a single word or action from this dirty girl, and to report to the Duchess every day. Sedona is 2 hours from Katana, where the academy is located. If you drive through Sedona and pass the forest, there will be a field that Kevin saved. Finally, Nora arrived at the place with her cavalier, dressed in clothes typical of high society. Kevin, as promised, sent an escort. He looks quite mature, but in fact he is still a student. He talks little, so there is not much to tell about him. Nora's fears about their exposure were in vain. The worker immediately took off his hat to him and called him Honorable Sir. Nora immediately grabbed his attention and conducted further negotiations, informing him that from now on, Sir would give instructions in writing. She asked to give a tour of the territory and to tell in detail how things were going for the owner of the land. The land there was good. It had been abandoned for a long time, but it came into order faster than expected. The season is already late, so there will be no harvest this year, but everything that is planted should grow well. The worker tried planting some of the hallograss that Nora had given him, and some wedge-shaped pouches, all growing well as planned. He took the shoots out of the pot, cut the stems and buried them, then they quickly grow. This even exceeded all of Nora's expectations. As Betty had guaranteed, the guy turned out to be very diligent and far from stupid. Nora expected there to be a lot of mistakes, but they sprouted so quickly. With the iron confidence of the worker Robert, it seems that the cultivation will go smoothly. As for processing and selling, Marie will handle it perfectly. You won't find anyone better in this business. But to fulfill the request, Marie will have to give up her desired position in the McKeon trading house. But this is not scary. It is possible to make it so that this job will be much more desirable for her than the previous one. The whole idea behind this was to change the medical industry, so it wasn't going to stop at just satisfying the existing demand for wedge pouches. The beginning of the great work has been made, the preparations have been completed, even more has been done than was planned. Now all that remains is to wait. After a successful trip, Nora took on Isabel, who had already used several attempts to please the lady, but the result was negative so far. Isabel was already exhausted and angry, but was forced to fulfill all the lady's whims in order to get as close to her as possible. Having barely finished her previous business, Isabel sat down next to the lady and carefully tried to force at least some interesting information out of her. About yesterday, Nora explained that she did not call the maid yesterday because she was tired of putting up with these stupid antics and went to the study for classes with the elders. The girl tried to hook the maid, which she succeeded in doing, objectively. They were in the same status as daughters of knights, But Nora was receiving training in a decent place with a promising future, and Isabel will have to crawl on her knees and serve the masters. Pretending to have gained Isabel's trust, Nora began to tell her about what had happened last semester, but suddenly stopped and fell silent when Isabel's interest had already awakened. Isabel sat closer to the girl and asked her to tell her about her difficulties, and even promised to help her. And Nora told the story of the latest events connected with Adalia and Megaran, in detail and in all the colors, which was no longer a secret for everyone. As expected, at the first opportunity, Isabel handed everything over to her mistress Valentine without missing a single detail, which was just in time. At that same hour, Valentine called her servants and was about to go and sort things out with Megaran. Her old friend greeted the princess politely, sat her down at a table with tea and treats, and thanked her for her unexpected visit. She didn't want to attack right away, so she asked leading questions about what interesting things had happened last semester that could interest the princess. Barely containing her negativity, Valentine mentioned the loss of the exam papers to push Megaran to continue her story. And she told how at first she thought that Nora had stolen the exam papers, but then it turned out that Adalia had lied to her and wanted to set her up. But from the whole story, Valentine wanted to hear only one detail, that Megaran went to the carpet to the council in inappropriate clothing. Of course, Megaran justified herself. The news she heard about the missing sheets shocked her so much that they were in a hurry and didn't even have time to change clothes, especially since they needed to look like people who ran out as soon as they heard the news. Megaran was angry that Valentine came to her with this complaint because she was the one who had to deal with the fact that she was studying in the same class with such a lowly person, because Alandia was paying for the tuition, otherwise they would never have crossed paths. Valentine condemned this prank of her sister, and before that she thought of her as a proper person, as a noble lady. She should refrain from inappropriate behavior. She called it desperate behavior that only low mistresses use because they cannot compete with noble ladies like them. Perhaps in the family of a marquis, education may be softer compared to the family of a duke, in which case it is understandable. Megaran humbly listened to all the unpleasant remarks addressed to her and remained silent, although it was clear from her facial expression that her anger was already going beyond the limits of her patience. The guest was already getting ready to leave, but in the end, she told the girl to be more careful in the future and to maintain at least a minimum of dignity in front of her and His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course, she agreed with everything Valentine said, but her trembling hands spoke of her friend's tense state. After the princess left, Megaran, without even changing her shoes, went about her urgent business and thought about this difficult conversation. She was angry that the princess acted as if she had already become the crown princess, although the crown prince already had a lover. To be honest, the girl definitely did not expect such a turn of events and thought that the stupid and impulsive Valentine would torment Nora and they would destroy each other by fighting among themselves. But if Valentine is going to point his weapon at her, then he shouldn't sit idly by. He needs to strike back. After some thought, she secretly met Alex in the corridor, with whom she wanted to reconcile for a common cause. As soon as she received confirmation of the renewal of their friendship, she immediately asked for a small favor so that she would arrange a simple childish prank. And Megaran whispered something in Alex's ear, having first checked that there were no other students nearby. Early in the morning, students and their servants gathered in the corridor, waiting for the teacher, when suddenly a loud noise came from the first-year class, frightening even the most indifferent. Nora sent Isabel to check out what the scream was about and generally scout out the situation to make sure no one was in danger. She pushed her way through the crowd of curious students, and from the office came the jarring phrases that had recently been said to her by the Duchess when she failed to fulfill her duties. Freshman Valentine stood in a dress covered in blood, looking at her hands and unable to come to her senses. Thelma stood next to her, scolding the servants for not looking after the princess's personal belongings. The servants were already running to their mistress, and Valentine was only concerned with one question: who had put a bag of animal blood in her bag? But Isabel insisted that she had been closely watching Nora all this time and had not noticed any involvement in this incident. Nora had not even glanced once in the direction of the first-year student's office. Valentine immediately thought of Nora, but now suspicion fell on only one person. No one else would have dared. At the door, she noticed Megaran and Alex watching her, who were clearly in cahoots and knew about this situation. Megarin didn't even try to hide her joy at the successfully completed task from her, in the form of a prank with blood in the backpack. After Megarin looked at Valentin with a grin, there was no need for checks and conversations. The first-year student got seriously angry and clenched her fists, wanting to give a harsh answer to the offender. Nora watched her friends leave, and deep down she was glad that her plan had been executed flawlessly. As planned, she told Isabel about the incident last semester, and she retold it all to Valentin perfectly. The princess, especially angry about the story of Megarin walking around in her pajamas, confronted her, who responded with a literally bloody revenge. A few days later, the rumor spread throughout the school. Valentine stated that if Megarin was to attend the meetings of the high nobility, she would refuse to participate. It was a public severing of ties in the light of society. Around the same time, Lady Valentine sent her relative Nora an invitation to her upcoming party. Only the worthy are invited to this party. It will be a very luxurious and elegant event, so Valentin asked to take this invitation to Nora. Isabel was surprised that the lady was going to invite her enemy, who had locked her out at their last meeting, to such a dazzling meeting. It turned out that it was a fake invitation. Valentin was sure that Nora did not know what the real personal seal of the princess looked like, so she decided to take it out on the girl. The entire academy was already buzzing with the news of an upcoming large-scale party, an invitation to which was sent only to very influential families. Days joined the list of those invited and was surprised because invitations were sent only to those families whose history at the court goes back more than 200 years, or at least have marquises in their family ties. Nora assured her friend that her family had significant influence, but some fools just tried to ignore it. Valentin invited Days for one of two reasons. She either wants to take her away from Nora in front of everyone, or throw them both out of the party for laughs. Isabel urged Nora to definitely go to the party. Even though they live separately, the girl is still part of the Elandia family. She also conveyed that Miss Valentine wished to welcome the guests with her relative, but Nora knew that this was a foolish plan to humiliate her with a fake seal. Influential whist nobles create seals around the time they enter school, a sort of personal signature, a personal variation on the family crest. Valentin added a bird to the Elandian coat of arms. She changed it slightly, if you look closely. Even the color of the sealing wax is different. Nora warned Days that she was going to the Kartak Corps, and they went their separate ways. The girl never liked social gatherings. They always caused pain and the worst consequences for her, but brought pleasure to her offenders. Megarin is always right and Nora is always wrong, and under such illogical bias and double standards, all sorts of terrible and humiliating things have happened. It was one of those events. All the high-ranking guests were sitting at the tables. Only the commoner Nora stood alone among the merry gentlemen. This time the location of the invitation was correct, but they didn't even prepare a place for her. But that wasn't the worst thing about that ill-fated evening. Suddenly, Megarin approached her, looking at Nora with open hostility, offering to find her corner for this evening with the best view of the lake. She folded her fan and pointed with it at an object that had been prepared in advance, especially for the guest. When Nora turned around, she couldn't believe her eyes. In front of her lay a bulky wooden coffin, lowered into the water. Megarin gave instructions to the servant to lead the lady to her place. He grabbed the poor fellow, threw him on his back, and carried him to the coffin, right in front of all the guests, who, instead of helping, simply laughed and pointed. A stocky man threw a fragile, defenseless girl into a coffin. She screamed and struggled, but because the coffin was in the water, there was a risk of falling out of it straight into the water. All the party guests gathered around the coffin, led by Megarin, who smirked, saying that Nora was dead and should not move. With a crowd of her classmates laughing, Megarin pushed the coffin with a living person inside. The scene was extremely cruel and disgusting. After those present had had their fun, the servants pulled the soaking wet girl out of the lake and threw her on the floor, but the abuse did not end there. The hostess of this terrible evening believed that after the arranged swimming in the lake, it was time for Nora to refresh herself with the treats that had long been prepared for the special guest. In front of the already humiliated girl stood a plate with a huge, disgusting rat, with a disgusting smell to the point of nausea. No matter how much she wanted to, there was nowhere to go. Two strong men surrounded the poor thing from both sides, grabbed both hands. They sat her on the floor to restrict her movements. To the laughter of the crowd, in front of the joyful main person of the evening, the maid helped these two foreheads, shoving a dirty, stinking rat into the mouth of an innocent little girl. Nora remembered everything that happened at that party, down to the last second, the brutal bullying that happened just because she wasn't like them. Not only Megarin, but Valentin also often did this in her past life. It seemed like they were competing to see who could send out more fake invitations. They must be so excited to laugh her out of this party too, but it's a shame it won't happen again. On the way to the Kartak building, Nora met her beloved relative Nellison with a red folder in his hands. He decided to talk to Nora about the situation with his younger sister, having learned that Valentin had been too rude to her. Nora said that she was very scared that day and simply left Valentin, without even offering help or asking if everything was okay with her. Nellison wanted to apologize for his spoiled little sister and asked to tell Nora how it all happened, but she did not want to go into details, wanting to leave it in the past. She pretended that it was very unpleasant for her to remember this moment, but at the same time she considered it stupid to hold a grudge against a spoiled child. The girl delighted him with the news that Valentin had decided to apologize to her relative first, which greatly surprised Nelyusin. This was not at all typical behavior for this child. Nora showed the invitation sent by Valentin and the offer conveyed through Isabel to greet the guests together with the hostess of the evening. With her feigned, joyful expression, she tried to show her truly good intentions towards Valentin and her desire to reconcile. It was obvious from Nelson that he was not happy with this turn of events, and knowing his sister, he sensed a catch and was going to